Chapter 221, Water Pet in the Dragon Palace. Chapter 221, Water Pet in the Dragon Palace. Xiaoyu understood. So the Third Bureau made him an endangered species conservation worker? How was this distributing high-level pets? They were clearly looking for a top-notch nanny for an endangered species. After all, if they let the parents grow with them, they might not necessarily have a better growth effect than if they were with the top feeders in the Third Bureau. You're now a high-level beast tamer. In the future, you can at least contract 3 or 4 more pets. It'll be the same. Yihui suggested. The racial levels of these endangered species protected in the Third Bureau are still pretty high. Most importantly, it's rare. Moreover, the Bureau will provide cultivation resources. It should be very suitable for you. Indeed, pet training is the most suitable for you at the moment. Principal Feng nodded. His own strength was the foundation. Xiaoyu was still in the development stage. What he lacked the most was strength. It was naturally better to have more high-level pets with high potential. In any case, as a member of Bureau 11 and 3, it was impossible for Xiaoyu not to be cultivated. If Xiaoyu couldn't nurture a pet, few people could. 2 top-notch jobs. Do you have any preferences for pets you like? There are still some high-level monarch species pets in an endangered protected state in the country. There are even some pets with potential enough to be considered a quasi-overlord race, President Yihui said. Are there no overlord races? Xiaoyu looked up innocently. He realized that he had become arrogant. He didn't even fancy monarch races anymore. Non-overlord races weren't enough. President Yihui. Principal Feng. The corners of President Yihui's mouth twitched. Don't think that just because you have an overlord species pet that overlord species pets are common. Generally speaking, if some overlord species pets in the country successfully give birth to cubs, the owner and parents of this overlord cub will allow it to be handed over to the top battle-type beast tamers. The top cultivation-type beast tamers will form a huge team to nurture it. It will give them the best environment to grow and quickly form battle power. Your situation is the rarest. There's a chance for overlord species pets to break through to the totem level. It's impossible for them to be handed over to a person to be cultivated so easily, Yihui explained. Principal Feng scratched his ears beside him. That was indeed the case, but the problem was that Xiaoyu already had 2 overlord species pets. One was a middle-level overlord, and the other was a high-level overlord. It was ridiculous because it wasn't as simple as a low-level overlord. Therefore, a quasi-overlord race is almost the limit, Yihui said. In fact, if cultivated properly, there's a high chance that their growth level can break through the racial limit and enter the overlord level. It's already very good. Oh. Xiaoyu nodded. So that was the case. However, the quasi-overlord race still felt lacking. You're just greedy. However, actually, it's not impossible to contract an overlord species pet again. Suddenly, Principal Feng chuckled. Xiaoyu and President Yihui looked at Principal Feng. However, it definitely won't be as simple as obtaining it unconditionally. You mean, President Yi was stunned. Have you forgotten the cooperation project for the First and Third Bureaus, he said. In the totem era, most humans are vessels for the growth of the totem subjects. In fact, in the beast-taming era, this pattern still exists in the countries where humans are dominant. He looked at Xiaoyu and explained to him. The lifespan of pets is far greater than that of humans, so some totem-level guardians who are close to humans are still willing to give their heirs to outstanding humans to raise. It's similar to a marriage. Through this method, the bond between the 2 parties can be extended. At the same time, it can also allow the descendants to have a higher chance of breaking through the racial limit. However, the selection of beast tamers for their descendants is very strict. They have to go through many tests. Many guardians who were on good terms with them in the First Bureau have descendants of overlord races and monarch races. They relied on this method to integrate into human society. In the First and Third Bureaus, we reached an agreement to help some guardians take care of the cubs. After all, some guardians prefer to have cultivation-type beast tamers nurture their descendants in their place than handing their descendants to battle-type beast tamers. Therefore, the members of the Third Bureau are very popular with some guardian forces. Yi Hui said, "You're saying that you want to give a trial spot to Shiyu in the Third Bureau. Not bad." Principal Feng looked at Shiyu and said, "You know Dragon Palace City, right? That place has been friendly with humans since ancient times. It's an ocean faction that has stood on the side of humans in the totem battles many times. It's the guardian of the sea realm in Donghuang. Dragon Palace City has had a contract with humans since ancient times. It will hand over some citizens of Dragon Palace City to human beast tamers to raise. Over there, as long as you're outstanding enough, it's not impossible to contract an overlord cub. Under the command of Dragon Palace City, there are various dragons, mermaids, sea snakes, and water element life forms. Many overlord factions are attached to that side. It can be said that there are endless opportunities." Principal Feng sighed. Qingyi's mermaid princess was contracted by the factions under Dragon Palace City. The Dragon Palace banquet that happens once every 5 years is about to begin in a few months. At that time, many human factions will bring gifts and visit. You can understand it as taking the betrothal gift to propose a marriage. If both parties are satisfied, it's not impossible to snatch back a young overlord. If you're interested, you can get the Third Bureau to prepare more betrothal gifts that the dragon race likes. The chances are very high. Didn't you say that the butterfly god gave you a sea dragon keepsake? It's a witness of your friendship with Dragon Palace City. Principal Feng said. The legendary sea dragon of Lin Feng is currently one of the most powerful dragons in Dragon Palace City. With this keepsake, if you go there, the treatment you receive will definitely not be what ordinary beast tamers can enjoy. Yi Hui was shocked. What, Shiyu still has the keepsake of Dragon Palace City? Principal Feng nodded. Yes, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have suggested for Shiyu to go to Dragon Palace City. After all, the requirements for beast tamers there are too high. I'm afraid they won't take a fancy to a telepathy talent. Even if he can listen to the voice of history, it's very difficult for him to obtain the cubs of overlord races. But if he has the relationship of the butterfly god and the sea dragon, Shiyu might have a chance to obtain the cultivation rights of overlord races. The two of them looked at Shiyu. That was good. Were they confident of getting a young overlord? Shiyu? The potential of the young of the overlord race in Dragon Palace City is actually secondary. More importantly, it ices the connection between the two parties. It represents the friendship between the beast tamer and Dragon Palace City. As a huge force in the ocean, Dragon Palace City's status in the ocean is unshakable. Many ferocious sea beasts, sea demons, and sea monsters are unwilling to provoke Dragon Palace City. They are the overlords of the ocean. If you contract the descendants of an important member of Dragon Palace City, in a sense, you will have an ocean pass. Basically, no sea beast dares to stop you from walking in the ocean. Now you know why Qingyi contracted a mermaid princess. The merfolk also belong to the Dragon Palace City. This way, even if she leaves Donghuang, she will have great safety in the dangerous sea area. It will be very convenient to explore the ocean ruins, and she might even be protected by the Dragon Palace City. Shiyu. It doesn't matter that much if I have this force backing me up. It's mainly because I happen to lack a water-type pet. When will the Dragon Palace banquet begin? Will I go alone or will someone bring me? He asked. Initially, he thought that the fifth pet could only be a mechanical pet, but now that he heard this, water-type pets were not bad either. After all, he would have to travel abroad in the future. It was not a loss to cozy up to Dragon Palace City in advance. Just as Principal Feng had said, with the Third Bureau, the 11th round, and the Butterfly God token, it seemed like it wasn't difficult for him to cozy up to an overlord race in Dragon Palace City. Perhaps he could even cozy up to a certain totem level and successfully join the first round. Moreover, it just so happened that Buggy also had matters regarding the Dragon Pearl to ask in Dragon Palace City. It looked like he had to go to Dragon Palace City. Wait! Could it be that this time is where Buggy and a certain dragon would mingle together? Shiyu was shocked. You're interested? Principal Feng chuckled. A little, Shiyu said. Principal Feng looked at Yi Hui. President Yi Hui pondered and said, if that's the case, I'll definitely support Shiyu fully in the Third Bureau. Principal Feng looked at Shiyu and said, at that time, the tyrannical sea legend will lead the team to participate in the Dragon Palace banquet. The specifics will probably be known close to the banquet time. Tyrannical sea legend? Shiyu recognized it. This was one of the titled legends of Donghuang. It had one of the highest battle powers in Donghuang, an existence that could fight against totems. The weaker totems were even unwilling to fight him, afraid of his trump card pet. After all, he was known for the strongest water-type pet in Donghuang. His trump card pet was a mutated Leviathan. It was a combination of space and water. Its race level was a quasi-mythical race, about the same as Little Kai Tong. Its body was a small world that could devour everything. A Leviathan at the start depended on devouring. It was even said that in battle, this tyrannical sea legend could let the giant Leviathan temporarily devour him and his other pets to obtain the power to suppress ordinary totems. With this person leading the team, there was no need to worry about safety. What kind of pets could he encounter in the ocean? Shiyu looked forward to it. Dragon Palace City was a large faction in the ocean. It didn't mean that there were only dragons in Dragon Palace City. Apart from the eastern purebred dragons, there were also humanoid pets like the Dragonis and the mermaid. There were also countless sea beasts like whales, sharks, turtles, and dolphins attached to them. There were also a bunch of strange ocean elemental creatures. For a moment, Shiyu's heart felt tempted. By the way, if nothing goes wrong, the news that you're the beast tamer of the imagination butterfly at this time will probably spread throughout the country. President Yi Hui suddenly looked at Shiyu. On this day, the feeding conference was held in the capital. The discussion about the feeding conference on the internet was pretty popular. However, it was a competition that was not publicized. There was still a difference between a public and exciting competition like the National League. Therefore, although the discussion about the feeding conference wasn't low, it didn't enter the top 3 on the internet. At the moment, the first place on the trending list was firmly occupied by the current #1 person in the club system, the top-notch beast tamer master, Heavenly King Zhu of the Dark Club. Not long ago, when he announced the news of his secret relationship, not only did it not reduce his popularity, but it also increased the discussion about him. What the onlookers didn't expect was that not long after the official announcement of the relationship, the two of them announced the engagement time again. In an instant, this news was pushed to first place by the onlookers. As expected of me. Zhu, after all, am I not everyone's idol? Somewhere, Heavenly King Zhu looked at the #1 topic on the trending list and patted his shoulder with emotion. It had been too difficult for him to go from a poor country boy to a superstar that everyone was paying attention to. However, he liked the feeling of being paid attention to by everyone. However, before he could sigh for long, with a bang, the #1 trending topic was pushed down. Then, Heavenly King Zhu looked at the news of shocking. So the beast tamer of the imaginary butterfly was him, and fell into deep thought. He opened the news, and what appeared in his eyes was an ancient photo of an iron-eating beast holding a wooden sword. Mid-level overlord race, butterfly beast tamer of imagination, iron-eating beast knight, Shiyu. The beast tamer who made the entire country pay attention to the butterfly of imagination at that time was actually a freshman. In an instant, the entire country was shocked. Heavenly King Zhu was directly stunned. He couldn't believe that this kind of guy had snatched the trending topic of himself and his girlfriend twice. The world is degenerating. Ancient Capital. Ancient Capital University. Holy shit. Holy shit. Rough voices rose and fell from various professional areas. Wang Ling from the archaeology department, Yushu from the battle department, and the others looked at the new headlines in shock. They were so shocked that their mucus flowed out. They widened their eyes and looked at the news in disbelief. They felt that they were blind. The culprit behind the huge commotion in divine capital was Shiyu. Was this science? He already had the spirit of General Mu Huiyin. Why was his luck still so good? He actually evolved a butterfly of an overlord race. Why are you so uneasy? Seeing that the matter had finally been exposed, the little GU master Miao Dongdong, who had been holding this matter in his heart, let out a sigh of relief and looked at the students in the class who showed shocked expressions with their cell phones in disdain. That was it? He was the first to know. Icefield City, Pingcheng. Daughter, something bad happened. Lin Hongnian held his cell phone in shock and ran to Lin Xiuju, who was feeding the iron-eating beast. What's wrong? The panda senior put down the basin milk and the panda cub and looked at her father and the cell phone in his hand. Look at it yourself. He opened the news page about Shiyu and handed the cell phone to Lin Xiuju. Lin Xiuju took the cell phone and looked at it. As she watched, Lin Xiuju fell into silence, her mouth agape. Damn it, why didn't Shiyu tell her in advance? Whoosh! Lin Xiuju stood up and turned to leave. Where are you going? Hall Master Lin asked. Lin Xiuju said, a new set meal for iron-eating beasts. Bucket of green silkworms. Chapter 222, The Sixth Prophecy. Chapter 222, The Sixth Prophecy. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Butterfly of Imagination, Shiyu. Shiyu's name spread throughout the country again. If it was said that the results of researching the evolution of the iron-eating beast and obtaining first place in the ancient capital vocation assessment could not make some people remember Shiyu firmly, then this time, Shiyu was completely popular. As long as it was cultivated properly, an overlord race beast could definitely grow to the overlord level. In other words, as long as Shiyu didn't interfere, he would definitely be a legendary beast tamer in the future. In the country, there weren't many legendary beast tamers. Every beast tamer with the potential to step into the legendary level received a lot of attention. A genius youth like Yin Zhengfan, even if his father was a legendary beast tamer, was not qualified to be recognized as having legendary aptitude. Those acknowledged were all people like Lu Qingyi, Heavenly King Zhu, and the current team leader of Imperial Capital University, Jiao Xian. They were the younger generation recognized as legendary. These people basically had overlord pets with extraordinary potential. And now, there was another one. Although he had yet to grow up and reach the master level like the other batch of people, there was no doubt that he had cultivated pets of overlord races. In the eyes of everyone, Shiyu had already found the path to the legendary domain. However, at this moment, the ones who were the most emotional were still some beast trainers in Pingcheng. For example, Qiao Liang, the doctor who often sold supplements to Shiyu, or beast tamer Chen Kai, who killed the ice-armored beast in the first battle. They watched the news and cried silently. Why couldn't they be as sick as Shiyu even though they had already eaten the supplements and become immune to them? They felt that they had been cheated. F*CK, refund. This is ridiculous. The team from Ancient Capital University and the members of the Battle Club from Imperial Capital University also saw the news at different times. On Ancient Capital University's side, apart from White Brook, the others didn't know that the little blue butterfly was actually the imagination butterfly at all. They couldn't help but be shocked. The members of the Imperial Capital University worked hard because of Shiyu. They were afraid that they would fail in 2 days, so they didn't dare to mess with the Ancient Capital University exchange team in advance. Imperial Capital University's Battle Club instructor also stopped underestimating the enemy. This Shiyu was still worth taking seriously. He couldn't help but guide the skills of the club members when dealing with spiritual and spatial pets. He also pulled up the video of the Little Sword Spirit vs the Desert Monarch, the Ginseng Baby vs the Zonian Rock Beast, and showed it to everyone repeatedly and analyzed it. However, as they watched, everyone fell silent. They felt that the Sword Spirit was very unscientific. They suspected that it was also an overlord species pet. The corners of Teacher Shen's mouth also twitched. Fortunately, this Sword Spirit was only at the transcendent level. Also, this Ginseng Baby was even more unscientific. Earth chain plus strengthening hard rock raw cannon, nutrition fruit plus multiplication plus energy fruit fused into a tree C and exploded. This was AF** King supplement ginseng baby? As many members of the Imperial Capital University's Battle Club analyzed Shiyu's baby ginseng, Yin Zhengfan felt aggrieved, but he didn't say anything. Anyone who lost in a video that was publicly rewatched dozens of times wouldn't be in a very good mood. Yin Zhengfan, QAQ. He only hoped that his sacrifice would be a little helpful to the Battle Club in Imperial Capital University. In short, Imperial Capital University was facing a great enemy. Although it was only an exchange event, they were national champions. Naturally, they weren't willing to be beaten up by a small ancient capital university. Senior, I've been a little busy these last 2 days. I'll look for you on the day of the exchange event. At this moment, Shiyu rejected Whitebrook's call invitation to a meal. Whitebrook, oh. At that moment, the members of the Battle Club of Ancient Capital University wanted to worship the butterfly of imagination again and hate their previous blindness. However, Shiyu was currently busy trying to become a glorious member of the Third Bureau. How could he have the time to care about social gatherings? Shiyu was indeed quite busy. First, he helped the Index install a data chip and updated some feeding knowledge. Just reading the new knowledge with baby ginseng and the others took a lot of time. After all, some evolution plans and skill teaching plans couldn't be found when they were needed, right? It was also convenient to memorize them in advance. Then, he discussed the matters of the green silk cocoon breeding base with Legend Hua, Dr. Zwe, and the others and the Feeding Association. As for the feeding conference, Shiyu did not pay attention the whole time. Could it be that a feeding team could develop a mythical racial evolution plan to insta-kill their presentation? It was definitely impossible. In the end, nothing unexpected happened. The feeding team of Ancient Capital University easily won the championship of this feeding conference. The next day, President Yi Hui brought the third set of documents to Shiyu with a smile. Ah, this. In the room, after handing the soil to Shiyu, Yi Hui immediately saw Shiyu's face turn bitter. At this moment, Shiyu didn't even have the mood to look at his handsome profile picture in the Third Bureau of Identification documents. He held the thumb-sized thick glass bottle in front of him and looked at the time soil inside that wasn't as much as the sand one would find in clams when at a seafood restaurant. He fell into deep thought. Uncle Yi, no way. Is this all the soil of time? The soil actually has to be counted grain by grain, isn't it a little? Shiyu originally thought that the soil of time was at least amount that the ginseng baby could take root in. From the looks of it, it wasn't even enough to support baby ginseng. Ah. Seeing Shiyu's dissatisfied expression, Yi Hui said, "How much more do you want? Don't look at how small it is, it's a level 7 resource. The earth power inside is very abundant. And it's a resource that contains weak time power. It's worth a lot. This small bottle is at least 10 times more valuable than ordinary level 7 resources. Its price is comparable to a level 8 resource. Shiyu? We're already family, so it's all right to give a little more, right? President Yi Hui. No wonder Dr. Zwe, Legend Hua, and Senior Feng said that the soil of time should be directly given to Shiyu. It looked like Shiyu had been eyeing this thing for a long time. It's mainly because the soil of time is a scarce resource that can't be replenished. These are the only ones left. Why do you want this? Tell me about it. There might be other alternative resources. Shiyu said, I'm studying the mutation evolution of the ginseng baby now. I need some resources that contain strong mutation power. Actually, it's mainly because it likes the time element, but there don't seem to be any suitable resources like the soil of time. After obtaining the feed index, Shiyu had also searched for relevant time element resources through the feed index. Unfortunately, none of them were suitable for ginseng babies. Even for the Third Bureau, time element resources were also extremely precious. It could be seen from the soil of time. Mutated evolution? President Yi Hui was stunned. Then, he shook his head. It looked like Shiyu really liked feeding. There were a bunch of messy research directions. How could it not be good? However, I feel that maybe we can use the power of the Time Mystic Realm to replace it, Shi Yu suddenly said. Uncle Yi, if I remember correctly, you're one of the vice presidents of Imperial Capital University, right? Do you have a chance to send me in? Yi Hui had graduated from Imperial Capital University and was now the vice-chancellor of Imperial Capital University. This was something Shi Yu had not expected. This made him feel embarrassed to communicate with the Battle Club at Imperial Capital University. However, Shi Yu felt that the other party definitely wouldn't mind the fun between juniors. Time Mystic Realm, Yi Hui was slightly stunned. This place is not a good cultivation place. That's the effect I want, Shi Yu said. Time Mystic Realm. He had heard that the environment here was very harsh. Shi Yu felt that perhaps he could let baby ginseng try absorbing the power of time here and mutate it to use it with the soil of time. Besides, don't I still have to go to Dragon Palace City to contract a new pet in a few months? If I can use the Time Mystic Realm to quickly grow into a master-level beast tamer, it'll be convenient to contract it. Otherwise, I'll still be a high-level beast tamer. That would be awkward. I might miss many good opportunities. President Yi Hui shook his head and said, how should I put it? The environment in the Time Mystic Realm is not suitable for meditation. It's only suitable to train the mental state and resistance of beast tamers and pets. It's an incomplete cultivation mystic realm. I don't recommend you to go there. Even geniuses from Imperial Capital University rarely go there. You don't have to worry about the beast taming level. In order to ensure that you successfully contract a pet in Dragon Palace City, we will prepare high-level spatial resources for you in the Third Bureau to help you upgrade your beast taming level. As for the Time Mystic Realm, although it's not impossible for you to enter, you can at most spend 3 days in the outside world, which is 30 days in the inner world. Beyond this number, the danger is too great. Even if it's a master-level beast tamer, it's very easy to get lost in the illusion of the Time Mystic Realm and lose reason from the corrosion of the time power. In short, we definitely can't stay inside for more than a month. I see. All right, no problem. Shi Yu nodded. I won't stay longer than 3 days. But not now. It might be a while. Now, he had yet to teach the baby ginseng the skill. It might take a while to maximize this skill to perfection. In addition, it was best to maximize baby ginseng's other skills before evolution, so Shi Yu estimated that it might take a month. Sure. Are you free now? President Yi Hui asked. Yes, I'm free before 2, Shi Yu said. Well, he was going to visit the Battle Club at Imperial Capital University after 2. President Yi Hui smiled and said, then I'll bring you to the Guardian of the Time Mystic Realm to familiarize yourself first. At that time, it'll be in charge of opening the Time Mystic Realm for you and watching over you. Prediction Owl? Shi Yu was stunned. Yes, didn't you already find it to make a prophecy? Shi Yu had a strange expression. Imperial Capital University, Prophecy Temple. There was a sign outside saying, today's rest day, don't be noisy or else you will bear the consequences. He didn't know where the owl had run to. After Yi Hui and Shi Yu arrived, they looked at the cold surroundings and fell silent. Ignoring the sign, President Yi Hui, who was wearing a grey formal suit, walked to the temple. He coughed dryly and knocked on the wall with his finger. Ah! Which bastard? A moment later, an owl flew out and looked at Yi Hui in a daze. Little Yezi, what are you doing? Why are you here? It was still the witch voice. Little Yezi? Shi Yu muttered in his heart. What kind of nickname was this? Lord Owl, I have something to talk to you about. This child might enter the Time Mystic Realm for 1 to 3 days in the future. I need you to take care of the entry procedures. I'll prepare them for you to see when the time comes, Yi Hui said with a smile. Who? It looked at Shi Yu and immediately widened its eyes. It's you. It spoke in shock. Lord Owl, hello. We meet again. How are you? Shi Yu greeted. I'm not good, it said. Yi Hui. Little Yizzy, there's something wrong with this fellow. I give it foresight, and strange things keep appearing, such as totems, the owl said in fear. Gave him 5 prophecies. All 5 are related to the totems. Yihui, totem? Yes, yes, I also predicted the location of the undying Nether Phoenix's seal, broken with a single slash. Investigate him strictly, investigate them strictly. How can I open the mystic realm for them without worry? Shiyu? Yihui. Holy shit. Yihui suddenly looked at Shiyu. Slash the undying Dark Phoenix's sealed location with one swing? Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and felt that this wasn't very fair. He looked at President Yihui and said, Uncle Yi, do I look like such a person who's courting death? It must be that Lord Owl's prophecy was wrong. Without absolute strength, how could he mess with the Dark Phoenix? Yihui fell into deep thought. It looked like it. One look and he knew this guy wasn't honest. If he was an honest young man, would he put aside a national-level project and not research it and think about other things? However, how was it possible for Shiyu to slash open the undying Nether Phoenix's seal location with a sword? The owl must have made a mistake. However, the 5 prophecies were all related to totems? Although the prediction of the owl was unreliable, this sounded a little too ridiculous. Yihui looked at the owl and Shiyu suspiciously and said, Why don't we predict it again? I just want to know what his 5th pet will be. All right. The owl glanced at Shiyu and closed its eyes again. The hexagram in front of its chest emitted light. A moment later, its consciousness entered the deep sea. In front of its vision, it was pitch black and blurry, and there were continuous bubbling sounds. Boom! A moment later, an undercurrent surged in the deep sea and emitted a terrifying pressure at the totem level, forcing the stunned owl to wake up. It said with a tone as if it was as expected, Look, it's another totem. His 5th pet is a water element totem. He's abnormal. Yihui, Shiyu, I'm sorry. Lord Owl is sometimes mentally unsound. You mustn't believe the previous premonition. He didn't want the genius shared by Bureau 11 and the 3rd Bureau to go astray because of this nonsense prediction. Shiyu, I understand. This time, Shiyu completely believed it. This fellow was unreliable. From the looks of it, he couldn't believe all the previous predictions. The owl was speechless. It was just about to refute, but something like a beast tamer's 5th pet being a totem creature was a little unscientific and went against its understanding. Could it really be its fault? The owl fell into deep thought. Damn, this Shiyu was born to jinx it. A moment later, Yihui and Shiyu left, leaving behind a messy owl. It still didn't understand why Shiyu's predictions were so strange. It was very heartbroken. At this moment, after Shiyu and President Yihui separated, he suddenly received a call. Shiyu, where are you? We've already arrived at the territory of the Imperial Capital University's Battle Club. You're the only one left, White Brook shouted. Chapter 223, The Might of an Ancient Overlord. Chapter 223, The Might of an Ancient Overlord. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Battle Club venue of Imperial Capital University. At this moment, there was already a sea of people here. Hundreds of students were gathered in the hall, and it was extraordinarily lively. There were even teachers from the battle department secretly observing. Obviously, they were all here to see their elites fight the exchange team of Ancient Capital University. Cheer up! Whoever screws up today, the training volume is super doubled. In the player area of Ancient Capital University, White Brook's daily lecture continued. All right, Tilda? The members of Ancient Capital University were weak. Sigh, they really didn't want to fight, because they couldn't win either. They only wanted to see Shiyu fight. Although they looked forward to Shiyu, they didn't look forward to themselves at all. Sigh, White Brook also sighed. It couldn't be helped. The difference that could be seen at a glance easily made it impossible for one to have the courage to challenge it. However, at this moment, many elites of the Battle Club on the side of Imperial Capital University also had doubts, because a monster had appeared in Ancient Capital University. They didn't take the others seriously, but Shi Yu. They had to take him seriously. Not only them, but the ordinary Imperial Capital students who came to watch the battle also had complicated feelings. They were actually here for Shi Yu. Is Shi Yu really going to be here? I came over after watching the news. Can I see the butterfly of imagination of the Overlord race? A pet of an Overlord race. Can we handle the members of the Battle Club? As the words Overlord race were too intimidating, many students of the Imperial Capital University started to worry for their members. It's all right, it's all right. Shi Yu has the gift of telepathy. An Overlord race is no different from a monarch race in his hands. Don't be afraid. I'm not concerned about the butterfly of imagination. I heard that he has a ginseng baby that knows how to fight. Is that true? I'm here for this. A student from the feeding department who had contracted a ginseng baby came to visit, wanting to see Shi Yu's ginseng baby. I'm also not interested in butterflies. I don't want to see the imaginary butterfly. I want to see the iron-eating beast knight. The venue was very lively. As they listened to the discussion, some students from Imperial Capital University even wondered who was the home team. This Shi Yu was too scary. He was completely infamous. In short, he was very popular. Hello, everyone. I'm the host of the inter-school competition between Ancient Capital University and Imperial Capital University today, Kui Ying. 2 p.m. As time approached, on a platform in the venue, a girl with a sweet voice spoke into the microphone on the table. As soon as she spoke, the voices in the venue fell. Everyone's gazes were attracted to her. This exchange activity is jointly organized by the Battle Club of Ancient Capital University and the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University. It's designed to promote the friendship between the two parties and increase the level of the Beast Tamer battle between the two schools. Friendship is first, and competition is second. Next, I'll explain the rules of the competition to everyone. Swoosh! The big screen in the venue lit up. Then, 60 names appeared. The form of this exchange activity is mainly a challenge. The Battle Club of Ancient Capital University is the challenger, and the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University is the challenger. The name list on the screen records the names of the members of the Imperial Capital University's Battle Club and their ranking in the club. They are the main members of the battle against Ancient Capital University. Members of Ancient Capital University can choose any one of them to challenge. If they win, they can continue to challenge higher-ranking members. At 6:30, the exchange event ends. The exchange event doesn't care about winning or losing, but in the end, the battle results of both parties will be displayed. There was no hard way to let Ancient Capital University and Imperial Capital University decide the winner. It was purely a free challenge by the students of Ancient Capital University. This was the response plan of Imperial Capital University to foreign exchange activities in recent years. They placed themselves in a very high position to wait for the challenge, but the final battle result would clearly show the difference between the two parties. At this moment, everyone looked at the big screen. The first name on the big screen was Tang Yu, a high-level beast tamer. He was ranked 4th in the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University. As for the top 3, they were naturally the 3 master-level beast tamers of Imperial Capital University. They didn't participate in the exchange, just like Whitebrook. The second name was Fan Chi, a high-level beast tamer, ranked 5th in the Imperial Capital University Battle Club. Until the last one, all of them were high-level beast tamers. Clearly, they were all official members of the Imperial Capital University's Battle Club. Hey, Whitebrook, it's time. Who wants to go first? As the name list appeared, on the opposite side of the arena, a single-tailed woman in a black short-sleeved shirt stretched. She was one of the vice teams of the Imperial Capital University, a master-level beast tamer. She was not among the participants of this exchange activity. Hearing this woman's voice, Whitebrook frowned and looked at the people behind her. There's no need to wait for Shi Yu. Which of you wants to challenge first? When Whitebrook finished speaking, everyone from Ancient Capital University was a little afraid. Although they were all elites ranked in the top 20 of the Battle Club in Ancient Capital University, the difference between the two schools was big. It would probably be difficult for them to defeat those ranked around 30 and 40 in Imperial Capital University. This difference was also the reason why Imperial Capital University let the enemy team choose who they wanted to battle. After all, if they were too ruthless, how could other schools be willing to participate in the future? This was bad for the reputation of Imperial Capital University. "I'll do it." At this moment, seeing that everyone was hesitating, Xu Ziyi, the vice president of Ancient Capital University, suddenly spoke. He looked at a name on the big screen and said, "I lost to the other party in the National League last time. It's been so long now. I want to see if the gap has narrowed." As the second combat power of Ancient Capital University on the surface, he clearly didn't plan to challenge the members ranked at the bottom of Imperial Capital University. "All right, all the best." Whitebrook saw someone come out and heaved a sigh of relief. Although the outcome of Xu Ziyi's challenge was unknown, Whitebrook was actually very willing to be a little brave towards the members of the Battle Club. If Xu Ziyi, as the vice president of the Battle Club of Ancient Capital University, challenged someone ranked at the bottom of Imperial Capital University instead, she would also look down on him. Not only did she look down on it, even if he won, it would probably attract the size of the Imperial Capital University. Ancient Capital University's Xu Ziyi challenged Imperial Capital University's Liang Yang. Xu Ziyi walked onto the arena and looked at a name on the big screen under everyone's gaze. Liang Yang, high-level beast tamer, ranked 8th in the Imperial Capital University's Battle Club. "Liang Yang, the other party wants to challenge you." At this moment, at Imperial Capital University, a group of sitting members suddenly looked at a short boy with strange expressions. "Liang Yang, does he know that one of your pets has evolved? You changed your new pet. The other party shouldn't know about this, right?" "I definitely don't know. I've never taken it out to compete." Liang Yang's expression was playful. "I remember now. Did you eliminate Xu Ziyi in the last National League?" someone asked. "I think so." The boy named Liang Yang stood up in surprise and said, "It's him. I was wondering why someone would challenge me. So he's here to take revenge. You scared me. I thought it was Shi Yu." He patted his heart. As one of the top 8 beast tamers in the Imperial Capital University Society and a quasi-master level beast tamer, he was actually very strong. He was so strong that even the second-in-command of Ancient Capital University couldn't defeat him. However, it just so happened that they had approved of him as a master. Teacher Shen sternly reminded them that if they were challenged by Shi Yu, they definitely couldn't lose. After all, if even they lost, wouldn't the others in Imperial Capital University be killed by Shi Yu's imaginary butterfly? It was fine if the members ranked at the bottom lost. It wouldn't affect the morale of the members of the Battle Club at Imperial Capital University, but if the members of the school team ranked in the top 10 lost, they would be finished. If word got out, his salary as a teacher would probably be deducted. At this moment, compared to the unknown Shi Yu, Liang Yang didn't care about the defeated Xu Ziyi at all. "I'll go." Liang Yang chuckled and walked down. In an instant, everyone's gazes focused on Xu Ziyi and Liang Yang. One of the two was the vice-captain of the Ancient Capital University's team, and the other was the elite of the school team ranked at the front of the Imperial Capital University. The battle that had just started was not the low-level battle everyone imagined. Instead, it was a collision of strong and strong. It's Senior Liang. On Imperial Capital University's side, Yin Zhengfan was sitting in a corner. His gaze kept searching for Shi Yu's figure at Ancient Capital University, but unfortunately, he couldn't find him. What was going on? Apart from him, Tang Yun, Zhong Yiming, the other members of the Battle Club of the Imperial Capital University, the two vice-captains who were present, and Teacher Shen who was observing in the dark didn't see Shi Yu either. They couldn't help but wonder if Shi Yu didn't come. Forget it, let's pay attention to the battle between these two first. On the arena, both parties had already arrived at the battle area. Xu Ziyi's expression was more serious than Liang Yang. It wasn't that Xu Zi didn't want to choose a pushover before challenging this guy, but the key was that Imperial Capital University didn't have many pushovers. Fighting others first would definitely consume a lot of energy, so it was better to directly challenge this Liang Yang. If he won, he would take off. If he lost, then he would go back and train twice as much. From the situation of the previous National League, in theory, the difference between them wasn't very big. You're the challenger, you set the rules. At the venue, Imperial Capital University's Liang Yang spoke. 2 vs 2 double, Xu Zi said very directly. All right. Liang Yang smiled and nodded. The two of them looked in the direction of the platform. The girl in charge of presiding over this exchange immediately said, in the first round, Xu Zi from Ancient Capital University versus Liang Yang from Imperial Capital University. Battle rules, 2 vs 2 double. Now, please send out your pets. As soon as the host finished speaking, both parties immediately entered battle mode. A summoning array appeared in front of Xu Zi, and a white skeleton giant rose. Middle-class monarch race, skeleton monarch. At the same time, a white book appeared in Xu Zi's hand. He held it in his hand. The high-level monarch race, the flame book spirit, was a dual-element undead and fire-type pet. It was obtained by Xu Zi from the heroic spirit ruins. After getting the book, white flames seemed to appear in Xu Zi's eyes. White flames floated around him, and white flames wrapped around the skeleton monarch. Flame Bone Monarch. Now that he had strengthened them in succession, the two pets seemed to have fused into the commander-level battle power of a quasi-overlord race. Same old. On the other side, Liang Yang smiled faintly. Two pets appeared in front of him. Roar. A dragon roar sounded. A huge monster that was pitch black, 10 meters long, and looked like a dragon with 3 heads appeared. A dark 3-headed python with partial dragon bloodline. High-level monarch race, dark element, dragon bloodline. At this moment, when he saw the dark 3-headed python, Xu Zi's expression immediately changed. On Ancient Capital University's side, everyone also revealed solemn expressions. Your pet evolved? Xu Zi asked seriously. Yeah, it evolved a week ago, Liang Yang said confidently. Apart from the 3-headed python of darkness, dense black ants also appeared in the arena. The darkness dyed the ground black, and most of them walked on the python. Group pet, middle-level monarch species, dark travel ants. The group was one individual, the individual was the group, and all dark ants were split from the Ant King. Seeing this pet, Xu Zi's expression changed again. What the hell? It's only been 4 months, why did he change all the configurations? Before he could ask, Liang Yang said himself, one evolved, another commander species pet was eliminated, and a new pet was chosen as replacement, the dark travel ant. Senior Liang Yang is awesome. Seeing that Liang Yang's double-headed evil python had evolved into a dark 3-headed python and contracted a new monarch species pet, many Imperial Capital University students were first stunned and then pleasantly surprised. It wasn't too much to say that the dark 3-headed python, which had dark and dragon bloodlines, was a quasi-overlord race. Coupled with this new pet, it was insane. It's over. On Ancient Capital University's side, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. He felt that Xu Zi was in danger. White Brook also revealed a serious expression. Am I late? At the same time, a voice sounded out. A figure sat beside White Brook and looked at the arena. Shiyu? Seeing Shiyu arrive, the eyes of many Ancient Capital University members lit up. White Brook glanced at Shiyu beside her and said, "We're a few minutes late. I'm afraid Xu Zi will fail." Is the other party very strong? Very strong, an official member of the Imperial Capital University team. Xu Zi lost to him previously. Now that the other party's pet has evolved, I'm afraid the difference between the two parties will increase further. Shiyu looked at the arena. To be precise, he looked at the dark travel ant. This pet was very special. It was considered a support-type pet. The creatures that were stuck to it would immediately lose their vision and their bodies would be corroded by dark energy. the energy would quickly disappear. In addition, the dark travel and could also use the dark transformation skill on living creatures, allowing them to enter a similar violent comprehensive battle power increase state. As the saying went, dark power made one 3 times stronger. In short, the dark travel ants had many support functions, and they could even heal wounds. Most importantly, if you didn't find their core, they would be almost immortal, and it would be useless no matter how many ordinary dark ants they destroyed. In addition, during the process of eliminating ordinary dark ants, the dead ants would also turn into the power of the dark and continue to erode the other party's energy. It's very effective against the book Spirit of Flame, Shiyu muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle below had already begun. Dark transformation was a super skill that could be used on oneself or others. At this moment, the dark travel and used dark transformation on the dark 3-headed python. Roar! In an instant, the already very powerful 3-headed python's strength, speed, and energy increased greatly, turning into a black shadow that attacked the skeleton monarch. The skeleton monarch threw a bone fist, but during the collision with the other party's trident tail, the bone shattered almost instantly. Crack! The flames swayed. Under the corrosion of the dark power, the skeleton monarch was forced to retreat. Ah! It cried out in pain, making the students of Imperial Capital University especially excited. Liang Yang. Senior Liang Yang. The qualities of the dark 3-headed python far exceeded that of the flame skeleton monarch in all aspects. The existence of the dark travel and also completely countered the flames of the flame book spirit. The flames that were originally meant to transform into armor that could both attack and defend, but when it encountered the dark ant, it directly became inner fire. The dark ant charged into the flames desperately. After burning a dark ant to death, the skeleton monarch would be corroded by the strong dark power. In addition, the dark 3-headed python was extremely strong and ferocious. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton monarch was smashed into pieces by the snake tail. In less than 3 minutes, Shuzi lost, causing the hearts of the members of Ancient Capital University to stop. Bang! The beast-eared girl, Whitebrook, who didn't have a fusion going on, was so angry that she directly smashed the chair handle with a punch. Remember, pay him back later. Everyone. Seeing the serious expressions of the members of Ancient Capital University, Shiyu scratched his cheek. Maybe I'll go for the next round? Although the other party's strength was not bad, it wasn't ridiculously strong either. It was only comparable to that Fu Andy. I'll leave it to you. Before Whitebrook could say anything, the other members of the battle club spoke. So strong. At the same time, on Imperial Capital University's side, they sighed with emotion at Liang Yang's strength. The second-in-command of Ancient Capital University was directly crushed by their 8th place. What was there to say? As expected. A square-faced man stood on a high platform and said expressionlessly, one of the vice teams of the Imperial Capital University. It's just that Liang Yang changes his pets too frequently. The pets who can't evolve have been thrown away by him. This isn't good, right? Another vice-captain of the Imperial Capital University, a single-tailed girl in a black short shirt, said. As long as we can win, the square-faced man said. That's not true. This way, it's very easy to encounter the pet's backlash one day. A middle-aged man walked out. Moreover, if those predecessors were also like Liang Yang, those guardians of Dong Huang now might have long become enemies after the death of the beast tamer. How could they protect Dong Huang like now? Teacher Shen, the 2 vice-captains of Imperial Capital University immediately said when they saw this person. Let's watch the exchange. He looked back at the venue. Shuzi lost the battle. He retreated to the player area a little worried. At the Imperial Capital University, there was a cheer. As the winner, Liang Yang casually ate a divine bean to replenish the consumption of his dark element strengthening talent just now and smiled. However, soon, his expression changed. Because as Shuzi returned, a young man in a red battle suit walked over. Shiyu? Shuzi was slightly stunned when he saw Shiyu. I'll go next, Shiyu said. If you want to challenge the top 10, be careful. The opponents are also freaks. Shu Zi's expression darkened. At this moment, as Shi Yu appeared, the venue fell silent. Many people's expressions became especially serious, and Yin Zhengfan even stood up directly. He's finally here. It's that Shi Yu. The important figures at Imperial Capital University, Teacher Shen and the two vice teams, also had serious expressions. Did Ancient Capital University let Shi Yu go on stage so early? It's the iron-eating beast knight. Shi Yu? He's the beast tamer of the butterfly of imagination? A boy? It's really Shi Yu. As Shi Yu appeared, the discussion speed exceeded Shu Zi. After all, as a student of the Imperial Capital University, there was no need to pay attention to who the vice president of the battle club was. In other words, he was equivalent to an ordinary member of the school team of Imperial Capital University. However, Shi Yu was different. This was a man who had snatched Heavenly King Zhu's trending topic. Let me see. After Shi Yu went on stage, he looked at the big screen and muttered to himself, it's better to start challenging from the top. On the other side, Liang Yang was stunned. Although he was nervous when he saw Shi Yu, what did Shi Yu mean? Ignore him? You guys haven't defeated me yet. His face also darkened as he said to Shi Yu opposite him. You're an opponent chosen by Senior Shu Zi. I didn't choose you. Shi Yu was rather serious. I want to challenge the first three names. Liang Yang? Shouldn't the new one take revenge for the previous one who lost? He explained the normal process. Why didn't he follow the routine? Shi Yu was stunned. It makes sense, but this isn't an arena battle. Besides, you've already fought one battle, so your condition isn't optimal. Liang Yangshan took a deep breath and said, don't worry, I contracted a heart of darkness. With its dark revival, the state of the three-headed dragon python and the dark travel and hasn't fallen much. Sure. Shi Yu looked at him. Are you sure you've recovered? Yes, Liang Yang confirmed. Although he didn't want to fight Shi Yu either, if this situation continued, he couldn't explain it to his seniors and juniors. It would look like he was afraid of Shi Yu. From a different perspective, if he defeated Shi Yu, his reputation might even exceed the two vice teams. Holy shit, Senior Liang Yang plans to 1v2. Who can win between him and Shi Yu? I'm not sure. But looking at how Senior Liang Yang didn't spend much effort to defeat Shu Zi, maybe. Many members of the Imperial Capital University looked at the venue. The members of Ancient Capital University also looked at the venue solemnly. Regarding Shi Yu's strength, even Teacher Shen and the two vice-captains of Imperial Capital University could not determine it. But through this battle, they should be able to determine something. At this moment, facing Liang Yang, who had just defeated Shu Zi, Shi Yu slowly walked forward and summoned his pet. Boom! As his cloak fluttered, a huge summoning array appeared behind him. It was majestic and spectacular. A terrifying mental wave spread from it and turned into a blue aura. In the spatial ripples, a huge butterfly about 3 to 4 meters in size slowly appeared with a strong pressure. It had an incomparably huge pair of wings. The entire surface of the wings was like white waves surging on the blue sea. Its color and patterns were abnormally beautiful. Roar! At this moment, after discovering that a new opponent had appeared, the dark three-headed python in the arena revealed a ferocious expression. On its body, countless dark ants crawled faster. Shi Yu? At Ancient Capital University, everyone became nervous. The butterfly of imagination, Liang Yang's expression was also excited and solemn. Just as he wanted to test how strong the life force of this overlord race was, a change occurred. As the butterfly of imagination appeared, the entire arena underwent a huge change. The stone arena turned into a brown land, filled with an ancient aura. The dry ground was incomparably deep. On the ground, an incomparably huge tyrant dragon slowly formed. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide. TYR! TYR! Tyrant! Tyrant dragon! This? In the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Roar! after the tyrant dragon formed, its gaze was fierce and it emitted a strong dragon might. A brown aura erupted from its entire body. Boom! In an instant, with a cracking sound, the dry ground shattered even more, quickly turning into fragments like broken glass. A tangible wave bloomed from the tyrant dragon. Accompanied by the revival of the ancient tyrant, the ground began to rumble. The substantialized deterrence wave passed through the three-headed python and the dark ants like a storm, filling their eyes with fear. Their bodies actually involuntarily showed dry wounds under the deterrence. Bang! In the next moment, all the ordinary dark ants exploded and died. Under the deterrence, the dark three-headed python, which had the bloodline of the dragon race, even suffered an unimaginable injury in an instant. Its mind and body were severely injured, and its cracked body spat out black blood. It directly fainted and fell to the ground. Transcendent illusion plus perfect dragon might plus perfect imagination domain. It stuck to the tyrant dragon figure taken from the tyrant dragon fossil. In the true sense, it allowed the dignity of the ancient tyrant to descend into the world again. At this moment, the butterfly of imagination was still floating in the sky. It didn't move from the beginning to the end. Only the tyrant dragon was still looking down at Liang Yang, whose gaze had exploded. How? How? He stuttered as he looked at everything. He felt the two pets that had lost consciousness. He sensed the other party's strength and his heart was also heavily injured. He was insta-killed by deterrence? Wasn't this the skill used for fodder? Holy shit! On Ancient Capital University's side, everyone, including Whitebrook and Xu Ziyi, opened their mouths wide and couldn't react at all. Wait, what happened? You're still human. Xu Ziyi, the vice president of Ancient Capital University, cursed. He was directly shocked. Shiyu? This? He had just said that the other party was a monster when Shiyu insta-killed him. On Imperial Capital University's side, it was almost instantly silent. Yin Zhengfan's little face was flushed red, and his gaze was filled with shock. On the other side, the Battle Club instructor and the two vice teams who looked down on the whole situation were shocked. Everyone was waiting for the butterfly of imagination to showcase its strength. However, as the butterfly of imagination revealed its strength, everyone lost their ability to think. Because what they saw was not as simple as the strength of a middle-level overlord race or commander rank. Which commander-level pet, even an overlord race, could train high-level skills to transcendent? And even form profundities with the perfect dragon might? Race had never been the strongest aspect of Shiyu's pets. What was really unscientific about them were the terrifying low-level skills with high proficiency. At the same time, Shiyu was thinking. It seemed like he didn't have to summon a second pet. The other party couldn't really take this fight. Chapter 224, Valiant Battle Style. Chapter 224, Valiant Battle Style. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In just one round, the elite ranked 8th in the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University was insta-killed. In just one round, the elite ranked 8th in the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University was insta-killed. However, such a genius actually didn't manage to withstand a single move from Shiyu. If the opponent he encountered was Whitebrook, it would be fine if it was the master-level beast tamer of the various university prefectures who were the trump cards. With the difference in level, it was very normal to be insta-killed. However, what he encountered was a new student from Ancient Capital University. Although everyone was already mentally prepared for this new student to be very monstrous, no matter how mentally prepared they were, it couldn't change the fact that Shiyu was only a junior beast tamer for months ago. Holy shit, it exploded! President, no wonder you trust Shiyu so much. This is simply too much. This imagination butterfly is so strong. Is this the Overlord race? On the side of Ancient Capital University, everyone's eyes were stunned as they muttered to themselves. Their mood instantly climaxed. Only Xu Ziyi was restless and his heart was in a mess. In other words, Shiyu could also easily insta-kill him now? Silence. Whitebrook said in a deep voice. However, she was the most excited. Although she had long known that the butterfly of imagination was very strong, this was the first time she had seen it officially show its might. She was also very excited. She knew the outcome of this battle from the start. After all, in the previous high-level Beast Tamer assessment, although Buggy only played support, it had already displayed its power. If it could even trap the ox-headed Beast King with the lowest energy level of 200,000 monarchs, there was no need to talk about its strength. In Whitebrook's eyes, it was very normal for the butterfly of imagination to defeat these two pets. However, a deterrence insta-killed them, clean and efficient. It was really Xiaoyu. Senior Xu Ziyi is kind of weak. On the other side, after Xiaoyu finished fighting, he muttered in his heart. In terms of pet quality, Xu Ziyi and Liang Yang were actually on par. The pet's energy level was less than 80,000. However, Xu Ziyi's development of the beast-taming talent was far inferior to this Liang Yang. If Xu Ziyi could increase the energy strength of the undead pet by 20,000 through soul strengthening, in that case, this Liang Yang could almost increase it by more than 30,000. It directly made the pets with less than 80,000 energy points reach more than 100,000. This was the difference between beast tamers. In a sense, this was also the advantage of a battle party like Liang Yang, who frequently changed pets. This was because Xu Ziyi might have spent most of his energy on training pets, and this Liang Yang probably relied on updating pets to increase the quality of his pets and had more time to develop his talent. Unfortunately, his pet's strength was still a little lacking. In the face of Buggy's 140,000 energy points, it couldn't resist at all. Moreover, when Buggy was in the domain of imagination, its mental strength would also undergo a qualitative change. It was like being strengthened by the mental strength talent. The quality of the mental strength would increase, and the power that could be displayed by mental skills would also increase. The difference was too big, so the opponent was even more unable to stop it. Senior Liang Yang, you lost. Xiaoyu smiled and looked at the speechless senior in front of him. Next, I want to challenge Senior Tang Yu. With that, he looked at the first name on the big screen. High-level Beast Tamer, Tang Yu, ranked 4th in the Battle Club. This person was the strongest person in the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University apart from the 3 masters. He still wants to continue fighting. Of course, that battle just now probably didn't take much effort. When Xiaoyu finished speaking, the venue immediately erupted. At this moment, many students from Imperial Capital University had heavy expressions. Although Xiaoyu was indeed very strong, wouldn't they be embarrassed if they directly let Xiaoyu Tong challenge the Imperial Capital University bosses? The 8th place of the school was insta-killed by him, and now he was challenging the 4th place. Can Senior Tang Yu punish this guy? It's hard to say, but Senior Tang Yu definitely can't insta-kill Senior Liang. Liang Yang still wanted to say something, but at this moment, he didn't know what to say at all. He was completely autistic. He retracted his pet with a trembling heart and confirmed that the Xiaoyu in front of him was definitely a monster. Even Tang Yu might not be his match. In Imperial Capital University, a young man in a black casual suit was sitting on a chair. He narrowed his eyes and leaned forward to stare at the arena that had been restored. It had been filled with cracks due to deterrence, and he fell into deep thought. Perfect deterrence. The opponent was very strong, ridiculously strong. Tang Yu, the other party wants to challenge you. Behind Tang Yu, Zhong Yiming, who had been the judge for Yin Jingfan and Xiaoyu, spoke. Yes. Tang Yu was expressionless. He was feeling very complicated now because he wasn't confident either. He could only say that he was giving it a try. As for the students in the Imperial Capital University ranking between Tang Yu and Liang Yang, they heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, fortunately, they weren't chosen. Otherwise, they would die if they tried. At this moment, apart from Liang Yang, the others didn't have the confidence to withstand such a ridiculous deterrence. Behind Tang Yu, Tang Yun, Yin Jingfan, and the others looked conflicted, especially Yin Jingfan. He realized that this imagination butterfly seemed to be far stronger than that ginseng baby. The pressure made him feel suffocated. However, this was also normal. The unlucky ginseng baby was one of the three main forces in Shiyu's team. Until now, it still couldn't fly, and it wasn't a pet that wasn't taught deterrence by Shiyu. There was no so-called pressure at all. It was purely a supplement. Senior Tang Yu, be careful. Seeing Tang Yu get up, Yin Jingfan said shyly, and received Tang Yu's nod. Can Tang Yu do it? Teacher Shen, I feel that the strategy you guys came up with at the start doesn't seem to be very useful. On the high platform, the vice team leaders of Imperial Capital University, a man and a woman, fell silent and looked at their instructor. Teacher Shen couldn't say anything either. After all, at the start, he only thought that the butterfly's energy level was at most 100,000, but now, it was not like that at all. Because the difference in growth between the two parties was too big, it was impossible to rely on skills to reverse the situation now. Shiyu had already formed an absolute suppression in strength. Tang Yu should be the one who can resist the perfect deterrence the most steadily. But whether he can defeat the other party depends on whether Shiyu can crack his talent. As Teacher Shen finished speaking, the young man named Tang Yu had already walked down. I accept your challenge, Tang Yu said after stepping onto the arena. He was the fourth seat of the Imperial Capital University, an elite whose strength was only inferior to the three master students. His reputation in the school was also incomparably huge. Even Whitebrook fell into deep thought when she saw Tang Yu. Why didn't this kid, Shiyu, fight them one by one? He wanted to fight the greatest boss right from the start. Although the chances of him winning weren't small, she kept feeling that it was lacking. They should let Imperial Capital University continue to have the fear of being ruled. Tang Yu. I think Senior Tang can do it. Of course. Among those at the same level, I've never seen a beast tamer who can defeat Senior Tang Yu. Before the vice-captain broke through, he couldn't defeat him either. As Tang Yu appeared, the confidence of the students from the Imperial Capital University increased. His confidence was all due to Tang Yu's special talent. This was an extremely powerful talent. He could apply an invincible absorption shield of the same level to themselves and their pets. The shield could be immune to all skills, ineffective against attacks, and turned into energy to integrate into the shield to maintain the existence of the shield. In other words, only pure physical attacks could cause damage to Tang Yu's pet. Any skill with energy added would be immunized and absorbed. Although there were still ways to crack it, how many races could unleash powerful strength without skills and just their bodies? It had to be a pure physical attack. Even with a skill like hardening, the hardening material would be absorbed by the shield. For most people, this was already an extremely unsolvable beast-taming talent. You decide the rules, Tang Yu said to Shiyu. Shiyu, a no-rules battle. As Shiyu finished speaking, Tang Yu's expression changed. An irregular battle meant that there was no limit to the number of pets and no limit to the number of props they carried. The beast tamer himself could also join the battle. At the same time, he could also attack the beast tamer himself. All right. Although this kind of battle was rare, it was for at least someone who had passed the vocation assessment. Tang Yu was not unfamiliar with it and quickly accepted it. Moreover, his talent was clearly more suitable for irregular battles than Shiyu's telepathy. At this moment, the tyrant dragon and the imagination domain had already disappeared, leaving the butterfly of imagination floating in front of Shiyu. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes and summoned his four pets. Roar! Wu Tilda! Meow Tilda! Who? In the blink of an eye, four pets appeared. The ghost rock giant with a dark brown body. It was a bird-shaped pet made of wind elements, the Wind King Swallow. A dark night six-tailed demon cat with 6 tails and a dark form. There was also the Thundercloud Sprite King that was circling in the sky like a dark cloud and covered in lightning. Four pets appeared, and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. They were looking at the butterfly of imagination with hostility. They were all elemental pets. With Tang Yu's talent, it was not difficult to determine the intention of this contract. Because elemental pets could elementalize and were immune to physical attacks. In addition to the beast tamer's absorption talent, it could be immune to skills. With complementation, this combination could be said to be an absolute defense. The moment the 4 pets appeared, the imagination butterfly in the sky tested them. Boom! A strong deterrence wave erupted from the butterfly of imagination. As the deterrence went berserk, the air began to hum and vibrate. The substantialized deterrence wave tore through the arena again, causing countless large and small cracks to instantly appear like 1,000 cuts. Buzz! A terrifying deterrence wave directly spread out and swept past the 4 pets. But at the same time, transparent energy shields flickered on their bodies. When the deterrence wave touched the shield, it was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. It only shocked the slightest ripple and did not affect the 4 pets at all. Shiyu crossed his arms and revealed a surprised expression. Wu Buggy also showed a surprised expression. It felt that even its other attack skills would find it very difficult to break through that absorption shield. The shield had a special immune nature. Unless the worm erupted with 1,000,000 level energy, all the attacks would be absorbed by the shield. This was also why Tang Yu's pet was not very strong, but he could firmly occupy the 4th seat of Imperial Capital University. The beast-taming talent was too strong. For example, Liang Yang from before couldn't break through their absorption shield at all. The most terrifying thing was that the consumption of this shield on the beast tamer was also very small. It was maintained by absorbing the power of the outside world. Senior Tang Yu is awesome. At this moment, as Tang Yu's 4 pets easily disintegrated the perfect deterrence of the butterfly of imagination, everyone from the Imperial Capital University immediately cheered. On the high platform, Teacher Shen and the others also nodded secretly. If he wanted to defeat Tang Yu, he could only send pets that were good at physical strength to find opportunities. However, the opponent was an elemental creature, and opportunities were not that easy to find. Or, he could fight Tang Yu himself and make his talent fail. But now, in the face of perfect deterrence, even Tang Yu's expression did not change under the protection of the absorption shield. It was not so easy to defeat him under the protection of the 4 pets and the shield. The butterfly of imagination alone can't defeat us. Send out your other pets. You should have an iron-eating beast, right? Perhaps it should be the 9-Li battle beast now, Tang Yu said. Seeing that Shiyu had yet to send his next pet, he curled his lips. Did Shiyu think that he could defeat all his pets just like Liang Yang by relying on an imagination butterfly? There's no need for it to attack yet. Shiyu smiled slightly, making Tang Yu opposite him sneer. In the next moment, the Wind King, Yang Storm, wrapped around it, and the Dark Knight 6-tailed demon cat turned into a shadow and attacked. The Ghost Rock Giant and the Thundercloud Sprite King accumulated big moves behind Tang Yu. They were attack pets and had the mission to protect Tang Yu. At this moment, the Wind King Yang and the Dark Knight 6-tailed demon cat's speed was almost like a flash. They were extremely fast, and they didn't attack the butterfly of imagination, but Shiyu. Since Shiyu had chosen an irregular battle, he couldn't blame him for using a less troublesome method. Any energy attack would be instantly immune to the absorption shield. Could it be that the butterfly of imagination alone could protect Shiyu? However, you're too confident in the absorption shield. Don't forget, it's a spatial element. As Shiyu spoke, 4 psychic clusters appeared in front of the butterfly. They were teleported into the 4 pets by transcendent instant transmission, ignoring the shield. Although the Wind King Swallow and the Dark Knight 6-tailed demon cat were very fast, due to their high proficiency in skills, the attack speed of the imagination butterfly was even faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the Wind King Yang, the Dark Knight 6-tailed demon cat, the Ghost Rock Giant, and the Thundercloud Sprite King's movements froze. The elemental core was directly pinched by the mental power. As the psychic teams suddenly appeared in their bodies and exploded, their bodies instantly became blurry. The absorption shield was only wrapped around their bodies, but there were no protective measures in their bodies. Roar! Chirp tilde! Meow tilde! Who? They didn't have the ability to harden their bodies internally and externally like 11. In the face of the transcendent level instant transmission skill of the imagination butterfly, their bodies, which had no resistance at all, were directly injured. Boom! In an instant, their bodies exploded like they had self-destructed. Under the incredulous expressions of everyone, under the protection of the invincible absorption shield and elementalization known as absolute defense, Tang Yu's Pets were directly injured to the state where they became elemental cores and lost their bodies. Under the sky full of fireworks, only 4 elemental cores landed on the ground. This was the final self-protection state of the elemental creatures. However, this didn't mean that they had lost their ability to fight, because in the blink of an eye, they started to recover their bodies, elements gathered, and recombined their bodies. On the other side, Tang Yu was stunned at the change. If it weren't for the fact that beast tamers were too weak, Tang Yu would have already been defeated because Shi Yu would use it on him as well. Through this move, not to mention a high-level beast tamer like him, even a top-notch master could be successfully assassinated by Shi Yu and the others without being prepared in an irregular battle. Only legendary beast tamers who had mastered various magical abilities could escape everything. What happened? How is this possible? Just as Tang Yu's Pets lost their figures, Shi Yu's figure also disappeared on the spot. It appeared behind Tang Yu. Sensing the cold wind behind him, Tang Yu's paws almost instantly stood up. In the next moment, a hand directly hit his neck, making his eyes widen and his consciousness almost faint. Behind Tang Yu, Shi Yu's red cloak fluttered. His hand saber stopped in midair. He looked at Tang Yu, who was bending slightly in front of him, and said, "Beast tamers also know physical attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yu fainted. The absorption shields on his body and the 4 pets were also removed almost instantly. Buggy used its psychic power to control the elemental creatures that had recovered their bodies and completely knocked them out. At this moment, only Shi Yu was left standing quietly in the arena, while Tang Yu and his 4 pets were all unconscious. In such a style of battle, everyone's eyes widened in an instant. They were stunned speechless and felt a chill down their spines. This, Yin Xingfan's eyes were about to pop out. He looked at all of this in disbelief and started to doubt his rightness to come to Imperial Capital University. This time, Shi Yu was even more ridiculous. He easily defeated the 4th seat of the Imperial Capital University, a genius with extremely abnormal talent, in a 1 vs 4. At this moment, all the members of the Battle Club of Imperial Capital University opened their mouths slightly. They stood up in disbelief and looked at the venue. On the ancient Capital University's side, everyone's faces were flushed as they looked at Shi Yu in disbelief. Holy shit! What happened just now? The 4 pets lost their mobility in an instant. Moreover, Shi Yu had personally teleported behind his opponent. The action of insta-killing his opponent with a hand blade was too familiar. How is that possible? Is he really just a teenager? At this moment, Teacher Shen's expression changed. The 2 vice teams beside him also had serious expressions. Transcendent level instant transmission? And this battle thought process, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like those beast tamers who were proficient in life and death battles. I'll leave it to you. After defeating another opponent, under Shi Yu's instructions, Buggy teleported them back to the audience seats of Imperial Capital University. Next, they would leave it to their own people. At this moment, as Shi Yu easily defeated the 4th seat of the Imperial Capital University, the venue was extremely silent. Monster! How the F***ck were they supposed to fight this? They felt that if they played with a lunatic like Shi Yu, the beast tamer would die if he wasn't careful. Impressive! Although they didn't know what was going on, when they saw Shi Yu kill the 4th seat of the Imperial Capital University so cleanly, Ancient Capital University's side was extremely excited. Perfect! Whitebrook muttered, stunned. Then, no matter how the other teammates lost, their morale was finally high. Shi Yu, well done! She was just about to say that, but in the arena, Shi Yu didn't seem to be satisfied. This was because for Shi Yu, there was indeed no meaning in the level of high-level beast tamers. He looked at the high platform and at the 3 people who had been secretly observing. He said something that shocked all the beast tamers. Next, can I challenge the vice-captain of Imperial Capital University? Shiyu spoke and directly challenged the master-level beast tamer who had a monarch-level pet. The entire venue was silent, and everyone opened their mouths wide. Including Whitebrook, Yin Jingfan, and Teacher Shen, everyone lost their ability to think. This wasn't the script for the exchange event. What was he doing? Chapter 225, The Point of Sweeping Through Imperial University. Chapter 225, The Point of Sweeping Through Imperial University. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After Shiyu said that he wanted to challenge the vice captain of Imperial Capital University, the entire place immediately fell silent. The members of Imperial Capital University looked over in disbelief. What? Whitebrook and the others were also stunned, wondering if they had heard wrong. On the high platform, the expressions of the two vice captains of Imperial Capital University instantly collapsed. They also didn't understand. This guy, beside him, Teacher Shen muttered. What was Shiyu trying to do? Hey, hey, hey! On the other side, Whitebrook immediately panicked. Her excited heart sank. Shiyu, Shiyu! The two vice captains of Imperial Capital University had monarch-level pets. Moreover, they were all high-level races. Its energy level was above 1 million. Don't you know the difference between a professional beast tamer and a master beast tamer? Whitebrook had no idea why Shiyu, who had been timid when facing her challenge, was suddenly so fierce. Don't take it too hard. The venue was still silent. The students of Imperial Capital University had complicated expressions. The two elites of the school were crushed by Shiyu in succession. Many students from the Imperial Capital University were still in a very aggrieved state, but now, Shiyu almost broke them down. What kind of idiotic statement was this? A high-level beast tamer challenging a master-level beast tamer? Was he crazy, or did he have enough confidence? Everyone thought about it carefully. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, even when dealing with the fourth seat of the Imperial Capital University, Shiyu was still at the level of crushing his opponent. His strength had not been completely displayed. Even his pets didn't show up. What was Shiyu planning? At this moment, the one who was most confused was definitely Yin Zhengfan. He looked confused. Too much. Shiyu was too much. In order to surpass Shiyu, he went to Imperial Capital University from afar and became a reserve member of Imperial Capital University's Battle Club. It was already a very impressive achievement for a 13-year-old young freshman to enter the Battle Club where experts were gathered. The reserve members of the club, the official members of the Battle Club, the elites of the elite school team in the Battle Club, and the master-level vice-captain. Imperial Capital University's promotion system for the Battle Club was extremely clear. Yin Jingfan originally thought that he had done very well, but this time, Shiyu gave him a lesson. There was no need to challenge the official members of the Battle Club at all. The elite of the school team took only a single move. Challenging a master at a higher level was the start of the highlight. This bastard! I've never seen such an arrogant person. Bai Wenjie, one of the vice-captains of the Battle Club of the Imperial Capital University, stood on the high platform and looked down intently. He was angry. It was already a slap in the face that Shiyu, a new student from Ancient Capital University, managed to crush two elites of the Imperial Capital University team. However, they couldn't say anything. After all, everything was in the exchange rules. However, he didn't expect the challenge to end up on him. The moment Shiyu spoke, his mind went blank. Too arrogant. Beside Bai Wenjie, the other single-tailed female vice-captain of Imperial Capital University also had a sullen expression. She said, Bai Wenjie, go and teach him a lesson. Show him. All right. No, why is it me and not you? You're also a vice-captain. Bai Wenjie looked at the other party. You're stronger and more stable than me. Is there a problem? She asked with a frown. No problem, Bai Wenjie said in a low voice. It was just that he kept feeling that something was wrong. More stable? Jiang Ran felt that there was an unstable factor in their master-level vice-captain fighting Shiyu. When Bai Wenjie suddenly snapped back to reality, he had already walked down unknowingly. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, he walked down expressionlessly. At this moment, the scene was silent again. They were shocked. Under Shi Yu's invitation, someone really stood forward. It's Captain Bai. Seeing this man come down, the members of the Battle Club exclaimed. In Imperial Capital University, the main team went missing all year round. It only appeared in the National League and some relatively important occasions. Usually, it was the two masters, Bai Wenjie and Jiang Gran, who managed the club. The strength of each of them was not inferior to the leader-level figure of Ancient Capital University, Whitebrook. After Bai Wenjie came down, he looked at Shi Yu calmly. Bai Wenjie, vice-captain of the Imperial Capital University's team. Although this doesn't follow the rules, I accept your challenge. You mean you want to challenge our commander rank pets, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present revealed enlightened expressions. They almost forgot. Even if it was a master-level beast tamer, not every pet was at the monarch level. It was already not bad to have one. 2 was already very strong. Most master-level beast tamers' pets, apart from trump cards, were still commander level. Initially, everyone was still wondering why Shi Yu was so unwise as to challenge a master-level beast tamer, but if he only wanted to challenge the other party's second-tier pet, that was understandable. But even so, a master-level beast tamer's commander-level pet couldn't be compared to a professional beast tamer's commander-level pet. Because the development of a master-level beast tamer's beast-taming talent would definitely be stronger. It wasn't difficult to use the strengthening talent to increase the pet's energy level by 100,000 at once. If a pet with 50,000 energy points was controlled by a high-level beast tamer with enhanced talent, its battle power might only increase by 1/5 or 2. But if it was controlled by a master, its battle power might even increase by 2 or 3 times. After Bai Wenjie came down, he thought carefully. This was the only factor that could make Jiang Gran feel it was unstable. If Shi Yu wanted to challenge their commander-level pet with the abnormality of this imagination butterfly, even they might have to deal with it carefully. After all, the spatial element was too strange. However, Bai Wenjie felt that Jiang Gran was still too cowardly. Even in a commander battle, with their beast-taming talent, it was definitely not what Shi Yu could resist. He could directly raise the energy of a commander-level pet with 100,000 energy points to 200,000 or 300,000. How could he lose? You're worried about this? On the high platform, Teacher Shen asked Jiang Gran. Jiang Gran nodded and said, what if the other party has some trump card that can defeat the opponent with more than 100,000 energy? Bai Wenjie's energy qualitative change talent is more stable. Her expression was serious. The elites of the school team had already lost. If the 2 master-level deputy teams also lost, Imperial Capital University would definitely become a clown in this exchange match. After all, they were the first in the country last year. Although their average strength was inferior to that of Demon Capital last year and couldn't be considered top-notch, and they had relied on the main team to turn the tide, it still couldn't be denied that the power of Imperial Capital University far exceeded that of Ancient Capital University. If the national champion team lost to a new student from Ancient Capital University, the students of Imperial Capital University would definitely lose face in the next year. At that time, it would probably be difficult for Imperial Capital University to even recruit students. All the geniuses would run to Demon and Ancient Capital. No, what I want to challenge is a monarch-level pet. At this moment, while everyone was waiting for Shi Yu's answer, Shi Yu said rather seriously, giving everyone a fright. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone revealed stunned expressions again. Even Bai Wenjie, Jiang Gran, Teacher Shen, and the others' minds went blank again. Yin Jingfan and the others widened their eyes. Why didn't this guy follow the routine again? You want to challenge a monarch? Bai Wenjie was stunned and laughed in anger. Did Shi Yu know what this concept was? Did he know? 10 times the energy difference. Yes, Shi Yu nodded heavily. So, Senior, do you want to accept the challenge? All right. Bai Wenjie smiled, somewhat unable to understand, but he still said, "You decide the rules." "Of course, even if it's a 4 vs 1, I don't mind." He was extremely calm. He was unwilling to bully Shiyu. Shiyu shook his head and said, "No, 1 vs 1 is fine." He looked at the butterfly in the air and said, "My pet is still this." 1 vs 1 irregular battle, Shiyu said. On the other hand, Bai Wenjie's expression was heavy. It was unknown what he was thinking. At that moment, there was no doubt that the entire place fell into an uproar. The progress of the exchange was completely unexpected. Now, it had actually evolved into Ancient Capital University's new student versus Imperial Capital University's number 2. Moreover, everyone originally thought that Shiyu had a new trump card. But now, it seemed that the pet sent out was still this imagination butterfly. Even the members of Ancient Capital University could not understand Shiyu's intention at this moment. At this moment, only Buggy was very excited. Charge! This was the first time it displayed its divine might after evolution. It floated in the air like an overlord. It didn't have the slightest fear of challenging someone above its level and looked down on the other party. Heh! On the other side, Bai Wenjie chuckled. Suddenly, a huge blue summoning array appeared opposite Shiyu and the others. Woo! A terrifying roar came from the summoning array. In the next moment, a huge beast that was 5 meters tall and covered in white jade slowly appeared. It had dry skin that lingered with cold air, long fangs, and a huge nose, and a cold gaze. Woo! The moment it appeared, the venue under its feet was instantly frozen. A terrifying coldness instantly enveloped the entire hall. Name, Ice River Mammoth. Race level, High-Class Monarch. Level of growth, Monarch level. Energy points, 125, 0 for 87. The moment the giant elephant appeared, many people compared the strength of the two pets. At this moment, the outcome seemed to be fixed. Shiyu looked at the energy value of the Ice River Mammoth and sighed with emotion at the huge difference between Commander rank and Monarch rank. 10 times the energy of the Butterfly of Imagination. What's Shiyu thinking? 10 times the difference. Everyone looked at the level information on the battle screen and felt suffocated. When Shiyu and Yin Jingfan fought, there was an energy detection device. Naturally, there were also such devices in the Battle Club. This was also why many members of the Battle Club did not dare to face Shiyu at that time. An ideal overlord with 140,000 energy points was ridiculous. It was almost close to the 200,000 standard for transcendent races at the level of monarchs. But now. Name, Imagination Butterfly. Energy points, 144,215. Name, Ice River Mammoth. Energy points, 125, 0 for 87. In the face of the terrifying strength of a monarch race and monarch level, what was the point of the butterfly fighting? Is it possible that Shiyu didn't want to win from the start? He felt that it was a little mean to destroy the two of us. He wanted to deliberately lose to show his friendliness, but he wasn't too embarrassed to lose to a high-level beast tamer, so he chose the vice-captain? After all, even if he loses to a master, there's nothing to be ashamed of. A big genius guessed. Everyone couldn't help but look at him as if he was a fool. How was that possible? At this moment, looking at the huge difference between the two pets, Bai Wenjie also smiled. He smiled and shook his head, still not very understanding. He felt that the scene of Shiyu and Liang Yang's battle was about to repeat itself. Perhaps the Ice River Mammoth could instantly kill the butterfly with its deterrence alone. This was the crushing effect of level. No matter how great the potential of the Overlord race was, the Overlord race that had yet to mature was still weak. Facing the Ice River Mammoth that had already grown to nearly complete stage, there was no chance of winning. Then I'll let you see the difference between Monarch rank and Commander rank. He didn't even plan to use his talent. That was too much of a bully. Bai Wenjie spoke calmly. The moment his words fell, the Ice River Mammoth let out a long roar again. Woo! As it spoke, a terrifying Monarch aura immediately erupted. Expert deterrence, Monarch aura. Although the deterrence proficiency of the Ice River Mammoth was inferior to the Butterfly of Imagination, its growth level was high. With the support of a huge amount of spiritual energy, even if the Butterfly of Imagination mastered transcendent deterrence, it would be useless. Boom! In an instant, the almost corporeal monarch aura seemed to be mixed with the power of frost, causing the entire arena to instantly freeze. At this moment, the terrifying coldness could be clearly sensed even by the beast tamers elsewhere in the venue. A huge aura that was like a snowstorm instantly attacked the Butterfly of Imagination. At this moment, everyone changed their positions and thought about it. They stood from the perspective of Xiaoyu and the Butterfly of Imagination, but they didn't know how to resist at all. But Xiaoyu and the Butterfly of Imagination's expressions were still calm. This calmness made Yin Jingfan, Jiangran, Teacher Shen, and the others unable to understand. It also made White Brook and the others confused. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the venue. No one realized that the energy value information of the Butterfly of Imagination quietly changed on the big screen that displayed the details of the battle. Beep! 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 In a short instant, the energy value of the Imagination Butterfly, which was still 140,000 just now, began to increase crazily. Buggy, Dragon Might! Xiaoyu had already given the order in his heart. The moment the deterrents from the other side attacked, the entire venue seemed to have been pulled into another world. Everything around him turned blue. The sky that emitted a blue aura, the ground that was covered in a blue aura, and even a dazzling blue-white sun and countless clouds. Super skill, Imagination Domain, instantly activated. In the field of imagination, Buggy glanced at the other party and also released its full body's deterrence. Invisible blue waves surrounded its body. Roar! This time, it was still not the sound of a butterfly, but a dragon roar. It was similar to the dragon roar when the tyrant dragon revived back then, but in terms of aura, it was even more terrifying. Blue Dragon Might instantly blossomed from Buggy's body and turned into a tsunami-like wave that attacked the other party. At the next moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! The two auras directly collided midway and actually instantly squeezed together. Countless blue electric arcs began to shoot out in mid-air. The invisible wave directly divided the frozen arena like sword aura again. Crack! It wasn't as simple as splitting apart. In an instant, apart from the safe area where the two beast tamers stood, the battle area directly rumbled like a sign of collapse under the pressure of the two auras. At this moment, the entire venue seemed to be wrapped in two terrifying auras. The huge auras fought each other. This scene made everyone completely confused. The Ice River Mammoth and Bai Wenjie directly revealed stunned expressions. How was this possible? How could the deterrent on the other side resist a monarch-level deterrence? Roar! However, it was not as simple as just resisting. As time passed, the deterrence of the Ice River Mammoth almost showed signs of being suppressed. Roar! Then, an even more ridiculous scene appeared. At this moment, the surrounding space cracked, and countless spatial cracks filled the sky. In the clouds in the sky, a phantom figure appeared and gradually formed a divine dragon body. It was a huge dragon-shaped body covered in blue and white dragon scales, a huge eastern dragon. It kept floating and circling in the sky, the scales on its body shining, dazzling the spectators. Under its gaze, the entire arena seemed to be trembling. Only then did everyone realize that the deterrence that was mainly used to resist the Ice River Mammoth wasn't released by the Butterfly of Imagination, but by this divine dragon. What's that? Such a shocking change instantly attracted everyone's attention. It made them reveal shocked expressions. Countless people sensed the huge dragon might and terrifying magic power of this divine dragon and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's a divine dragon. I remember the news saying that when Xiaoyu's Butterfly of Imagination evolved, a divine dragon phenomenon also appeared. What exactly is this? At this moment, everyone looked at everything in confusion. Only Xiaoyu and Buggy knew what was going on. Phantom Illusion plus Dragon of Imagination plus Imagination Domain plus Dragon Might. No. most importantly, dream stealing plus space pouch. As the worm floated in the air like an overlord, in the spatial pocket in its body, the level 7 resources, the ice dragon whiskers, the tyrant dragon fang, and the sea dragon scales, which had the power of a real overlord level dragon, were also floating quietly in the alternate space. At that moment, their dragon power flowed continuously into the unknown land and fused into those illusory illusions. The most domineering thing about transcendent level phantom illusions was that they could use the power of the equipment to strengthen the phantom. And if it were just 3 level 7 resources and illusions, Buggy actually couldn't do this either. However, the moment the Dragon of Imagination activated, Buggy instantly obtained the dragon element attribute, as well as the physique, vitality, spiritual power, soul power, and potential of the divine dragon. Its dragon element affinity, the dragon element affinity of the phantom, instantly increased to the extreme. The upper limit of the body and phantom also instantly reached an extremely high level. The burden of the external force on his body and the illusion was unimaginably huge. The skill Dragon of Imagination instantly made Buggy perfect for dragon-type resources. The power of the 3 dragon element resources was almost perfectly inherited by the worm, allowing it to temporarily reach another peak. Roar! Under everyone's stunned gaze, a moment later, with a roar from the divine dragon, the incomparably huge divine dragon phantom flew towards Buggy. Boom! The huge divine dragon phantom directly wrapped around the outside of Buggy. Compared to the huge divine dragon that was dozens of meters in the sky, the body of Buggy was equivalent to an eye on the head of the divine dragon. At this moment, as the divine dragon phantom and the imagination butterfly fused, the aura of the bug in the divine dragon vest reached the limit. In an instant, the terrifying dragon might directly suppressed the mammoth might, and the venue quickly collapsed at this moment. A suffocating dragon might swept over, causing the ice river mammoth's pupils to instantly shrink. It was momentarily stunned. It was also at this moment that Shiyu ordered Buggy to launch the final attack. Profundity. The finishing touch. Roar. As Shiyu finished speaking, Buggy at the spot where the divine dragon's eye was seen to have become the brain of the divine dragon phantom, controlling the divine dragon's body to keep circling. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon's body substantialized, as if it had become a real divine dragon. It was incomparably huge and divine. Terrifying blue dragon flames wrapped around its body, and the light became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, its strength and speed suddenly erupted. Under the drive of psychic power, its huge body shot straight towards the ice river mammoth. Boom! When the ice river mammoth recovered from its momentary daze, it only felt a blue light flash in front of its eyes. Then, its pupils constricted even more. Under the incomparable super profundity, it felt its entire body being torn apart, and finally, its consciousness became completely blurred. Roar! This divine dragon seemed to be swimming between reality and illusion. It directly passed through the ice river mammoth's body, and its body passed through to the front of Bai Wenjie, whose gaze was almost exploding. Only then did it fly into the sky with fangs and claws, staring down domineeringly. Boom! Under its gaze, the ice river mammoth that was penetrated by the divine dragon phantom directly had a huge energy explosion on its body, completely drowning it in the collapsed arena. At this moment, everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at everything in disbelief. Their expressions were shocked, stunned, and in disbelief. Their values were almost shattered. At this moment, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Yin Xingfan, Tang Yun, Jiangran, Teacher Shen, White Brook, and the others all saw the change in the energy level of the butterfly on the screen. Name, Imagination Butterfly. Energy points, 1691111. With the support of the extreme power of imagination, with the help of the 3 tools, the power of the imagination butterfly instantly reached the level of a monarch, and it was at the level of a monarch with super high abilities. At this moment, everyone looked at the ridiculously high value and was even more confused. After all, they couldn't see the 3 top-notch dragon element resources in the spatial pocket of the worm. All of this had completely become an extremely strange and unscientific supernatural phenomenon in the eyes of everyone. On the high platform, Teacher Shen's gaze was about to explode because even he, a top-notch master, didn't know what had just happened. It broke through to the monarch level at the last minute? Impossible! Another vice-captain of the Imperial Capital University, Jiang Gran, looked at all of this with a stunned expression. Instant kill again? In the smoke, the fallen Ice River Mammoth gradually appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked in their hearts, and Bai Wenjie's mind was even blank. He didn't want to reflect on why he didn't use his beast-taming talent immediately. Right now, he only wanted to faint with the Ice River Mammoth and leave this unfriendly world. He was stunned on the ground, his breathing stopped, and his heart beat wildly. Looks like I won. As Shiyu finished speaking, the huge divine dragon disappeared, as did Buggy. To be precise, it had become too small. At this moment, it was impossible to detect. After showing off, the weakened Buggy used high-speed healing to heal the damage caused by forcefully accepting the power of a level 7 equipment. At the same time, it flew towards Shiyu and slowly landed on his shoulder. It couldn't even bear to use instant transmission at this moment. Deng Fan! At this moment, although Bai Wenjie did not faint, there were already others who fainted. Jing Fan, what's wrong? In the audience seats of Imperial Capital University, Yin Zhengfan watched this battle in shock the whole time. His heart rate might even be faster than Bai Wenjie himself. As the Ice River Mammoth was insta-killed, his cognitive vision completely shattered, as if he had suffered a heat stroke and collapsed. He instantly felt a little dizzy, and on the verge of collapse, he stuck his head between his thighs with sweat all over his face and panted heavily. Now, be it teachers or students, or members of Imperial Capital University or Ancient Capital University, they were all panting as they watched everything. At this moment, Shiyu still didn't seem to be satisfied. To be precise, he wasn't the one who was unhappy. Instead, a serious protest came from 11 in the beast-taming space. Woo woo woo. If Buggy was done showing off, what about 11? If it couldn't defeat a monarch rank but completely crushed a commander rank, it was meaningless. How could Shiyu do this? How could he let Buggy become like this? It's not impossible to continue. The 3 vs 3 Iron-Eating Beast Knight can request a fight. Shiyu looked at the high platform of the venue and at the stunned Imperial Capital University Battle Club instructor and another female vice-captain. His gaze directly shocked Jiang Gran. Fortunately, at this moment, a heavenly voice sounded. Sure. Shiyu, come back. It's enough. On the side of Ancient Capital University, White Brook said with a nervous expression. She was afraid, she was really afraid. This script had seriously deviated from the original plan. Her brain was buzzing. Friendship was first, friendship was first. Now, she also knew why Shiyu didn't fight with her. He was afraid of hurting her since she used her own body to fight. Senior Lu, what kind of monster have you brought back? Is it done? Shiyu turned around in surprise. Senior, didn't you say that you want me to sweep through Imperial Capital University? Have some limits, of course. White Brook suddenly stood up and was also shocked. How could Shiyu directly say such a thing? However, a moment later, she realized that Shiyu was using telepathy, so she heaved a sigh of relief. You should rest. Shiyu, all right then. 11? It charged so much spicy electricity that it didn't dare to waste at all. It charged for nothing? Shiyu also felt that it was all right, because although the Iron-Eating Beast Knight strategy could also display the power of a monarch, it was too tiring for a beast tamer. Don't worry, this isn't the only place you can fight. Shiyu recovered his smile. Then, he said to the confused senior in front of him who was at a loss, Senior, thank you for the fight. Let the battle end here. We can't let the other seniors of Ancient Capital University wait too long. Most importantly, there was no more arena. Moreover, there was a time limit for the exchange. Shiyu thought for a moment and decided that he should slip away. Bai Wenjie was just about to say something, but he didn't spit out normal words. Bah. Therefore, Shiyu could only turn around and leave himself. He turned around coolly, causing Teacher Shen's expression to darken on the stage. Her brain felt dizzy, and she was also a little weak like Yin Zhengfan. At this moment, no one dared to stop Shiyu from turning around. Even the other vice captain of Imperial Capital University was holding the railing fiercely, but she didn't move. Because at this moment, even if she rushed up to fight Shiyu, even if she won, it would be meaningless. He had defeated the famous elites of Imperial Capital University one after another. As a new student of Ancient Capital University, it was not too much to say that he had successfully swept through Imperial Capital University. Because Shiyu was only a high-level beast tamer. As Shiyu returned to his seat at Ancient Capital University, the entire venue was still silent. Monster! Monster! As many people muttered, Shiyu blinked at the other stunned seniors of Ancient Capital University in embarrassment. Well, I'm sorry. Why do I feel that the beast tamers of Imperial Capital University will release their anger on you next? You guys have to be careful. Don't get crippled. But don't worry, my ginseng baby is very powerful. It can heal you. As Shiyu finished speaking, the expressions of the seniors from Ancient Capital University, who had originally been excited and overjoyed to the extreme, and had even started to fantasize about the results of the National League, suddenly changed. F***CK. Shiyu's words directly extinguished the hot blood in their hearts. They had forgotten that they still had to fight the elites of Imperial Capital University next. They didn't have Shiyu's strength. They maintained a blank expression as they looked at the geniuses from Imperial Capital University who had aggrieved expressions and couldn't say a word. Their hearts skipped a beat. Tears immediately flowed down their faces. So it wasn't just Imperial Capital University that was damaged. Shiyu, why did you come back down? Wasn't he just harming them? Chapter 226, Ultimate Sacred Dragon Beast. Chapter 226, Ultimate Sacred Dragon Beast. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the seat of Ancient Capital University. Shiyu chuckled. Whitebrook also smiled. Only the other members of Ancient Capital University had dark expressions. Don't waste time. Challenge according to the team's ranking. If you lose, you lose. What's there to be afraid of? Whitebrook lectured. She didn't expect Ancient Capital University to win this exchange event. The source of university students in the Ancient Capital was inferior to the Imperial Capital University, and the educational resources of the schools were inferior to the Imperial Capital University. If the overall strength of the Imperial Capital University was weaker than the Ancient Capital University, the school would not be far from collapse. Although Shiyu had swept through Imperial Capital University, the overall strength of Ancient Capital University's battle club was still relatively low. It was already pretty good to gain an advantage through Shiyu. Were the subsequent battles still important? It was not important at all. The only goal was to let the other students of Ancient Capital University realize the difference between them and Imperial Capital University. They would accept the beating and urge them to improve. Soon, an unlucky person was pushed out. At this silent turning point, he went on stage and continued to challenge Imperial Capital University. He looked nervous. It was also at this moment that he encountered the gazes of the students from the Imperial Capital University who were like ferocious wolves staring at a little sheep. At the same time, Whitebrook observed the situation as she approached Shiyu. Tell me, what happened just now? Whitebrook's mood still didn't calm down. She knew that Shiyu had the strength of a quasi-master. With the possession of the sword spirit and the fusion of the iron-eating beast's power, he could unleash the attack of a monarch. However, Shiyu had also said that the burden on his body was relatively large. Moreover, from the performance during the advanced assessment, the power was completely inferior to the finishing touch just now. Even she probably couldn't withstand that attack easily. Without a doubt, with the butterfly of imagination in that state and Shiyu's iron-eating beast night battle strategy, Shiyu already had the strength of a master. An irregular battle with no rules. My imagination butterfly borrowed some external power. The price to use that attack is not small. Shiyu said telepathically. External force? Illusionary phantom. Item? Whitebrook quickly thought of the fact that the phantom illusion skill with high proficiency could borrow the power of items. However, she was puzzled again because she didn't see the butterfly of imagination carrying any tools. Inner space? Whitebrook's head moved very quickly. After all, she also had the ruined space. She quickly guessed that the butterfly of imagination might have storage space skills. Whitebrook's expression couldn't help but change. Damn! What a dirty accompanying move. If Shiyu didn't say anything, even in a competition with restrictions on props, the judge might not necessarily be able to tell. Heh! Shiyu grinned. This move was indeed cheating. Ice Dragon Whisker, Sea Dragon Scale, and Tyrant Dragon Fang were all level 7 resources that contained the power of overlords. Even if Buggy only borrowed a small portion of its power, it still temporarily obtained Monarch-level battle power. As for the price, that was to use a little of the power of these 3 resources. Not a bit. Moreover, Buggy could only release an explosive attack and didn't have the ability to continue fighting. If not for these 3 tools, Buggy would definitely not have been able to defeat the other party. It was more likely that it would be stunned by the deterrent just like the opponent thought. The situation at that time was equivalent to a child facing a ferocious tiger. Buggy was a child, and the enemy was a ferocious tiger. But it didn't make sense. This child held a sniper rifle and even mastered the firearm proficiency skill. The outcome was no surprise. No matter how strong the ferocious tiger's battle power was, it couldn't be stronger than a child with equipment. However, this wasn't considered cheating, because if these 3 resources were given to other pets other than Buggy, they couldn't borrow the power of the 3 resources at all. It couldn't even use 1/1000th of the power of the 3 resources. It was only when the bugs combined the powers of Phantom Illusion, Imagination Domain, and Dragon of Imagination that they successfully mobilized their power. These 3 skills were equivalent to letting Buggy have the Dragon Element Proficiency skill. It was its exclusive ability. Dragon Element Weapon Master, Buggy. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing that Shiyu had admitted to it, Whitebrook revealed a pitying expression. Although she didn't know what level of props Shiyu had armed the butterfly with, the National League prohibited the use of props that exceeded one's level, and only one was allowed to be carried. Didn't that mean that Shiyu couldn't use this move in the national competition? However, even if it could be used, Shiyu was only a one-punch man. He couldn't do it after 1 shot. Whitebrook looked at Shiyu bitterly. Shiyu had just given her hope of fighting alongside her in the master domain of the National League, but now she felt cheated. Can you reach the master level before the National League? After asking this, Whitebrook felt that her question was ridiculous. However, Shiyu began to think seriously. Perhaps. After all, if he wanted to participate in the Dragon Palace City Banquet, he would definitely do his best to help him become a master in the 3rd Bureau. Perhaps. You can? Whitebrook was suddenly stunned. Yes. Shiyu smiled and said, however, even if I become a master, I don't have the confidence to defeat the Gao Xian from Imperial Capital University. The captain of the Imperial Capital University's team, Gao Xian, was known as a beast tamer who was almost guaranteed to become a legend, just like Lu Qingyi, Heavenly King Zhu, and the others. After arriving at Imperial Capital University, Shiyu learned more about this person. The other party was a genius mechanic in the 4th round, and his strength far exceeded his peers. He had almost reached the pinnacle of master level. He didn't know if the other party was here today. In addition, the reason why he challenged the vice-captain of Imperial Capital University and didn't challenge the other party's captain was because Shiyu knew that he definitely couldn't defeat the other party now. That guy is also a cheat like you. Whitebrook thought of that captain from Imperial Capital University, and her expression darkened. This person was also the only person she was unwilling to face in the National League. It was even more overboard than Shiyu. He used Overlord race machinery himself. She had heard from her elders that the members of the 4th round practically nurtured this Gao Xian like a treasure. The other party's treatment was better than Shiyu's in Bureau 11. After all, machines were the mainstream in the current human countries, the main force to fight against totems. It's all right, you're still young. In any case, he can only participate in one batch. Whitebrook quickly felt that Shiyu could do it. At Imperial Capital University. After returning, Bai Wenjie directly left the scene and didn't have the face to stay any longer. If he could fight again, he would definitely use his beast-taming talent from the start. At that time, with the help of the skill, it was definitely impossible for the Ice River Mammoth to not be able to withstand a single blow. However, there was no point for regret in this world. After he left, Teacher Shen from Imperial Capital University no longer had the mood to continue watching the next battle. He sat in the chair in silence, thinking about what had just happened. After thinking about it, he more or less thought of what Whitebrook thought. Illusionary Phantom. Inner Space, high-level tool? Teacher Shen was slightly stunned. Was this the reason why Shiyu chose to fight irregularly? But even so, it couldn't be denied that the second-in-command of their Imperial Capital University had lost to a new student from Ancient Capital University. Most importantly, he was insta-killed because he underestimated his opponent. He immediately expected better from him. He felt that if this was the Totem War era, these students wouldn't be able to live past 3 chapters. On the other hand, Shiyu was most likely like a fish in water. Moreover, Teacher Shen looked in the direction of the Battle Club. He actually didn't know who could take over Jiao Xian's position and carry the banner of Imperial Capital University after he graduated. I've told Jiao Xian about what happened just now. Beside Teacher Shen, she said to the other vice-captain of the Battle Club, Jiang Gran. What did he say? Teacher Shen was stunned. He said he doesn't want to care about the club, but he will participate in the last National League. Yes. Teacher Shen nodded and sighed. With Jiao Xian around, the champion of this year's national competition would probably still be from Imperial Capital University. But after Jiao Xian graduated, there would be Demon Capital University in the front, and then there would be the monster new student from Ancient Capital University eyeing them covetously. For a moment, Teacher Shen was conflicted about which student he should nurture next. He had a teaching talent that could steadily help Imperial Capital University nurture geniuses, but sometimes, extreme individuals were often more important than groups. On the other side, in a research institute, a young man put down his cell phone with a calm expression and returned his gaze to the mechanical beast in front of him. This was a tall mechanical beast in the form of a silver-white dragon man. At this moment, it was among the dense mechanical equipment. Its entire body was connected by various wires, as if it was undergoing modification. The moment he saw this mechanical beast, a row of data appeared on the monocle in front of the young man. Name, Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. Attributes, Machinery, Dragon. Race level, Medium Overlord. Level of growth, Monarch level. Energy points, 40000001. Energy upgrade successful. Next is weapon optimization. Seeing that the energy value of the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast had already reached twice the standard of an Overlord pet of the same level, he nodded silently. In the blink of an eye, he forgot the news just now and continued to busy himself with the modification in his hand without paying any attention. In his opinion, what happened in university wasn't worth his attention at all. If it weren't for the fact that the group in the 4th round insisted that he come to university to experience life and force him to interact more with his peers, he wouldn't have bothered to come to university. He only had one goal now: transforming the ultimate sacred dragon beast into a top-notch mechanical beast of a high-level overlord race. As for the methods the seniors in the 4th round used to forcefully encourage him, it was also very simple. The prizes for this year's National League champion would be provided by the 4th round. The prize was some top-notch materials for modifying mechanical lives. In Jiao Xian's opinion, after obtaining these materials, his ultimate holy dragon beast would definitely become a high-level overlord race. This was the main motivation for him to participate in the National League. But why does the name Shiyu sound so familiar? The genius newbie from Bureau 11 that teacher mentioned? As Jiao Xian muttered to himself, he continued to be obsessed with mechanical modification. An archaeologist was completely unrelated to a mechanic like him. Without a doubt, Shiyu had traumatized Imperial Capital University. Even if the next challenger from Ancient Capital University wasn't strong, the students from Imperial Capital University were especially serious at the start of the match. They released all battle power as soon as they came up, and their beast-taming talent was directly maxed out. They started with the super skill, and the moves were connected continuously, not daring to be sloppy at all. They didn't give the other students of Ancient Capital University a chance to catch their breath at all. It made the seniors of Ancient Capital University suffer indescribably. Soon, the students of Imperial Capital University discovered that the other students of Ancient Capital University were all trash. None of them could fight. Soon, most of the students from Ancient Capital University lost. I can't watch anymore. After watching a few matches, Shiyu couldn't help but leave the scene, leaving Whitebrook alone to sulk. Whitebrook was furious. Why did the students of Imperial Capital University reflect so quickly? After Shiyu slipped away, he was free and called Principal Feng. He was still in Imperial Capital University. In an elegant room, Principal Feng was catching up with the principal of the Imperial Capital University, an old woman. I wonder what kind of dog shit luck you guys have. It's one thing to have picked up a genius with a listening talent, but he actually has such a high talent in the feeding field. Just now, Yi Hui called me and said that he wanted your Shiyu to use Imperial Capital University's Time Mystic Realm. The old woman took a sip of tea and sighed. Principal Feng, ha ha ha, thanks to Chingy. When Chingy said that she had found a genius, I didn't mind at first, but from the looks of it. Ha 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 ha. And I reckon that after a period of time, his battle talent can also be displayed. By the way, he seems to have gone to communicate with your Imperial Capital University's battle club. Let's see the results later. When Principal Feng was in front of Shiyu and the others, he was very serious. However, when he came to his old friend from the Education Bureau, he couldn't help but laugh. Old Feng, you're arrogant. The old lady opposite Principal Feng chuckled. The upper limit of the Beast Tamer battle power of Bureau 11 was known. The strengthening talent of a master-level Beast Tamer with good talent development could easily increase the pet's energy by hundreds of thousands. The strengthening talent of a legendary Beast Tamer could easily increase the pet's energy by millions. How could a Beast Tamer with this telepathy talent compare? Since ancient times, it wasn't that there weren't people whose telepathy talent had reached the legendary level, but there wasn't anyone who had reached the titled legendary level. Why not? Ah. I'll take this call first. Principal Feng said. He glanced at the caller and was instantly amused. Shiyu, didn't you go to the exchange with Whitebrook and the others? Why are you calling now? Ah, I'm done fighting. I mainly want to ask you when we can return to the ancient capital. Shiyu walked on the road to Imperial Capital University and asked more concernedly. He was still waiting to go back and enter seclusion to increase the points for baby ginseng. Apart from that, little Kai Tong's level could also be raised. With his current legendary physique, it was easy for him to withstand little Kai Tong breaking through to commander rank. It shouldn't be difficult for him to withstand the commander rank little Kai Tong's possession. As long as he didn't mess around with the sword of interlocking with 11, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, up until now, he had yet to reach the upper limit of his physique after a new breakthrough. So fast? Principal Feng was stunned, but they were almost done discussing things here. Legend Hua, Dr. Zui, President Yi, and the four of them cultivated around the green cocoon and had already reached a certain strategic cooperation. If you're anxious, you can go back tonight. But how's the battle over there? Why are you so fast? Principal Feng glanced at the old principal of the Imperial Capital University opposite. Not bad. I'm not sure about the subsequent situation. I defeated the 8th, 4th, and the monarch-level pet of the vice-captain in one hit. Then, I came out. Principal Feng, isn't this giving Ancient Capital University some good rep? But though this is what I should do, I paid a huge price for it, although... Shiyu was just about to take credit and ask for a level 7 resource from the new dragon element when Principal Feng shouted. What did you say? Principal Feng suspected that he had heard wrong. Shiyu instantly killed the monarch-level pet of the Imperial Capital University's vice-captain? A moment later, Principal Feng hung up with a strange expression and looked at the old principal of the Imperial Capital University. I'm indeed arrogant. There seems to be an accident during the exchange event. You can ask your teacher Shen. Though, it's better if you ask yourself. Principal Feng's expression was calm as he took a sip of tea. The principal of the Imperial Capital University? She frowned, not understanding what was wrong with this old thing. However, she still sent a message to Teacher Shen to let him report the exchange between the students of the two schools. Originally, she wouldn't ask or care about such things. However, looking at Principal Feng's strange expression, she had a bad feeling. A moment later, as Teacher Shen's heart skipped a beat at the venue, the old principal of Imperial Capital University received a message filled with blood and tears. It's not our student's fault. That Shiyu is a little monster, just like Jiao Xian back then. Could a normal person think of a high-level beast tamer's commander-level pet suddenly erupting with 10 times the strength and instackling a monarch-level pet? Under normal circumstances, this was completely unscientific. As she read the message word by word, the eyelids of the old principal of the Imperial Capital University twitched a few times, and her face darkened. He, Principal Feng said. Get lost. The old principal of the Imperial Capital University directly pressed the exit button with a furious expression. What the hell? How could a master student from the Imperial Capital University be insta-killed by a new student from the ancient Capital University? What did it mean? Were they trying to bully her? Even TV dramas didn't dare to do it like this. Ooh? Principal Feng was amused. You can use the Time Mystic Realm, but your ancient Capital University is paying. The old principal of the Imperial Capital University hit the table in embarrassment. Principal Feng? This was agreed by the Vice President Yi. Old woman, what a sore loser she was. Chapter 227, Sword Forging Master Shiyu. Chapter 227, Sword Forging Master Shiyu. That night, the communication activity between Ancient Capital University and Imperial Capital University ended perfectly. Both parties were pretty satisfied. The students of Imperial Capital University were severely stimulated. The students of Ancient Capital University were also severely stimulated. It was all because of one person. Just as Principal Feng said, Shiyu and the others started to return to the ancient capital at night. Beautiful. On Dean Hao's mystic meteorite, Shiyu was lying happily. This trip to the capital was really not in vain. First, he got first place in the feeding conference, making him gain both fame and fortune. Although the butterfly of imagination had announced its name, the strategic value of the green worm cocoon had yet to be announced. There was no hurry. Most importantly, he successfully joined the third bureau. He had obtained the time sand, the cultivation index, and the opportunity to head to Dragon Palace City to obtain the cub of an overlord race. Apart from that, he could also go to the time mystic realm of Imperial University to take a look. Also, the predictions the owl had given him also benefited Shiyu. In short, he didn't come for nothing. Moreover, after returning to the ancient capital, the benefits would definitely be great. After all, he was representing Ancient Capital University to participate in the feeding conference this time. It was impossible for Ancient Capital University to not show their support. And sweeping through Imperial Capital University was another great achievement. Dean Hao. Dean Hao, who was flying the plane, was stunned. He said, "What's wrong, genius? Does our mechanical college have the ability to create mechanical pets of overlord races?" But Dean Hao almost crashed. At this age, Principal Feng, who had been too agitated these few days and was tired both physically and mentally, suddenly woke up. What was going on? Why was it an overlord mechanical pet? What are you thinking? How is that possible? Dean Hao's face darkened. If he could create overlord race pets, even if he could join the process of creating overlord race machinery, would he still be the dean of Ancient Capital University? Principal Feng. I'm just asking. Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, I saw the video of the last National League and saw that Jiao Shen's ultimate sacred dragon beast from the Imperial Capital University was pretty impressive. It can still fly, can still fuse, and can even split. Its energy far exceeds pets of the same level. In battle, it's also an instant kill. Principal Feng. I thought you didn't like mechanical pets? Principal Feng suspected that Shiyu was like someone eating with his mouth, guarding the bowl, taking more with his chopsticks while thinking about the pot, thinking still about tomorrow. In a few months, there would be a chance to go to Dragon Palace City to contract a water element overlord cub. Why was he thinking about his mechanical pet again? Moreover, he remembered that Shiyu didn't like mechanical pets. He had rejected the upgrade of the index to a mechanical life twice in a row, the archaeological index once, and the cultivation index once. Really? Shiyu was stunned. Machinery was a man's romance, how could he not like it? Then why don't you upgrade the index to a mechanical life form? Dean Hao had also wanted to help Shiyu upgrade before, but he was rejected by Shiyu. This? What can a cell phone index do? Shiyu said. I want a battle type one. Shiyu believed that if he upgraded his cell phone to a mechanical pet, he would definitely not be able to resist adding points. Although it wasn't impossible to become a battle machine with the support of points, it was still too troublesome. He could directly add some sound wave skills and release the nuclear explosion divine melody to the opponent during the battle. It was too exaggerated. It was not as handsome as those mechas and battleships. The index would just be a guide obediently. Battle type, the corners of Dean Hao's mouth twitched. Battle type mechanical lives were good, but maintenance was expensive. As long as the materials are in place and time is given, our mechanical college still has a chance to create a monarch race mechanical life form, Dean Hao said. Oh, let's talk about it later, Shiyu said with little interest. It wasn't an overlord race. Principal Feng and Dean Hao? What's with your perfunctory tone? You don't like monarch race machinery anymore? At around 10 p.m., Shiyu returned to Ancient Capital University. After returning, he immediately went to the dormitory to rest. Woo! 11 gloomily took out a bottle of bamboo milk from the fridge. It also brought a bottle of soda and ice water for baby Ginseng and Kai Tong. Yi! Am I? In the end, it still couldn't fight. 11 cried. How good would it be to have an opponent with the shield absorption talent? It would just turn into a giant panda and do a slap attack without any special moves. Even dragons would get knocked out. If it couldn't hit the elementalized pets, then it would hit the beast tamer. It depended on whether these elemental pets were elementalized to avoid damage or to protect beast tamers. Unfortunately, Shiyu and Buggy didn't give it this chance. Woo! Buggy used its mental strength to take out a bottle of fruit juice and comfort the leader. In the future, it would serve the leader in this kind of dirty work and tiring work. The stronger it was, the greater the responsibility. It was willing to charge for the entire team. Woo! 11 was angry. It bit the bottle and crossed its arms around its chest with a serious expression. No, it wanted to charge too. Leave the weaker guys to 11. When there were stronger opponents, such as the hostile totem in the prophecy, 11 would hand it to Buggy to charge into the battle. Buggy? Yi! Baby Ginseng thought of the many totems in the prophecy and shuddered. It thought that these two could charge all they wanted. It needed to develop for a while. Baby Ginseng, who didn't have deterrent skills, was more obedient. Am I? Little Kai Tong quickly turned the ice water into boiling water. After being satisfied, it turned to look at everyone. At this moment, Shiyu was already lying on the sofa with his head buried in the pillow. Stop fighting. There are still chances to fight next. There are both strong and weak ones. Buggy, go find Teacher Ying and ask him when he's free to bring us to the undead battlefield. It's just to take a look at the undying pond. This time, I plan to let it take us along to kill at least 10,000 Transcendent level undead, 1,000 Commander level undead, and even Monarch level undead. How does it sound, training in the undead battlefield? Shiyu stuck his head out. He planned to take the time to upgrade Little Kai Tong's spirit-released skill to expert level. This was a super skill, but it was abnormally simple to upgrade to expert level. It actually only needed to kill 10,000 Transcendent level undead, 1,001 Commander level undead, and 1 Monarch level undead. With the lead of an Overlord, was there anything easier? Much easier than adding points to super skills. Perhaps Little Kai Tong would soon be the first child in the team to have an expert level super skill. As for proficient level super skills, in fact, Buggy's Imagination Domain and Dragon of Imagination were already almost proficient level. Even if they didn't reach it, they were definitely infinitely close. However, there were no relevant records regarding the skills of Imagination Domain and the Dragon of Imagination. It was as if it had appeared for the first time, and Shiyu couldn't judge. However, with the foundation of the Transcendent level Illusory Phantom, Buggy's imagination level definitely couldn't be low. Therefore, although they had yet to officially fight in the current team, even if they didn't bring any equipment, Shiyu felt that Buggy's battle power should still have the absolute advantage. Although Eleven's explosive power was even higher than Buggy, the problem was that it only erupted once or twice. Buggy had instant transmission and etherealization, so it was still relatively difficult to hit it after 11 erupted. If Buggy chose to fight a guerrilla battle, 11 probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Shiyu planned to focus on increasing 11 and Baby Ginseng's battle power. As for Little Kai Tong, it didn't need to rely on points. It just needed to farm monsters. At that time, it could definitely directly advance to commander rank with an expert level super skill. Apart from that, Kai Tong could also release 2 new forms. Shiyu was filled with anticipation. In Shiyu's opinion, liberating a new form was no different from evolution. Although it was an evolution that didn't change the race level at a small scale, it was still worth looking forward to. Woo! Woo! Yi? Am I? When they heard that they were going to the undead battlefield to train, apart from Little Kai Tong, the other 3 lost interest. It was gloomy and not fun. Although there was an evolution location there, Baby Ginseng was also more nervous about the situation in the Undying Pond. It didn't know if it was reliable. Objection overruled. Buggy, go quickly. After Shiyu got Buggy to run to deliver his message, he continued lying down. Wu Tilda Buggy teleported and disappeared from the room. A few seconds later, Buggy teleported back. It looked at Baby Ginseng and brought Shiyu and the others a piece of news. Gem Cat, prepare enough food. You can set off at any time. You can stay over there. Baby Ginseng? Yi? Didn't it prepare a box of gem fruits before going to the capital? The next day. His cell phone rang, and Shiyu woke up feeling refreshed. Ha Tilda? After yawning, Shiyu took a look. It wasn't an alarm, but a call from the Beast-Eared Girl. Shiyu remembered. He had returned with Principal Foam and the others first, but the Beast-Eared Girl and the others seemed to still be in the capital. No one planned to give them a ride. Hello, Senior. Shiyu picked up the call. Hey, have you returned to the ancient capital? Yeah. We still have to stay in the Imperial capital for a period of time. I forgot to tell you previously. Are you sure you want to participate in the martial arts conference? The Beast-Eared Girl's concerned voice came from the other side. The martial arts conference. Shiyu was stunned. What Whitebrook had mentioned previously was not a battle between pets, but a battle between beast tamers. He was tempted at that time. Firstly, it was for some of the skill prizes in the competition. He had heard that there would be many skills that could perfectly cooperate with beast tamers and pets. Secondly, the most important thing was that the martial arts conference was held in a ruined space left behind by a martial emperor. Shiyu wanted to take a look at the martial emperor ruins and take the ancient test. It's already confirmed. I'll participate. Very good, very stable. Whitebrook said. I won't say anything else. Your sword spirit possession state is definitely very strong in the martial arts conference. I just remembered something. The martial arts conference is allowed to carry weapons and equipment. Some beast tamers' weapons and equipment are pets, but people without similar pets can also bring normal equipment. Weapons for battle and protective armor are all allowed to be worn when the time comes. If we want to achieve good results, it feels best to get one. There's no need for it to be high level, but if others have it, we can't not have it, right? Equipment, Shiyu was stunned. In fact, the flame demon armor he was wearing was already a pretty good equipment. It could perfectly adapt to his possession state and offset the burning effect. It was a level 6 equipment, equivalent to a top-notch monarch. It was worth more than 10 million. If it leveled up again, it would be a level 7 equipment, which was the level of the Ice Dragon Whiskers. At this moment, you couldn't afford it. After all, the Ice Dragon Whiskers was a material close to the totem level of the Ice Dragon. It contained its power and wrapped around its transcendent dragon might. It was impossible for Shiyu to bear to buy equipment of the same level. I understand. Shiyu decided to be more balanced. Archaeology was the priority, and competition was the support. This kind of competition didn't restrict the level of the participants. At that time, there would probably be masters, such as masters who had mastered the fusion talent. Shiyu didn't have any thoughts about first place when there were people like the Beasted Girl. All right. After informing Shiyu, Whitebrook hung up happily. At the same time, Shiyu fell into deep thought. The fire demon armor was not bad. There was no need to upgrade it. However, if he was allowed to bring equipment, why didn't he personally create some weapons and equipment? Shiyu suddenly got up. It wasn't like he hadn't done this before. During the second fight, he made 11 condense a hardened sword. However, this longsword was temporarily condensed. It was not impressive at all. But what if 11 condensed a sword seriously and armed the hardening substance with high-level materials as the sword body? Apart from that, Buggy's transcendent-level phantom image could condense a dragon soul and seal it in the sword. As power, it could be unsealed at any time. The illusion it created was the same as hardening matter. It could already leave the main body for a long time. As an artifact spirit, it wasn't impossible. At that time, with little Kai Tong possessing him and him holding the divine sword, his battle power would increase again. Most importantly, the cheapness of DIY suited him better. Also, if he could perfect 11's deterrence point before the competition and let 11 wrap the deterrence around the sword, he would have mental equipment. I'm really smart. It's time to get myself a set of equipment. After that, I'll go to the undead battlefield and test my strength with the undead. Swordforger Master Shiyu was born. He felt that after casting the divine sword and possessing the sword spirit, he could fight a monarch-level undead. Chapter 228, Divine Artifact, Ice Dragon Blade. Chapter 228, Divine Artifact, Ice Dragon Blade. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After returning to Ancient Capital University, Shiyu became busy again. Dong Huang's university started in February and was on holiday in mid-June. After more than a month of leave, school started in August and went on a break in mid-December. It was already June. Shiyu and the others had already finished their classes. There was only the final exam left. The other students began to revise before the exam, afraid that they would fail. As for Shiyu, he began to add points and forge his sword. Shiyu didn't care about the exam results at all. It wasn't that he had perfectly mastered all the classes, but it was that he hadn't learned any of them from the start. It was too late to work hard now. He only learned knowledge that he was interested in and thought was useful, such as the special meditation technique left behind by Shidai. Some nutritious lessons were directly ignored by Shiyu. As for whether he would fail his classes, it was a meaningless worry. He was a representative student of Ancient Capital University, the image of Ancient Capital University, and the focus of public promotion. Would the teachers dare to make him unhappy? At that time, if the genius archaeologist who cracked a certain ruin and discovered the green silkworm cocoon, Shiyu, the feeder, failed in 3 or 4 subjects, ancient capital university would also be embarrassed to publicize it. Now, it was all about the ways of the world. As long as he caused enough news, the exam pressure wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Of course, if other students dared to do this, there would definitely be an accident. As Shiyu began to cultivate in seclusion, news about Shiyu was still fermenting in the outside world. As the identity of the beast tamer of the imaginary butterfly was exposed along with the end of the feeding conference, the contents of the feeding conference were quickly announced. Among them, what attracted the attention of the entire country's beast tamers was the national-level strategic mission confirmed by the feeding conference. The evolution path of the green cocoon developed by Ancient Capital University would be the main support project for the next decade. The cultivation routes from transcendent races to monarch races were announced, and the country was undoubtedly shocked again. Because the data clearly showed that the feed results are replicable and universal. Those beast tamers who had attended school knew the potential value of this project the best. They couldn't help but be shocked, as if they could see Dong Huang, who would become even stronger in the future. As the main researcher of this feeding program, Shiyu's name once again swept through the country, allowing people to further understand this super genius with an overlord race pet in Ancient Capital University. For a moment, Shiyu's limelight even exceeded the previous national champion, Jiao Xian, the Heavenly King Beast Tamer of the Master League, Zhu Yun, and the others. On the internet, discussions regarding Shiyu kept coming. Some said that the results of this feeding could change Dong Huang's beast-taming domain to a certain extent in the future. Some also felt that, judging from the current research of the crystal thought butterfly system, it was not suitable for all beast-tamers at all. After all, everyone had different talents. Was it suitable for a beast-tamer with fire element strengthening talent to contract a spiritual-type crystal thought butterfly? Before researching the evolution of the corresponding attributes, this project could only be said to be promising in the future. Just as this group of people made a comment, they were directly spat back by various beast tamers with beast-taming talents. Did these guys become a beast tamer? Did they earn their own money? There were people who couldn't even afford a pet. Now that a high-level pet is in front of them, they'd take it instead of complaining about attributes. Moreover, the stamina of a beast tamer was limited. Even if they contracted several pets with corresponding attributes, could they strengthen all pets at the same time in battle? Having an omnipotent spiritual pet as a support was simply the dream of all low-level beast tamers. Perhaps in the eyes of beast tamers with pretty good conditions, Shiyu's fostering results had little to do with them, but in the eyes of those beast tamers who were just short of a knock on the door and had similar encounters with Shiyu back then, Shiyu was simply a second parent. It directly showed them the hope of becoming a professional beast tamer. It was enough to have the crystal thought butterfly as an initial pet. As long as he became a beast tamer and a professional beast tamer, he could choose any work to earn money. At that time, it wouldn't be too much pressure to contract a pet that was more suitable for him. In an instant, Shiyu obtained the title of Friend of the Commoners. At this time, the students of Imperial Capital University had the most complicated feelings. They originally thought that the news of Shiyu sweeping through Imperial Capital University would be exposed by Ancient Capital University and attract attention, but Shiyu had snatched his own trending topic. This was very exciting. In the green silkworm craze, no one cared about the things between the students. The major feeding institution smelled a business opportunity and began to nurture large numbers of green silkworms. Some low-level beast tamers also captured the green silkworms in advance and prepared themselves. There was also a group of people who established the Shiyu Divine Sect and called themselves Believers. They were the first batch of beast tamers who went to be insect hunters after seeing Shiyu's green silkworm's astonishing performance in the vocation assessment. Now that they realized that the green silkworm was becoming more and more popular, they simply praised their own intelligence. Believe in Shiyu and gain eternal life. They would have a great future if they followed Shiyu. They would contract whatever Shiyu contracted. It was definitely not wrong. It wasn't like Shiyu didn't know about the changes in the outside world. Many news media outlets wanted to interview Shiyu, but Shiyu was really busy. In the next week, after Shiyu decided to create a defensive weapon himself, he was abnormally busy. How busy was he? The top-notch spatial resource that Bureau 11 and the Third Bureau had sent to Shiyu had a function similar to the ethereal spirit stone. Shiyu had no time to use treasures that could increase the level of the beast-taming space. With this resource, Shiyu had the guarantee of becoming a master-level beast-tamer in a few months. However, at the moment, he was obsessed with adding points to 11 and Baby Ginseng. If Baby Ginseng could evolve, the feedback it would bring would definitely be more than cultivation. He had to do this first. A week later, 11's deterrent skill had been taught to Transcendent by Shiyu, and Baby Ginseng had also learned mutation. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Shiyu sat cross-legged on the bed while 11 sat on Shiyu's thigh. As the level of the deterrent skill increased, 11's eyes lit up with confidence. Woo! It was as if its entire body was wrapped in the aura of an overlord. Although it was only a potato-sized ball now, the domineering aura of a king couldn't be hidden no matter what. Baby Ginseng, who was watching by the side, drooled. It was envious. Race name, Iron-Eating Beast, 9 Li Battle Beast. Race attributes, Metal, Thunder. Race level, High-Level Monarch, Quasi-Overlord. Level of growth, Commander level. Race skill, Hardening, Dao Proficiency, Giant Transformation, Dao Proficiency, Electric Magnetic Floating, Dao Proficiency, Energy Storage Lightning, Transcendent, Impregnable, Perfect, Inner Power, Initial. Taught skill Thunder Palm, Transcendent, High Speed Healing, Perfect, Super Sight, Perfect, Deterrence, Transcendent, Absolute Sleep, Perfect, Multiplication, Shrinking, Perfect. Enlarging, Dao Proficiency. Energy Points, 11111. As the first deterrent skill in the team to reach perfection, 11 was very confident. It felt that the world belonged to it. The 4 seas were all under its command. Woo! The Panda King rolled and roared. It rolled to the side of the pillow and enchanted the deterrents on the pillow. In the next moment, a very intimidating pillow was born. If someone used this to fight a pillow battle, the champion would definitely be him. Beside him, Baby Ginseng was starving. Deterrence. 11's deterrence was already transcendent, and Buggy's was also perfect. Moreover, it was Dragon Might. Only it and Kai Tong didn't pose a threat. However, in Shiyu's words, if a supplement had deterrence, how was he to fish and bait other monsters? Shiyu was still hoping to use the Ginseng Baby to gather monsters in the undead battlefield in the future. After all, it was too slow to find one death spirit after another. It was better to let the Ginseng Baby stand there and release the sweet aura to let the undead take the initiative to gather. It would be best if it could attract monarch-level undead. Not bad. Now, as 11 could wrap deterrence around external objects and even skills, Shiyu smiled and revealed an excited expression. He picked 11 up and planned to get Buggy to make weapons together. A moment later, in the dormitory courtyard, Shiyu and the 4 members of the team surrounded a stone table. Shiyu, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong had serious expressions. Come, firstly, the heart of the sword is the whisker of the ice dragon. Shiyu took out the ice dragon whiskers and placed it on the table. Kai Tong was very satisfied, as if its DNA had moved. Great, Ice Dragon Blade. Artifact Spirit, use illusions. Woo! Buggy was also long prepared. In an instant, the surrounding world turned blue. It activated the imagination domain and entered the dragon state of imagination. Although it was the body of a butterfly, it instantly obtained the comprehensive attributes of a divine dragon. Under the enhancement of this state, with the help of phantom illusions, the ice dragon whiskers on the table slowly floated up. With it as the core, a mini ice dragon phantom that was identical to the ice dragon auntie on the ice dragon snow mountain condensed. The expression of this ice dragon phantom turned from blank to agile. It was given an order by Buggy to serve Shiyu as its master. All its power was mobilized by Shiyu to protect Shiyu from harm. In the next moment, after the dragon roar of the Ice Dragon Phantom, it slowly changed shape and wrapped around the Ice Dragon's whiskers, turning into a longsword phantom. Shiyu said, "Next is the first level of the sword. Baby Ginseng, go!" "Yi!" Shiyu shouted. Baby Ginseng activated its Dao Proficiency Nutrition, Slow Healing, and Sweet Aura. Through the way it touched it, it wrapped the Ice Dragon Blade illusion in front of it in a layer of wood. This was food for the Ice Dragon Phantom. Nutrition could ensure the continuous absorption of natural life force from the outside world. As for the maximum level slow healing, what was even more impressive than the perfect level high-speed healing was that the plants that could be made by the Ginseng baby had strong vitality. They could slowly heal themselves if they suffered any damage. In other words, the wooden sword wrapped in the phantom of the Ice Dragon Blade was an endless supply of sword soul maintenance products that could automatically absorb the power of the outside world and automatically repair damage. As for the sweetness, it was an embellishment. It could make a sword smell good. After completing it, a wooden sword flowing with cold air appeared on the table. Next is the second sword body. 11, go! Under Shiyu's command, 11 howled and condensed the hardening substance with all its might. A layer of hard black substance was wrapped around the wooden sword. Hardening bind, sword armor. A moment later, a black sword replaced the wooden sword and appeared in front of Shiyu and the others. Because the source of the sword's power was the level 7 resource, the Ice Dragon Whiskers, the sword was still emitting cold air and extremely cold. This was the effect he wanted. When the time came, it could cool the heat brought by Kai Tong's possession. The Ice Dragon General would revive in the alliance again, but this time, it wouldn't be Mu Huiyin, but him, Shiyu. It's the last step, deterrence entanglement. Shiyu smiled. Soon, it was the last step of the forging. 11 started to use the transcendent level deterrence that it had just mastered to wrap the deterrence power around its hardening substance. Bang! During the process of binding, dark blue lightning seemed to shoot out around the sword. The dragon might of the Ice Dragon Whiskers, the dragon might of the Ice Dragon Phantom, and the deterrence that 11 had wrapped around it. Under the 3 deterrence layers, the Ice Dragon Blade became the top-notch spiritual weapon. With this in hand, as long as it wasn't a monarch-level deterrence, it couldn't affect Shiyu at all. It could even be said that this sword alone could make monarch-level creatures wary. Buzz! A moment later, as the Ice Dragon Blade hummed, and as Buggy communicated with the Ice Dragon Phantom inside to lead the Ice Dragon Blade, in an instant, the Ice Dragon Blade was frozen with a layer of blue frost. Apart from the black hilt, the entire sword body had already become ice blue. The blade emitted a white light, making the sword's appearance even better. Oh! Shiyu looked at the Ice Dragon Blade in front of him, and his eyes lit up to the extreme. As expected of us. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo. Yeah. Am I? The 4 pets nodded. Look, a level 7 divine sword had been directly forged by them. If this sword was auctioned, who knew how much it could be sold for? Shiyu felt that with this in hand, even if he didn't do possession with Kai Tong, ordinary commander rank pets wouldn't be his match. As for after possession, the power of the Ice Dragon Flame Dragon, the Ice Dragon General, appeared again. After everything was completed, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong also stared at the Ice Dragon Blade, curious about how powerful this divine sword that Shiyu had instructed them to create was. At this moment, Shiyu slowly picked up the Ice Dragon Blade. At the moment of contact, he felt that he could almost perfectly mobilize the power of the sword. After all, this sword was forged with the power of the 3 pets he contracted. If he, a beast tamer, couldn't control it, no one could. Not bad, Shiyu shook his hand. The Ice Dragon Blade disappeared, and it was clearly sent to the ruined space. The next moment, Shiyu turned around and walked into the empty area. He stopped after taking a few steps and looked at a huge rock in front of him. A shimmering spatial ripple appeared in front of his chest. Shiyu stretched out his hand and directly reached into the ruined space. He slowly pulled it out in the air. In the next moment, with an astonishing cold aura, a blue divine sword was slowly pulled out of the alternate space and appeared in Shiyu's hand. During this process, the ground around Shiyu froze. Then, a strong deterrent sliced the frost into pieces, causing thin snow to circle around Shiyu. Under the dancing snow, Shiyu raised the ice dragon blade high. Basic attack. After Shiyu finished reciting the name of the move, a terrifying frost sword aura wrapped around deterrent and directly crushed towards the huge rock, freezing it instantly. Then, with a boom, it turned into ice shards that flew into the sky. Upon seeing this scene, Shiyu narrowed his eyes. I can do it! With this, he was confident of getting results in the martial arts conference. 11 and the other Furpets shook their heads. They looked at Shiyu like a child who had yet to grow up. Chapter 229, Kai Tong's New Form. Chapter 229, Kai Tong's New Form. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The next day. Under the lead of a cat, the man, Panda, Butterfly, Radish, and Sword Spirit left. Ancient Capital University. Destination, Undead Battlefield. The Undead Battlefield was a very dangerous place. Generally speaking, it was definitely forbidden to be entered. If he wanted to enter, he had to go through the approval of relevant departments such as the Beast Tamer Association and get the pass. However, if they weren't really short on money, most beast tamers wouldn't be so bored as to come here. After all, there were plagues and curses everywhere inside. Even if they wanted to fight monsters and earn money, this wasn't the best choice. Although the soul crystals dropped by the undead inside were very popular in the ancient capital, they had to have the strength to pick them up. At the moment, in the ancient capital, apart from the beast tamer troops who wanted to sweep the undead battlefield regularly, very few beast tamers were willing to come here to collect resources. The Beast Tamer Association, the Beast Tamer Troops, and the Ancient Capital University were all qualified to approve the Beast Tamer's entry into the Spectre battlefield. There were also some special departments that could enter directly without the approval, such as members of Bureau 11. Shiyu naturally didn't use Bureau 11's identity to enter this time. Instead, he used the training documents from Ancient Capital University and the Gem Cat. The Beast Tamer Troops of Ancient Capital. One of the in-charge, Shu Kai, who was a top-notch master, was handling documents. At this moment, a report came from the lower level. Reporting to Commander, a Beast Tamer with a special identity just entered the undead battlefield. I think it's necessary to report to you. Then, Shu Kai said, who is it? Sure. Shiyu. The person who let Shiyu and the others pass this time happened to know Shiyu's secret. They were also present when Shiyu obtained the recognition of General Mu Huiyin. It was also the batch of soldiers who had signed a contract to keep the secret. Oh, sure. Shu Kai suddenly got up. He went in himself? Holy shit, Shiyu was a key protected target. He would definitely become a legendary potential stock in the future. He couldn't go to such a dangerous place alone. In the eyes of outsiders, the most impressive thing about Shiyu was the butterfly of imagination and the discovery of the green worm cocoon. However, the small group of them knew best that Shiyu's greatest potential was that he had obtained the recognition of General Mu Huiyin's heroic spirit. Who was Mu Huiyin? A fierce person who could even defeat totems. Ordinary overlords were nothing in front of her. No, the Guardian Gem Cat of Ancient Capital University brought it along. Gem Cat? Shu Kai pondered for a moment. That was fine. That Gem Cat was older than his grandmother. When his grandfather was still a soldier, that cat often went to the undead battlefield to earn extra money. It was even more familiar with the undead battlefield than their Beast Tamer troops. However, he didn't know if Ancient Capital University knew about this. After thinking about it, Shu Kai still took the initiative to inform the principal. Undead battlefield. A psychic-controlled blanket floated in the low sky. A big white cat was lying on it leisurely. It seemed to be a clean freak and was unwilling to step on the ground of the undead battlefield. Shiyu followed behind. Panda on his left shoulder, Butterfly on his right shoulder, Baby Ginseng in his pocket, and the little sword spirit on his chest. With every step he took, the surrounding ominous aura seemed to be pushed away. At the moment, with the current level of plague and curse, Shiyu didn't need to wear anything else. Even if he didn't wear the flame demon armor, he could rely on the aura of the little sword spirit to isolate it. After all, it was the nemesis of undead. It burned the sun fire that undead were most afraid of. Compared to when it was just born, although it didn't train much, it could instinctively use its own abilities better. That's all? Not long after entering the undead battlefield, Shiyu used the Ice Dragon Blade to hack a bunch of Awakening-level skeleton soldiers. It was purely a clash of blades. The LCE Dragon Blade collided with the skeleton soldier's bone sword. The bone sword was immediately sliced apart like tofu, very weak. This reminded Shiyu of himself in the ancient Capital University's battle training room, holding the bone sword and being crushed by his sparring partner's pet. Lord, times have changed. Pa! Shiyu casually killed another lantern monster. Shiyu felt that he could defeat an opponent of this level with his bare hands even if it was an transcendent level 1. Am I? Seeing how happy Shiyu was cutting enemies himself, Kai Tong was extremely sad. It could only follow behind and pick up the soul crystals. As it picked it up, it burned it. An opponent of this level doesn't need fusion tactics. Shiyu comforted little Kai Tong. 11. Baby Ginseng, and Buggy immediately looked at him in disdain. Nonsense, this guy just wanted to play by himself. Are you done playing, meow? The gem cat turned around and looked at Shiyu speechlessly. He wanted to bully the skeleton soldiers by the roadside? That's too much. Killing them didn't increase the sword spirit release skill in the slightest. At the very least, only transcendent level undead had the devouring value. I kind of want to try swinging this. Shiyu scratched his head in embarrassment before inserting the LCE Dragon Blade into the ruined space. 11. Buggy and Baby Ginseng showed expressions of he clearly hasn't had enough fun. Then, let's hurry. Shiyu had gotten the big boss Gem Cat to lead the team this time, firstly to see the Undying Pond and secondly, to quickly farm Kai Tong's skill experience. With Shiyu and the others themselves, it was not so easy to kill tens of thousands of undead in a short period of time. But with the Overlord level Gem Cat leading the team, it was easy. It should have been like this long ago. The Gem Cat's eyes shone. With an instant transmission, it continued to bring Shiyu and the others deeper. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a hilly area. At this moment, Shiyu and the others were floating in the air under the control of the Gem Cat's psychic power. Because below, the continuous low hills were filled with cracks and spider silk, like an abyss, filled with terrifying black aura. It didn't look like something ordinary pets and humans could come into contact with at all. This is the territory of the Spectre Spider, a group of undead pets. They reproduce quickly and are one of the most common undead races in the undead battlefield. Let's farm this first and help the beast tamer or share the pressure, the Gem Cat suggested. I'll do it. I can kill it all in an instant. It revealed a ferocious gaze. This was a dangerous place on the path to the Undying Pond. A large number of spectre spiders lived in the crack. The Gem Cat felt that it was very suitable to increase its spirit release skill. This. Let's see little Kai Tong's devouring efficiency first, Shiyu said. At this moment, his index had already opened, and it densely displayed the positions of hundreds to thousands of undead living in the crack cave. There were indeed a lot of them. However, although there were many, it was indeed not difficult for the Gem Cat to clean up. The problem was that little Kai Tong's devouring speed might not necessarily be able to keep up with it if it was directly killed in one go. If he couldn't digest it and the soul aura dissipated, it would be too wasteful. HMPH, meaningless worry. Forget it, you guys can try. The Gem Cat lay down. Well, there's no need for psychic power, Shiyu said to the Gem Cat. The next moment, Buggy Y conjured a soft sofa. The sofa floated in the air. Sure. You sat on it and looked down calmly. Lie here. It's even softer here, Shiyu said. Lie here. It's even softer here, Shiyu said. These guys were really talented. Woo. 11 took a look. In terms of tool pets, 11 was willing to call Buggy the strongest. If it were 11, although it could also let Shiyu sit in the air, it would definitely be sitting on the electric magnetic levitation steel hardening sofa. It was impossible for it to be as enjoyable as one made by Buggy. Buggy, woo. Too flattering. It was all thanks to Shiyu's nurturing. At this moment, baby Ginseng also started working. It stood on the sofa and looked down before jumping down. Bang! The next moment, baby Ginseng landed on the ground itself. Like a smoke bomb, it continued to release a large amount of sweet aura, and it organized and orderly surged into the crack. Shaw! 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 Before long, ghost spiders came out of the crack. These ghost spiders were not big, and each of them was only the size of a bowl, but their strength was not weak. They were all transcendent level. No wonder the gem cat brought them here. Name, Phantom Spider. L attributes, undead, poison. Race level, medium transcendent. Race skill, spider silk, absorption, soul thorn. Introduction: it likes to absorb the life force of humans and other pets the most. The special spider Tom has a fatal virus. Soon, more than 10 spectre spiders appeared. Their eyes were filled with dark light. They felt the aura of the soul fruit on baby Ginseng's body and their saliva slipped out of their mouths. Shaw! 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 In the next moment, the many spectre spiders crawled crazily and attacked baby Ginseng together. Their mouths were wide open. It was time to eat. TCH. Seeing this, baby Ginseng glanced at them in disdain and directly condensed a peachwood sword made of solar energy and wood element power. With the peachwood sword in hand, the Daoist Ginseng was just about to show off its might and let them see the supplement that could attack people, but in the next moment, the peachwood sword was snatched away by Little Kai Tong, who flew over. Little Kai Tong directly possessed the peachwood sword, and its battle power increased greatly. Boom! In the sky, the flaming peachwood sword spun around, and the transparent sword aura that filled the sky directly descended like a sword dance. High-level skill, Soul Slash. Under the illusion sword dance, almost in an instant, the spectre spiders surrounding it died. Their bodies were divided into two and stopped in midair. Right on the heels of that, the body of the spectre spider turned into nothingness. Soul crystals fell out of its body one after another. At the same time, an even purer soul aura turned into a flame and floated towards Little Kai Tong. Seeing this, Little Kai Tong revealed an excited expression. Its whole body was filled with flames, and it directly swallowed more than 10 transcendent soul auras in one go. After swallowing the soul aura, Little Kai Tong floated around. TL protect baby Ginseng Y. Below, baby Ginseng was fuming. Protection. This guy was like Shiyu, it just wanted to have fun itself. Pets really took after their beast tamers. Yee. Baby Ginseng had just finished complaining when it suddenly looked at a crack. Boom. An even larger ghost spider, about half the size of a person. It was more like the evolution form of a ghost spider. It was more suitable for the appearance of the ghost demon spider. Name, Ghost Demon Spider. Attributes, undead, poison. Race level, mid-level commander. Shaw. After this spectre demonic spider discovered that its citizens' spiritual fluctuations had all disappeared, it immediately ran out in anger. This was a commander rank undead. Its energy fluctuations were dozens of times larger than those spectre spiders. It had originally come out full of anger, but when it saw baby Ginseng, its face immediately turned into that of a fool. After being stunned, it completely lost its mind. It was like a mad dog that had seen meat after a month of hunger. Its body bared its fangs and brandished its claws, charging at baby Ginseng like an alien. Eat! Eat! It opened its mouth and shouted. Baby Ginseng crossed its arms and didn't plan to fight with Kai Tong anymore. As expected, before the Spectre demonic spider could rush over, little Kai Tong, who had attached himself to Baby Ginseng's peachwood sword, directly slashed down with an interlocking sword. Fire and wood were also conflicting powers. In an instant, a hot and fierce sword pressure turned into a wave that attacked like a tsunami, shocking the Spectre demonic spider that was charging at Baby Ginseng. When it recovered and resisted, the fire sword pressure had already crushed its body. Boom! Even if its energy level was twice as high as little Kai Tong's, in front of its super strength and Baby Ginseng's peachwood sword, the Spectre demonic spider still burned to death without any resistance. Shaw! In the flames, the painful voice of the Spectre demon spider sounded. Little Kai Tong was like an emotionless killing machine, excitedly swallowing the soul aura of the guy it killed. "Mi?" Kai Tong swallowed another commander-level soul aura without any pressure. It wanted more and urged Baby Ginseng to gather more monsters faster. Ginseng baby, yo h. The team of a Ginseng and a sword spirit seemed to like the feeling of law enforcement. Baby Ginseng liked to see the guy who wanted to eat it get killed, while Kai Tong liked to kill spirits. It was a passion engraved in its soul. It seems its endurance is pretty good? Shiyu touched his chin and sensed the changes in Kai Tong. It swallowed more than 10 transcendent soul auras in one go, together with a commander-level soul aura, without any adverse effects. "I told you. It'll just kill all the undead in one go. It'll save time." The Gemcat also lay on the sofa and looked down. It might be difficult for other pets to withstand the level of the super skills being forcefully raised, but it's different. Its predecessor is so powerful. Even if it changed its form of existence and started over, its mental strength will naturally be extremely strong. It won't be affected by those soul auras. The Gemcat licked its claws and said lazily, "I've seen another undead who has mastered the spirit release. The method to increase its spirit release might be worth learning for you." "Really?" Shiyu scratched his cheek. "Well, in that case." The Gemcat looked down. In the next moment, its pupils emitted a light that was like a sapphire. Its huge psychic perception domain instantly enveloped an area 10,000 meters away. Then, it suddenly raised its head. Swoosh! Thousands of transcendent phantom spiders and many commander-level phantom demon spiders were directly pulled out of the cave by the Gemcat's Psychic Plus instant transmission. A moment later, in the sky in front of Shiyu and the others in this hilly area, dense and black undead spiders were floating. They were all controlled by psychic power and had panicked expressions, not knowing what had happened. Woo! Woo! Seeing this, Eleven and Buggy's eyes lit up as they looked at the Gemcat in admiration. So strong! As expected of a super big boss with an energy value of tens of millions. Below, Baby Ginseng and the little sword spirit also suddenly looked at the Spectre spider hanging in the sky, momentarily at a loss. Shiyu's eyelids twitched as he watched all of this. Was this cat going to wipe out the entire family? Meow! The light in the Gemcat's eyes dimmed. The Spectre spiders that filled the sky were directly crushed by the psychic power. With a boom, the Spectre spiders exploded like fireworks one after another, and a sky full of soul aura directly appeared. Little Kai Tong was immediately extremely excited. He immediately activated its absorption with all his might. In the next moment, its body was like a flaming black hole, emitting endless gravity, attracting the soul aura that filled the sky. Swoosh! 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 The soul aura that filled the sky gathered crazily towards Kai Tong. As Kai Tong absorbed it, its aura rose steadily. Baby Ginseng, 11, and Buggy were stunned. They felt that its increase was even more ferocious than Shiyu's points. Was this the efficiency of a big boss leading a team to kill monsters and level up? Soon, just as the Gemcat said, little Kai Tong still swallowed these soul auras without any pressure. Moreover, perhaps because it had reached the standard, after devouring it, the short sword-sized little Kai Tong directly grew to a normal length. A red light flashed across the sword. It seemed to have grown from a young girl to an older sister, and its aura was even greater. However, this didn't seem to be the end. After growing up, a white light suddenly spread from Kai Tong, who had just finished devouring the soul aura. This light was like the light of evolution. Boom! The white light interweaved with the huge flames that surged inside, causing Kai Tong's energy wave to increase again. In the blink of an eye, Kai Tong's energy level increased to nearly 2000. It still seemed to be transcendent, but its energy level was close to commander rank. Hoo! Under the entanglement of the flames that filled the sky, a voice that stunned Shi Yu and the others came from the inside of the flames. Ju! The voice was timid. A. Wu? Yi? Wu? Under the stunned gazes of Shi Yu and the others, a small bird spirit the size of a sparrow, covered in beautiful and smooth red flaming feathers, flew out of the flames to replace the sword spirit. Upon seeing this red bird spirit, Shi Yu instantly recalled the name of General Mu Huain's accompanying sword. Moreover, he could clearly sense what was going on from Kai Tong. The form of this bird spirit was the second form after Kai Tong's spirit release. At the proficient level of the spirit dissection, one could liberate the form of the bird spirit. In the form of the bird spirit, one could obtain a physique that absorbed the power of the sun to recover their physical fitness at a high speed. Moreover, this physique could be inherited by the beast tamer through possession. At the same time, in this state, the beast tamer obtained the ability to fly. In that case, I can also recover my physical fitness with photosynthesis? Shi Yu was stunned. Wasn't this a form specially born to increase points? At that time, the sword spirit would take over his body and fight, while the bird spirit would take over the body to recuperate. He could directly let Buggy materialize the sun. Under the dual-charge treasure of Buggy and Ginseng Baby, the efficiency of points increased in a straight line again. No, the key is, who else can't fly? Baby Ginseng? It turned into a bird? At the side, the gem cat saw little Kai Tong's change and shook its head. The spirit release skill was really strange. It didn't know what form it could release at the expert level. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be difficult for Shi Yu and the others to upgrade spirit release to the expert level. However, he definitely had to go deeper into the undead battlefield. Only then would there be enough high-quality undead. At the same time, the moment little Kai Tong released the bird spirit form, at the core of the undead battlefield, in the deepest underground, a sealed undead sensed the aura of its own race and slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 230, Mutated Fruit in the Undying Pond. Chapter 230, Mutated Fruit in the Undying Pond. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Outside the ancient capital, the undead battlefield. At the bottom of the deep and dark cave, a creature that looked like a dark phoenix with black feathers covering its back, its wings and tail wrapped in black and red flames looked outside the cage. This bloodline. Its eyes flickered with a dark light as its consciousness slowly spread out. It's actually preserved. Scree dash. After liberating its second form, little Kai Tong slowly landed on Shi Yu's shoulder in the form of a bird spirit. It was overjoyed and chirped. Great! It had a mouth. In the future, it could eat the ice directly. You only know how to eat. Shi Yu revealed a helpless expression. You little guy, how many ice element energy crystals have you wasted? However, what he did have was a lot of those. Sigh. Shi Yu smiled with some surprise. Bird spirit. Shi Yu thought it would be in the form of a big sword. Or some armor spirit. It went from a sword spirit to an animal spirit. Who would have thought that? It crossed races. However, it didn't seem very surprising. After all, General Mu Huiyin had the Phoenix bloodline. Then, what would the next form be? Let's try a new possession state first. Shi Yu stopped guessing and said to little Kai Tong. Chirp dash. Little Kai Tong understood. Its gaze was intelligent as it slowly took off. After circling around, it directly fused into Shi Yu's body in the form of a bird spirit. At this moment, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and the gem cat's gazes were all attracted. In the next moment, Shiyu's body began to turn blurry and hot. Red arcs of fire slowly erupted and lingered around him. Boom! As energy surged, Shiyu turned into the form with red hair and eyes in a moment. Countless fire threads condensed, and a fierce spiritual aura that was like the flames of the sun turned into flames that wrapped around Shiyu's body. Under the flames was his thin, white, and rather powerful body. From the looks of it, it's no different from when the sword spirit possessed me previously. But Shiyu took a deep breath and his body slowly floated in the air. Without wings, it was as if the body was not restrained by the gravity and could directly float in the air. Under the envelopment of the flames, Shiyu exerted strength all over his body and instantly turned into a flame. He flew thousands of meters away at an extremely fast speed. Looking at Shiyu's disappearing figure, 11, Buggy, and Baby Ginseng smacked their lips. Great, Shiyu was becoming less and less human. Moments later, Shiyu turned around and flew back with extreme ease. The flying speed was extremely fast, and the flames were the accelerator of eyelight. It's time to learn the flying sword art. Shiyu clicked his tongue in wonder. But I feel that the sword techniques are still more handsome. Shiyu glanced at Baby Ginseng. All right, this time, he could fly too. Well, Baby Ginseng was indeed a little miserable. He would teach it some skills to counter flying opponents someday. For example, Earth-type skills, gravity. Ginseng Baby, QAQ. It was too much. This state looks very strong. This was the first time the gem cat had seen the state of the sword spirit possession. It couldn't help but show a praising expression. Although little Kai Tong was only at the transcendent level, after possessing Shiyu, the power produced by the resonance between the two parties far exceeded that of ordinary commander ranks. Yeah. Shiyu was also very satisfied with his current state. At this moment, apart from his flying ability, he also sensed something different. Because of the bird spirit's special physique, Shiyu felt that his recovery ability had increased again in this state. The burden on him was much smaller. In addition, his control over the power of possession had also become better. It seemed that it could freely adjust its current power. As Shiyu tried it, the fire spiritual energy on his body slowly weakened and gradually dissipated. Soon, there were no longer any energy fluctuations on Shiyu's body. However, he was still red-haired and had red eyes. Moreover, he was floating in the sky. At this moment, Shiyu was like an ordinary person with dyed hair and beautiful eyes. He didn't look as battle-ready as before, but in fact, this was also an illusion. It was just that Shiyu had restrained his strength. I originally thought that only by perfecting or transcendent the possession skill could I do this, but from the looks of it, the bird spirit's possession state is much gentler than the sword spirit's. Shiyu floated in the air and stretched out his hand. A fire sword spirit condensed in his hand. Although it was possessed by a bird spirit, Kai Tong's two forms could be switched freely, so the current Shiyu still had very strong battle power. In addition, if he didn't fight, he felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him to maintain this state for a day. In short, the functionality of possession had become stronger. Fly one more round. Shiyu seemed to be dissatisfied. On the sofa, the gem cat, 11, Buggy Y, and Baby Ginseng looked at Shiyu, who couldn't bear to come down and was still flying around in the sky like a fly, and fell into deep thought. Hey! The gem cat shouted helplessly and said, "Are you done playing?" This was the second time it shouted. It wasn't the first time it had brought its students to the undead battlefield to train, but in the past 100 years, Shiyu was definitely the one who made the cat most worried. It was too easy to become obsessed with his own world. Aha! All right. In the sky, Shiyu was pulled back by the gem cat's mental strength. He scratched his head in embarrassment and slowly flew to their side. Well, let's continue? After Shiyu laughed, his eyes lit up. He was looking forward to little Kai Tong's next form. At this rate, the spirit release would probably be at the expert level soon and free the next form. At that time, would there be any new changes to the possession skill? Be more careful. The gem cat shook its head and said, "You still have the final exam in 3 days. We can't stay here for too long. Let's go directly to the Undying Pond now. After I temporarily unseal that place, the temptation emitted by the Undying Pond should be greater than baby ginseng. At that time, it should be able to attract many monarch-level undead. It can definitely increase faster by directly killing a monarch-level undead." The gem cat's gaze was fierce. It was super fierce. Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. He was still worried that little Kai Tong's appetite was too small and couldn't take it. However, the gem cat was eager to try. What bad intentions did the cat have? Instant transmission was a good skill for traveling. The gem cat's instant transmission was even better than Buggy's. Shiyu and the others flashed into a new place. Without much time or even sensing the situation outside, they arrived near the Undying Pond. The Undying Pond was located in a valley. Its surroundings were sealed by transcendent spatial shackles. At first, it was set up by an Overlord-level spatial pet. There were no Overlord-level undead in the undead battlefield at all, nor were there undead who were proficient in spatial power. Therefore, this seal was foolproof. It wouldn't let wild undead accidentally obtain benefits from the Undying Pond. After that, the spatial seal was strengthened and strengthened several times. This mission was done by the beast tamers native to the ancient capital. The Overlord gem cat that had mastered spatial skills was naturally among them. Therefore, it also contributed to this seal. It wasn't bragging that it could bring Shiyu to the Undying Pond to take a look. This is the place. In the sky above the Undying Pond, Shiyu and the others appeared. The gem cat looked down and said. In the sky, through the transparent seal, they could clearly see the black pool inside the seal. Although he couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the pool, from the black ground near the pool and the spatial seal that had been corroded, this was definitely not a good place. Yi dash. In Shiyu's pocket, baby Ginseng's expression was blurred. Ginseng baby, plus dash plus. It looked at the black pool and felt that it was very dangerous. Baby Ginseng tugged at Shiyu's clothes. Otherwise, our moon gem, time soil, and time mystic realm would make do. Forget about the Undying Pond. If anything happened, who would create supplements in the future? True. Shiyu agreed abnormally quickly. In any case, he was most concerned about the power or time. The power or death didn't matter. Just like when he gave Buggy the opportunity to apply for a choice, Shiyu also gave baby Ginseng enough choice. Moreover, there were too many mutations. Shiyu was also worried that baby Ginseng wouldn't be able to take it. He was just here to take a look. Yi? Seeing that Shiyu agreed so quickly, baby Ginseng's face turned bitter again. Looking at the Undying Pond, it felt that it was a pity to miss it. So conflicted. Yi? However, after thinking for a few seconds, baby Ginseng decided to give it a T. It looked at Eleven and Buggy, who were watching the commotion on Shiyu's shoulder. It really didn't have the confidence to become stronger than them with just the moon gem, the soil of time, and the mystic realm of time. The thought of being chased and nibbled by a bunch of totems in the owl's premonition made baby Ginseng shiver. Instead of being helpless at that time, it was better to give it a try now. It had a transcendent mutated body, so there was no reason for it to be afraid. Could this Undying Pond be stronger than the Fruit of Life? It could successfully eat a level 8 resource mutation when it was at the awakening level. Now that it had a transcendent level mutation, soaking in the Undying Pond was not a problem. After comforting itself and boosting his courage, baby Ginseng made up its mind to give it a try. Don't be afraid, it's just the Undying Pond. The gem cat said indifferently. It had mastered dozens of skills. Although it had only mastered a few convenient ones, it was still easy for it to ensure that Shiyu and the others weren't affected by the Undying Pond with its Overlord-level protective power. Baby Ginseng, really? Keely. The gem cat was confident. However, Although it was confident that it could protect Xiaoyu and the others, did Xiaoyu and the others plan to rely on the Undying Pond to let baby ginseng mutate and evolve? Was it reliable? The gem cat revealed a thoughtful expression. In the past 100 years, there was only one successful case of the ancient tree of life and death. Why do I feel that you guys aren't very reliable? It said suspiciously. Don't worry, Xiaoyu smiled and tricked it. Don't forget that baby ginseng is a super genius who successfully mutated a level 8 resource at the awakening level. Its mutation level is naturally transcendent. No mutation environment can stop it. The gem cat stared at him. Soon, the gem cat opened a door on the seal of the Undying Pond. Under the gem cat's lead, Xiaoyu and the others easily arrived at the edge of the pool. Before entering, the gem cat added a layer of protection to Xiaoyu and the others, including baby ginseng. This could ensure that Xiaoyu and the others were not corroded by the death power of the Undying Pond. At this moment, as he approached the Undying Pond, Xiaoyu took a deep breath. He felt that transcendent level mutant should still be trustworthy. After all, it was a high-level skill. After all, he had triggered it to perfection. After matching the worm's phantom illusion, the phantom image could even borrow the power of a level 7 resource for itself. It shouldn't be a problem for baby ginseng's mutation to successfully absorb the power of death. Xiaoyu said it can reduce the protective power on baby ginseng a little. All right. The gem cat nodded. At the same time, baby ginseng approached the pool nervously. As the gem cat reduced its protective power, baby ginseng immediately felt a wave of death power invading its body, scaring it and immediately making it take a step back. Meow. Seeing baby ginseng retreat, the gem cat quickly applied its protective power on it. Although your life force is very strong, your growth level is a little low. Meow. The gem cat said, "Come, I'll help you cleanse the power of death again." It was impossible to replicate the miracle of the ancient tree of life, but the growth level of the ginseng baby seemed to be too low. Its life force wasn't enough to resist the death power here. This was the difficulty. No. Yi? Just as the gem cat finished speaking, Xiaoyu and baby ginseng's expression suddenly turned serious. Teacher Ying, please cancel the protective power. Yi? Cancel. At this moment, baby ginseng sensed the situation in its body in shock. After the death power corroded its body seemed to have activated immunity, directly storing the death power in a place that couldn't affect its body. Skill, Yi Mutant. Introduction, it's a wood element skill. It can collect the power of mutation through external stimulation. Whether it can perfectly absorb the power of mutation to complete the racial mutation depends on the skill level and growth level. Skill proficiency, transcendent. In just an instant, Xiaoyu and baby ginseng determined that a transcendent level mutation perfectly countered the power of death here. In other words, it was not impossible to use the power of death as a mutation. Yi! Mere death power, Teacher Ying, you're looking down on me. Baby ginseng suddenly became bold. Let the gem cat continue to revoke its protective power. Yi, there's a new life in death, a new dawn in despair. The power of death. I'll conquer it for sure. Baby ginseng shouted. 11. Bugi. Damn, it was sick again. The gem cat? The gem cat was stunned, not understanding what had happened. However, when it saw Xiaoyu and baby ginseng suddenly so determined, it was stunned for a moment before retracting a little of its protective power. Baby ginseng continued to take a small step forward without fear and sat beside the pool. With a nervous expression, it placed its little feet deep into the Undying Pond. In the next moment, endless death power surged into baby ginseng's body. 6. That's all. Baby ginseng swelled up. It looked at the Undying Pond like it was soaking its feet in water. It felt that its body could still withstand it. Soon, baby ginseng had a strange feeling. Although it didn't feel that it had reached its limit, the death power accumulated in its body had already given the ginseng baby a feeling. At the moment, it could let this death power stimulate its body to mutate. Although the direction of the mutation couldn't be confirmed, it could indeed mutate. Baby Ginseng's expression was serious as it rejected the temptation. It wanted to get it done in one go and mutate together with various mutated powers. Just the Undying Pond was not enough to make it stronger. Yee! Bam! Mutated fruit! A moment later, in order to give the mutant enough space, in order to squeeze as much energy from the Undying Pond as possible, Baby Ginseng had an idea. As Baby Ginseng endured the power of the Undying Pond, it eliminated the mutated power it had absorbed from its body and condensed it in the outside world, forming a mutated fruit containing the power of death. Dow Proficiency Nutrition plus Transcendent Mutant equals Mutated Evolution Fruit. It planned to eat it after its final evolution. Meow, meow, meow. Asterisk seeing Baby Ginseng soaking its feet in the Undying Pond, the Gem Cat was already shocked. After all, Baby Ginseng was only at the commander rank. Now, as it saw Baby Ginseng directly condense the power of the Undying Pond into a death spirit fruit, its eyes widened. How did it do it? That worked. It looked at Shiyu. Shiyu was also slightly stunned. I already said that its mutation talent is very good. It's not unscientific to condense the mutation power into a mutation fruit. Shiyu scratched his cheek. Mutated evolution fruit. He felt that this thing should be quite precious. After all, no matter what creature ate it, it could allow the other party to undergo random mutation evolution like a gambler. Of course, if the other party couldn't adapt to the power of mutation, there was probably a risk of the mutation failing and dying, but in any case, it was also a rare evolution resource. The money-making ability of the Ginseng baby upgraded again with the transcendent level mutation. Continue like this and create more mutated fruits. We can't use it all ourselves. It's not bad to sell it. Shiyu suggested. Baby Ginseng's expression was serious. Understood. How dare you? The Gem Cat glared. Shiyu and Baby Ginseng shuddered. They almost forgot that this was the Gem Cat's territory. Meow. The Gem Cat licked its claws. Just remember to give me half. It had eaten many delicious spiritual fruits that contained life force, but it had really never tried spiritual fruits that contained death power. It still believed in Baby Ginseng's culinary skills. It didn't dare to drink the Undying Pond, but it wanted to try the spiritual fruit. Baby Ginseng covered its face. It wasn't that it didn't want to give it to her. Was it sure it won't die immediately after eating it? No matter how it thought about it, the death spirit fruit was like poison. Only mutants dared to absorb it. It's all right. The Gem Cat yawned and said, I have poisonous and death-type moves. Don't worry. Poison-proof meow. As a mutated pet, the Gem Cat felt that Shiyu and the others had underestimated it. Shiyu and Baby Ginseng were speechless. Strange cat. No. Shiyu was just about to say that there was no problem when the Gem Cat suddenly exploded. Its expression suddenly changed. It quickly looked around and sensed countless huge auras approaching. What's wrong? Shiyu had yet to notice the change in the Gem Cat when he suddenly asked with a serious expression. Impossible. At this moment, the Gem Cat was silent. It didn't understand. The Undying Pond has just opened. It's impossible for it to attract the attention of so many undead so quickly. Now, there are a large number of undead. 1, whoa. 3, 4. Just the monarch-level undead might not be less than 10. They are approaching here quickly. The Gem Cat looked at Shiyu. Holy shit, more than 10 undead monarchs. Shiyu revealed a shocked expression. Then isn't he an expert soon in spirit? Release? 11, Buggy Y, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong were all shocked. He was still thinking about spirit release? Damn, they have to run. There were so many of them, even the Gem Cat might not necessarily be able to defeat them. Chapter 231, Gathering of the Undead Monarchs. Chapter 231, Gathering of the Undead Monarchs. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Upon hearing that there were more than 10 monarchs, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and the others, had the first thought for everyone to quickly slip away. As for Shiyu, he was thinking about expert-level spirit release. As for the gem cat, it was thinking about what was going on. Could it be the death spirit fruit? The gem cat looked at the death spirit fruit that Baby Ginseng had condensed into the power of the undying pond through mutations and nutrients. This death spirit fruit should be considered a pseudo level 7 resource. It wasn't a friendly level 7 resource, but a level 7 ferocious plant. Through the combination of Baby Ginseng, the undying pond becoming a mutated evolution fruit that contained the power of life and death was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps this was the main factor that attracted these undead monarchs? Was it really that tempting? Because it wasn't an undead, the gem cat really couldn't feel it in its place. Seeing the gem cat look at him, although Baby Ginseng was very afraid of the undead monarchs, it didn't dare to stop. It wanted to create as many mutated fruits as possible. It couldn't waste them. What should we do? Shiyu looked at the gem cat. It's not a big problem. The gem cat raised its head and said, it's fine if it's not an overlord. If a monarch comes, I'll kill one. The gem cat showed a fierce expression. It's all money. There are so many high-level soul crystals. Perhaps they can be sold for 100 million again. Shiyu said, as expected of you. I have no choice. The gem cat licked its claws and said, it's too difficult to master transcendent level skills. The training is so tiring and bitter. I just want to fish and break through. I have to save money to buy legendary resources. When you're rich in the future, don't forget me. It didn't matter to the cat who brought Shiyu to farm, but it refused to train 10,000 times to let it increase its strength in life and death. Shiyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could this cat be so lazy? One way for an overlord to advance to the totem level was for the transcendent racial skill to reach the transcendent level. Apart from that, there was another way, which was to use strengthening level 9 legendary resources that matched the racial attributes to strengthen oneself. The former could break through to the totem level 100%, while relying on resources, there was less than a tenth of a chance to break through to the totem level. The gem cat chose to spend money to break through. However, this path was also a long one. You guys continue, I'll repair the spatial seal first. With that said, its gem eyes lit up. The huge hole in the spatial seal was sealed again. Woo! Buggy expressed that it was familiar with this move. Wasn't this courting disaster? Baby Ginseng's face fell, and the speed at which it condensed the mutated fruit slowed down a little. Woo! 11 glared at Buggy. This was clearly making them impregnable. Baby Ginseng's expression improved, and its efficiency returned to normal. 11 was indeed knowledgeable. Boom! As the gem cat repaired the seal, Shiyu could also sense the terrifying aura coming from all directions. Boom! The entire undead battlefield seemed to be covered in dark clouds, and the ground trembled. Coming! The gem cat narrowed its eyes. Come on! Come on. It wanted the soul crystal to sell for money, and Shiyu and the others wanted the soul aura to evolve. This was a reasonable distribution. As soon as the gem cat finished speaking, the first undead monarch that arrived near the undying pond appeared. It flew in the air. It was huge and had a body that looked like a western dragon. Its entire body was made of bones, and its interior was filled with a green light. It was surprisingly the bone dragon of a quasi-overlord race. At the same time, a human-shaped skeleton wrapped in a black rag and holding a bone staff slowly walked over in the air. It looked inside the spatial seal. This time, it was the Black Spirit Great Daoist Master of a high-level monarch race. On the ground, there was also a Death Knight riding a skeleton warhorse and holding a bone sword. The ground was also torn apart. The huge dark centipede king dragged its body that was dozens of meters long and stared at Shiyu like a tall building. Bone Dragon King, Black Spirit Great Daoist Master, Death Knight, Dark Death. Centipede King, Soul Devouring Spider Queen, Ice Spirit Lady, Thousand-Eyed Tree, Phoenix Fire, Undying Demon Cat, Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox. They were all famous undead in the undead battlefield. Because of the threat of the undead battlefield, the association would regularly clean up the undead. However, even after cleaning up, there were still many undead monarchs. These undead monarchs were all outstanding among their peers. They were abnormally cunning and difficult to deal with. If they wanted to hide, some could even hide in alternate spaces. Even legendary beast tamers would find it difficult to find their traces. At this moment, as the most terrifying batch of undead monarchs in the undead battlefield appeared, the gem cat's eyes lit up. I've searched so hard for you guys previously. You guys actually delivered yourselves to my door this time. Damn it! It suddenly remembered something. The Beast Tamer Association of the ancient capital had always wanted these undead monarchs. After killing them, it could still get another bounty. At this moment, as more than 10 undead monarchs appeared, a huge commander-level undead army followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, Baby Ginseng's legs went weak as it created mutated fruits. Shiyu's breathing also froze. All of them were at the monarch level. Generally speaking, the monarch level cultivated by the master-level elite students of the Imperial Capital and Demon Capital University were still in the development stage. Their energy value didn't exceed 1.5 million, but the ones in front of them were basically close to 2 million. There were even a few that exceeded this number and reached the normal energy standard of the Overlord race. The skill proficiency was probably very high. After all, they had lived for God knows how long. It wasn't something that the monarchs cultivated by the students could compare to. That's all. The sky darkened as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Although he was protected by the spatial seal, Shiyu still couldn't help but hide behind the gem cat. Wait! Something was wrong. It seemed like there were undead monarchs ever here. Shiyu's expression darkened. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the gem cat's state. Shiyu? It seems, something's wrong. At this moment, the gem cat's eyes were filled with seriousness. Just now, it sensed a large number of monarch undead coming over, but now, after sensing the state of these undead monarchs at a close distance, it suddenly discovered a big problem. What's wrong? Didn't you realize that the reason why they didn't attack wasn't because of the spatial seal, but because their current state is in a controlled state? The gem cat's gaze was solemn to the extreme. It put away its contempt just now and had a bad feeling. It couldn't be that unlucky, right? What could control these undead monarchs at the same time? Its words directly shocked Shiyu and the others. If only a new Undying Overlord was born in the undead battlefield and united them, that would be nothing, but if it's, the gem cat suddenly thought of the Undying Dark Phoenix Underground. If it was related to it, then the problem was huge. In an instant, the gem cat seemed to be facing a great enemy. Just as the deterrence was about to disperse, a scene that shocked the cat and Shiyu occurred. Countless undead monarchs made a submissive posture and aimed at Shiyu, who was in a possession state. Gem cat, Shiyu, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, Kai Tong, meow, meow, meow. Shocking Shiyu for 100 years. What was going on? Chapter 232, Awakening of the Phoenix Bloodline. Chapter 232, Awakening of the Phoenix Bloodline. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The undead monarch submitted. At this moment, Shiyu and the others were completely speechless. The gem cat was also stunned on the spot. They looked at the many undead monarchs who had submitted and the similarly shocked Shiyu in a daze. What the hell? The gem cat had thought of many possibilities, but it never expected that the undead monarch would submit to Shiyu after coming together. You. The gem cat waved its claws around and stared at Shiyu, imagining things. Could it be? After a moment of silence, Shiyu said, "I'll lay my cards on the table." The gem cat shuddered. TVE laid my cards on the table. I don't know what's going on either. The gem cat. At this moment, Shiyu felt guilty to be subjugated by a bunch of undead. A bunch of criminals ran over to call him boss. anyone would be stunned. Meow. The gem cat's gaze flickered. The gem cat, who had originally wanted to attack, didn't know what to do now. So what exactly was going on? Only baby Ginseng didn't move and continued to draw the energy of the undying pond. Soon, soon. At this moment, among many undead monarchs, a ball of three-colored flames that looked like a phoenix suddenly changed. Named Phoenix Fire. Attributes: Undead, Fire. Race level: High-class monarch. Introduction: it's a spirit formed by the phoenix's flames. Under its transformation, it gradually turned into a beautiful woman in a black dress with a noble aura. It frowned and muttered to itself. Then, it looked at Xiaoyu and the others. This body. I'm not used to it. But it can barely be used for speaking. After the aura of the Phoenix Fire changed, the dark aura spread, as if some other creature had seized control of its body. After it appeared, the other undead monarchs crawled even deeper, their gazes even more afraid. Sensing the change in the Phoenix Fire, the gem cat's expression suddenly changed drastically. Because this aura was too similar to the aura of the Undying Dark Phoenix sealed under the undead battlefield. Undying Dark Phoenix? The gem cat spoke in surprise and broke out in cold sweat. Although it sensed that the other party still had the strength of a monarch, its mind was taut to the extreme at this moment. It was already 120% focused and prepared to escape with Xiaoyu at any time. Eh? The humanoid woman formed by the Phoenix Fire looked at the gem cat in surprise and said, "You recognize it?" Woo woo. As the Undying Dark Phoenix finished speaking, Xiaoyu, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and the others were immediately stunned. Tears flickered. Damn, gem cat, you jinx. Who was the one who said that as long as the Undying Dark Phoenix didn't break the seal, the undead battlefield was very safe? In the end, it really broke. How? Monarchs could be dealt with easily, and overlords weren't too much either, but totems, how could they deal with this? The gem cat's expression was also a little bad. It felt that Xiaoyu was a disaster bringer. It really gave the cat a headache. This guy was clearly here for Xiaoyu. Being stared at by the human form of the Undying Dark Phoenix, Xiaoyu and the others didn't dare to act rashly, even if the other party's human form was very beautiful. Long time no see. The Undying Dark Phoenix ignored the gem cat and looked at Xiaoyu seriously. My daughter. Xiaoyu? Everyone. Meow? Ooh? Ooh? 6? Ooh? As the Undying Dark Phoenix finished speaking, it was as if it had thrown a nuclear bomb at the scene. The heavy atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Everyone present was stunned. The gem cat, 11, Buggy, and even Baby Ginseng looked at Xiaoyu in shock. Holy shit! What was going on? Daughter? Xiaoyu was also a little stunned, but he quickly reacted. The other party wasn't talking about him at all. Kai Tong? Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Jew? In the next moment, little Kai Tong left Xiaoyu and flew out in the form of a bird spirit. Xiaoyu quickly recovered his black hair and eyes. As expected, the Undying Dark Phoenix and the group of undead monarchs looked at Kai Tong. The daughter the Undying Dark Phoenix mentioned was Kai Tong. At this moment, when it saw Kai Tong, the Undying Dark Phoenix directly smiled. Although the form is a little strange, it seems to have really been preserved. But from the looks of it, she seems to have completely forgotten her identity. Stop pretending. At this moment, the gem cat narrowed its eyes. Psychic power had already enveloped all the undead monarchs. It had already calmed down. Although the development of the plot was a little strange, it didn't forget the identity of this group of undead monarchs. They were all participants in the undead siege and were proper ferocious spirits. As the source of the ancient capital's undead battlefield, how could the Undying Dark Phoenix be little Kai Tong's mother? This was very ridiculous, all right? All kinds of records showed that the Undying Dark Phoenix was a big boss-level ferocious spirit that had triggered multiple undead disasters. It could tell that the Undying Dark Phoenix's consciousness had only temporarily taken over the body of the Phoenix Fire. Its strength was still at the monarch level, and its main body was probably still sealed and not worth mentioning. It could also be crushed. Boom! The gem cat's deterrence erupted, but in the next moment, Shi Yu hurriedly said, "Wait, wait." Because he suddenly recalled the prophecy of the owl. He had asked the owl about Kai Tong's bloodline. The other party predicted the scene of Kai Tong splitting open the undying Dark Phoenix's seal. Holy shit, it couldn't really be related, right? There's something you should know. Shi Yu instantly conveyed what had happened in the capital to the gem cat through telepathy, stunning it. Meow, meow, meow. The gem cat widened its eyes and looked at Shi Yu. No matter how it looked at it, this looked like a scam, but this guy was saying that it might be true. Could that owl be trusted? Shi Yu? Did the bad reputation of the prediction owl spread to the gem cat? At this moment, things were extremely strange. For a moment, Shi Yu didn't know what to do. Do you have any evidence? He could only look at the undying Dark Phoenix and ask. In the face of this question, the beautiful woman in human form formed by the undying Dark Phoenix's phoenix fire still smiled. Not only you, even I'm very surprised. You need evidence. Coincidentally, I also need to verify its bloodline power. There was too much information, making the gem cat, Shi Yu, and the others a little stunned. Before Shi Yu and the others could react, black flames burned in the undying Dark Phoenix's eyes. In the next moment, the bodies of the dozen or so undead monarchs and commander-level undead present were lit up by black flames, and they suddenly let out painful wails. Bone Dragon King, Black Spirit Great Deus Master, Death Knight, Dark Death Centipede King, Soul Devouring Spider Queen, Ice Spirit Lady, Thousand-Eyed Tree, Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox. One undead monarch after another lost their lives almost instantly. Oh! In the blink of an eye, these undead monarchs that wreaked havoc in the undead battlefield were killed by the black flames in unison and turned into dust. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Shi Yu and the others changed, revealing looks of disbelief. What was it doing? Summoning a bunch of undead just to kill them? Aren't they your subordinates? Shi Yu immediately asked. The undying Dark Phoenix, it's just undead born from the plague and curse that's around me. They can't be considered subordinates, just a group of ferocious spirits. It's their fortune to be able to become nutrients. This person had no right to call them ferocious spirits. Shi Yu and the others wanted to complain. The gem cat's expression was also filled with confusion, but in the next moment, it seemed to understand the other party's intention. Boom! After these undead were killed, soul aura surged into the sky and filled the entire sky. Then, countless soul auras floated into the space. It actually directly penetrated the spatial seal and wrapped around little Kai Tong. Jew? Little Kai Tong was stunned. It sensed the tempting aura of the soul aura and wanted to eat it very much, but it was at a loss. Shi Yu had taught it not to attack and eat without orders. At this moment, the undying Dark Phoenix said, "Aren't you guys hunting undead to help it free its strength? TL help you. If you don't absorb it soon, it'll be wasted. After unsealing its power, its bloodline will awaken and become a phoenix spirit. This is the best evidence." At this moment, Shi Yu didn't know what to do, so he looked at the gem cat. The gem cat's expression was serious. There's nothing wrong with the soul aura. Shi Yu nodded. Kai Tong. Jew. After obtaining the beast tamer's permission, little Kai Tong's eyes lit up. He activated the spirit release and absorbed the soul aura wrapped around him. Boom! In the next moment, little Kai Tong's body emitted the light of the sun. Its body seemed to have turned into a fire vortex, erupting with a huge gravity, absorbing the soul aura that filled the sky into his body. The flames obliterated the soul aura and turned into nutrients for its own growth. During this process, little Kai Tong's aura gradually strengthened. A moment later, its body erupted with a soaring fire light. Its growth level directly broke through to commander rank. Red flames, grey soul aura, and white advanced light intertwined. Soon, the soul aura produced by the deaths of many undead was completely absorbed by little Kai Tong. At this moment, its body underwent another huge change. In the center of the flames, an orange-red light slowly burned. Jew! With a high cry, all the flames began to retract inward. The flames swept up with a shocking phoenix might, and the orange flames that shot into the sky instantly filled the sky. At this moment, not only did a huge flame shoot into the sky, but a loud phoenix cry also erupted. The dazzling flames cut through the dark clouds like a sun, almost illuminating the entire undying pond. Soon, as the evolution flames gradually faded, a huge figure appeared. A huge fiery red bird flew in the flames in midair. Its dazzling orange-red tail feathers were long. It had a perfect body shape, a crown-like feather crown on its head, dazzling feathers, shining wings, colorful appearance, and pleasant cry. All of them displayed the majesty of the king of birds. It was the new form released after Kai Tong's spirit release reached expert level, the phoenix spirit mentioned by the undying Dark Phoenix. Seeing this scene, the undying Dark Phoenix showed an as-expected expression. At this moment, as the phoenix spirit appeared, the index data in front of Shiyu also began to change crazily. Energy points, 140089. After liberating its new form and breaking through to commander rank, little Kai Tong's energy attribute immediately matched the butterfly of imagination. The huge deterrent stunned 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and the other pets. Damn! They looked at the wind spirit in the sky and were extremely shocked. This was little Kai Tong? Why did the energy wave suddenly become so terrifying? Buggy immediately cried. It felt that the time for the Shiyu tournament would come soon. This wave was an epic strengthening of Kai Tong? No. It was an epic strengthening of Shiyu. At this moment, what concerned Shiyu the most was not the new form released after little Kai Tong's spirit release reached the expert level, but that it had brought some new abilities during the breakthrough and liberation process. Race name, Spirit, Kai Tong. Race attributes, Undead, Fire. Race level, High-level Overlord, Quasi-mythical. Level of growth, Commander level. Race skill, Advanced, Light Flame Sword, Proficient, Possession, Expert, Soul Slaying, Proficient, Deterrence, Initial level Phoenix Might, has a strong commanding and deterrence effect on birds and undead. Super level, Sun Flame, Initiate, Spirit Release, Expert, Interlocking Sword, Initiate. After breaking through, little Kai Tong awakened deterrence, and it was a deterrence unique to the Phoenix race that was not inferior to Dragon Might. It could command hundreds of birds. Apart from that, the Phoenix spirit had the flames of regeneration. As long as it didn't die, all the damage it suffered with the target it possessed could be healed through the flames of regeneration. The healing effect depended on the level of the spirit release. If the bird spirit form gave Kai Tong the racial ability to recover its physical strength with the power of the sun, then the Phoenix spirit form gave it the special ability to recover from its injuries with the power of the sun. Chapter 233, Undying Dark Phoenix Enraged. Chapter 233, Undying Dark Phoenix Enraged. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. As expected of my bloodline. It looked at little Kai Tong quietly and smiled warmly. At this moment, seeing that Kai Tong had really become a phoenix, the corners of the gem cat's mouth twitched crazily. 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and the other pets were also extremely shocked. So, was it really Kai Tong's mother? What evidence is this? Shiyu's eyelids twitched. This only meant that Kai Tong had the phoenix bloodline. He had known from the start. However, he had successfully advanced his soul aura for free. It was really fragrant. After those undead monarchs submitted, Shiyu almost thought that he couldn't cut them anymore. Now that he had successfully absorbed them, it was very comfortable. Speaking of which, if the Undying Dark Phoenix was really related to Kai Tong, wouldn't it be impossible for it to be able to kill the Dark Phoenix and advance in the future? Jew! Just as everyone's expressions were extremely silent, only little Kai Tong was unmoved. It turned from an extremely gorgeous phoenix spirit form to a small bird spirit form. After eating until it was full, it quietly landed on Shiyu's shoulder and didn't think much of it from the start. It didn't care so much. It only recognized Shi Yu. It only had one relative, Shi Yu. This was the speciality of a heroic spirit. Once it recognized its master, it would never betray it. Jew? At this moment, although he had already believed a little of the undying Dark Phoenix's words because of the owl's prophecy, Shi Yu suddenly calmed down as Kai Tong landed on his shoulder. Because even if everything was real, so what? Even General Mu Huiyin seemed to have never acknowledged her bloodline. Instead, she hated her bloodline very much. Shi Yu slowly raised his head. After taking the soul aura, he said stubbornly, "This doesn't prove anything at all. Your strength is completely different. Its power is pure sun flame. Even in its undead form, its power hasn't changed. And you have plague and curses on you. It's pure dark power. What's your goal?" As Shi Yu finished speaking, little Kai Tong leaned closer to Shi Yu, causing the undying Dark Phoenix to frown and reveal a displeased expression. But soon, it was relieved. "Since you don't believe me, I'll reveal more information." A dark light flashed in the undying Dark Phoenix's eyes. In ancient times, humans were divided into pure-blood humans and mixed-blood humans. The mixed-blood humans were a group of humans who had obtained the bloodline of the different races. They had a common characteristic, which was that their talent potential was outstanding, and they even surpassed the pure-blood humans. Their talent was the forte of the two races. Among them, the most typical is humans and dragons. More than 2,000 years ago, the development of the Phoenix race fell into a certain bottleneck. A voice appeared in the Phoenix race, giving the power of the bloodline to some humans with suitable physiques and relying on humans with the Phoenix bloodline to break this bottleneck. However, because the growth of hybrids requires too many resources and the Phoenix race has many members who pursue the purity of their bloodline, two factions have been divided in the race. One side supports the hybrid human plan, and the other is determined to oppose humans sharing the resources of the Phoenix race. Among them, it was born at that time. I gave it the Phoenix bloodline, and it's my real daughter. The undying Dark Phoenix looked at little Kai Tong and smiled. With this look, little Kai Tong's bloodline power surged and actually resonated a little. Unfortunately, not long after the hybrid plan started, the two factions had a conflict due to resources. There was internal strife among the Phoenix race, and many hybrids were eliminated by the pureblood. At that time, in order to ensure its safety, I hid her in the human world. When the internal strife of the Phoenix race ended, I went to look for it. It had already disappeared and was suspected to be dead. Now that it can revive in its undead form, it's really beyond my expectations. It's surprising. Shi Yu fell silent on the spot. It seemed matching. That initial hybrid was General Mu Huiyin. As for why the bloodline disappeared, it was because a portion of the bloodline power was separated from Mu Huiyin after she grew up and became the current little Kai Tong. Don't believe it easily. Seeing Shi Yu's expression change slightly, the gem cat beside him reminded Shi Yu. There was something wrong with this guy. It had to believe its instincts as a female cat. I know, Shi Yu still had many questions. The undying Dark Phoenix was a top-notch totem of the undead and dark elements, while Mu Huiyin and little Kai Tong both had Phoenix bloodlines that had the power of the sun. The strength system was completely unrelated. The undying Dark Phoenix said, "As for the power system, it's because I've fallen once. Our predecessor was the race closest to the divine level in the Phoenix race, the sun god Phoenix. After an accidental death, I revived in the world as the undying Dark Phoenix. This is my second body. Just like how it became an undead, I also became an undead." Accidental death? According to what I know, the undying Dark Phoenix was the one who experienced the internal strife of the Phoenix race during the era of the Empress dynasty. Because the power was too evil, it was sealed here by the Empress. Shi Yu stared at the undying Dark Phoenix intently. Becoming an undead still couldn't explain the power attribute. The undying Dark Phoenix smiled. "The Empress you're talking about. It means my other daughter, its sister. Shi Yu, the gem cat, and the pets." "Kai Tong?" The undying Dark Phoenix said, after the first internal strife of the Phoenix race, the power of the hybrid sect gained the upper hand. The hybrid plan was activated again and obtained unprecedented success. Its sister grew into the human empress at that time. However, at this moment, the few purebloods colluded with the foreign races and launched internal strife again. I was poisoned and cursed to become what I am now. In the cursed state, because I couldn't control my power, because I would subconsciously release plagues and curses to accelerate the birth of undead, I took the initiative to ask the Empress you mentioned to seal me. I planned to accept purification after she resolved the internal strife and totems. But unfortunately, I couldn't wait for her to successfully resolve the internal strife. The Phoenix race was also on the verge of destruction due to the internal strife and external enemies. The world was in chaos, and she also disappeared. Then in the future, in order to suppress the curse, I slept here. This time, I only woke up for a short period of time because I sensed a similar bloodline power. I could only talk to you through my consciousness possessing the undead. The gem cat opened its mouth wide. Although it reminded Shiyu not to believe it easily, it didn't expect that the story could develop in an even more ridiculous direction. The human empress had become this little sword spirit sister? Damn it, the undying dark phoenix was full of nonsense. Shiyu's expression was also very confused. Shiyu said, "So, what's your goal?" "TM just meeting my bloodline, plus? I want you to release me from the seal." Her seal can only be unsealed by the sun god fire, which is also the transcendent sun flame you mentioned. At the moment, it's the only one with this bloodline aptitude. The undying dark phoenix looked at Kai Tong. Upon hearing that it wanted to break the seal, Shiyu wanted to refuse on the spot. Even if what the undying dark phoenix said was true, it couldn't be unsealed casually. The undying dark phoenix had also said that it had the plague and curse. It was the source of all the undead in the undead battlefield. Its power would go berserk at all times. In this situation, who dared to unseal it? However, when they heard the undying dark phoenix say that only transcendent-level super skills could unseal it, Shiyu and the others were stunned again. What did the other party mean? Did it want them to unseal it in the future? The current little Kai Tong didn't have that strength. The undying dark phoenix looked at Shiyu and Kai Tong. No matter what, it was born because of me. You're currently in a contract with it. I don't reject this relationship. It's naturally best if you're willing to help it grow. When its sun flame reaches a certain level, not only can it break my seal, but it can also cleanse the curse and plague on my body. I hope you can return here after you grow up. Of course, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem to acknowledge me as a mother. But it doesn't matter. Whether you accept it or not, I'll help you grow quickly. No matter what, she's my daughter, my bloodline. Tons opened a mystic realm. A large amount of resources I collected are stored there. Apart from legendary-level resources, there's also a divine-level resource that can be used for your growth and easily help you break through to the totem level. Only people with the power of my bloodline can successfully open that mystic realm. From now on, all the treasures there are yours. TL tell you the location of that mystic realm. At this moment, when it heard the undying dark phoenix's words, the gem cat's eyes lit up. Divine-level resources. Shiyu's eyes also lit up. Mom. The undying dark phoenix? The gem cat? 11. Buggy, ginseng baby? Kai Tong? Shiyu said, I was just kidding. Continue. The undying dark phoenix nodded and released flames to weave a huge map in the sky. The style of this map looked to be from Emperor Shi's era, but Shiyu was knowledgeable and recognized it. At this moment, when he saw the coordinates, Shiyu thought carefully and was stunned. This was no longer within Donghuang. From the looks of it, it didn't seem to be the totem area either. From the current geographical location, the mystic realm opened by the undying dark phoenix was located in the 7 neighboring islands, one of the 7 islands. Among the 7 countries, Donghuang, Rongguang, the 7 islands, Shenfeng, Minghua, Tingxiang, and Shuiyuan, the 7 islands were the closest to Donghuang. After approaching that place, Due to the connection of the bloodline power, you will naturally sense the entrance of the mystic realm. The beautiful woman that the undying Dark Phoenix turned into smiled and said, "Not only that, I also know many Phoenix race mystic realms and kingdom mystic realms of the Empress dynasty. These are all resources prepared for us to lead to the divine path, but the opening method isn't that simple. After you rescue me, I'll bring you to Search. From the current situation, there aren't many members of the Phoenix race left. The hope of reviving the Phoenix race can only be relied on us." Shiyu and the Gem Cat nodded crazily. "All right, Mom." The undying Dark Phoenix was tired. It didn't seem to be useful for her to play the family card. Material benefits were the way to go. It didn't know if it could deceive this group of people in front of it. X. However, regardless of whether it could deceive them or not, it was already a good thing that its consciousness had awakened this time. After all the instructions were completed, the expression of the human figure that the Phoenix had turned into changed slightly. "That's all I want to say. Because of this awakening, my strength might go berserk for a period of time. A large amount of plague and curse power will leak out and affect the outside world. Many new undead will be born in the undead battlefield, and many undead will advance. It's best if you leave here now. And in advance, prepare to face the undead riot." With that said, black mist lingered around its body. A large amount of energy swelled in its body, as if it was about to self-destruct. Upon seeing this scene, Shiyu and the Gem Cat were stunned on the spot. Holy shit! Did it have to be so sudden? Run! At this moment, the Gem Cat also sensed the huge energy rolling in the earth vein. Its expression couldn't help but change. Ignoring whether baby ginseng had finished absorbing the energy of the undying pond, it directly enveloped Shiyu and the others with its mental strength and used instant transmission to leave quickly. Boom! Shiyu and the others had just teleported away when the Phoenix fire self-destructed. A large amount of plagues, viruses, and curses surged out of its body. The ground here directly cracked, emitting a rich black light that constantly spread out. Sensing the plague and curse power coming from behind, the Gem Cat kept accelerating with a stunned expression. Damn, what was going on today? If it had known, he wouldn't have come to the undead battlefield with Shiyu. Slow down. As the Gem Cat's escape speed was too fast, Shiyu immediately couldn't take it and felt a little carsick. Can you not run faster? It's the power of a totem-level curse. Also, do you believe its words? Believe my ass, Shiyu said directly. The undying Dark Phoenix was Kai Tong and the Empress's mother? No matter how he thought about it, something was wrong. This Phoenix didn't look like a good person at all. It wasn't as friendly as Sister Ice Dragon at all. In short, it was all because the prophecy of the owl had disturbed his judgment. Then do you want to go to the mystic realm it mentioned? The Gem Cat asked the most important question. Shiyu? The Gem Cat. Damn, what was going on? At the same time, the Beast Tamer troops guarding the edge of the ancient capital, Master Shu Kai, was talking to Principal Feng. Principal Feng, this kid, why is he so disobedient? And the Gem Cat, it actually brought him to such a dangerous place. Shu Kai laughed and said, as expected, you didn't know, but the problem shouldn't be big, the undead battlefield is completely like a backyard to Lord Gem Cat. There shouldn't be any problem with them. Principal Feng, I know. As the two of them chatted, a few figures suddenly appeared in Master Shu Kai's office. Master Shu Kai, who was holding the phone, looked at this group of travel-worn guys in a daze. Shiyu? Why are you back? Shiyu said, Instructor Shu, stop chatting. There's a big problem. The undying Dark Phoenix's consciousness has awakened, and its power is leaking. A new wave of undead attacks is about to happen in the undead battlefield. Hurry up and prepare. Shu Kai and Principal Fen. The two exploded. Damn it, Shiyu! Chapter 234, Sin. Chapter 234, Sin. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the edge of the undead battlefield. In the Beast Tamer troops. Master Shukai's mind was a little blank when he saw Shiyu and the others suddenly appear. Ha! 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 His gaze swept across Shiyu, the Gem Cat, and 11. Shiyu, what are you talking about? Uncle Shu, you can't stop scaring me. Our Dong Huang is only on April Fool's Day. The Gem Cat was impatient. Who's scaring you? It's true. His mother. No, the undying Dark Phoenix woke up. Although the seal hasn't been broken, the explosive power should be real. There might be a large number of undead rioting later, or even attacking the city. I wonder if a new undead overlord will be born. In short, you have to quickly prepare. In addition, call a legend over. I'll also guard here. Shukai's expression gradually froze. Upon hearing the Gem Cat say so, he immediately understood that Shiyu wasn't lying. Shit, shit, shit. So what the hell was going on? What exactly were they doing at the undead battlefield? What a sin! Who let them in? 10,000 push-ups as punishment. Shiyu, answer the call. At this moment, a shout came from the phone on the table. When Shiyu heard that, he thought, isn't this the principal? It had been a few days since they last met, so why did his temper become worse? Come back quickly, go back to school. Shiyu walked over and picked up the phone. Principal Feng's roar immediately came from the other side. Principal Feng's tone was urgent, making Shiyu close his eyes. The Gem Cat beside him was also a little guilty. Principal Feng is right. Hurry back to school now. Lead this to us. Report the details to Principal Feng. At this moment, Master Shukai no longer cared about anything, he ran to ring the highest alarm. Ancient Capital University. Shiyu was caught by Principal Feng halfway. After catching Shiyu in his dormitory, Principal Feng was overjoyed. Tell me, what's going on? Shiyu sat on the sofa obediently. 11, Buggy, and baby Ginseng sat beside him, while little Kai Tong, in the form of a bird spirit, landed on the back of the sofa. Shiyu had a bitter expression. It's really not my fault. Teacher Ying and I just went to the undead battlefield to help Kai Tong level up its spirit release. Then, we went to the Undying Pond to take a look. Principal Feng looked at Kai Tong and realized that Kai Tong was already in bird spirit form. It had broken through to commander rank. He nodded. Apart from that, Shiyu indeed had no other reason to go to the undead battlefield. So what's going on with the Undying Dark Phoenix? Did it suddenly wake up, or was it because of you? Principal Feng's expression was serious as he asked the most important question. If it was an accident, then Shiyu and the others who discovered this matter could be considered to have done something. If Shiyu and the others had caused some trouble and awakened the Undying Dark Phoenix, they should obediently write a self-reflection letter. The location of the Undying Dark Phoenix's seal was one of the 8 forbidden areas of Dong Huang. Even members of Bureau 11 couldn't casually approach it. TT was all an accident. Shiyu's expression became excited. It was just a big discovery, an archaeological big discovery. We successfully spoke to the Undying Dark Phoenix. Whoosh! Principal Feng stood up in fright and widened his eyes. Ooh? TT realized that it had possessed a phoenix fire and didn't break through the seal itself. He said that he woke up because he sensed the phoenix bloodline awakened after the Scarlet Eye Spirit dissection. Principal Feng, S0, it's really your fault. No. TT said that it's the mother of Kai Tong and the Empress. The bloodlines of General Mu Huiyin and the Empress all came from it. In addition, it said that it was voluntarily sealed into the undead battlefield because of some accidents. It's a good phoenix. It wants us to rescue, cleanse, and unseal it after gathering enough strength, because it is its mother. TT even told us a secret realm point that collects legends and divine-level resources. After saying that, it went berserk. Can you understand? Principal Feng at. Damn it. Wait, he was a little confused. This? If it's true, it would be an archaeological discovery of the century. If it's fake, fake. In any case, we're also victims this time, Shi Yu analyzed. We can't take the blame. 11 and the others nodded. Kai Tong was also very innocent. It had a mother for no reason and didn't feel anything. What was going on? Principal Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? From the start, from the moment you entered the undead battlefield, be careful and tell me word for word. Tell me every detail. The old principal's wrinkles trembled, and his heart was not calm. All right. Next, Shi Yu explained in detail again. Principal Feng had known about Mu Huayan's heroic spirit and her identity previously. There was no need for Shi Yu to explain, so Shi Yu only explained his experience with the gem cat in detail again. Principal Feng quickly understood. Although he understood Shi Yu's words, Shi Yu and the others' experience still made his stomach hurt and his head hurt. Holy shit! The Empress was Mu Huayan's younger sister, and their mother was the undying Dark Phoenix? This was something Principal Feng didn't even dare to imagine when he was young when exploring the mystery of the Phoenix race. You're experienced and knowledgeable, old man. Look, this is a lie. Or is it truth? Principal Feng's expression was stunned. Who could tell? The internal strife of the Phoenix race during the era of the Empress dynasty was another historical break. It was one of the 10 unsolved mysteries of Dong Huang. Now that the undying Dark Phoenix had said it, it was completely the same thing. Whether it was true or false, there was no evidence to confirm it. Whether it's real or fake, it should be mixed with lies in the truth. Even if it's all true, we can't be sure if it's real or fake now. We can only listen to it as a lie and maintain a certain level of vigilance. Shi Yu, after listening to you, TM enlightened. Stop talking nonsense. Principal Feng had a headache, but his heart was a little strange. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the undying Dark Phoenix's awakening meant that there was a certain breakthrough in this unsolved mystery. Principal Feng was also a member of Bureau 11. When he heard such explosive news that it involved the Empress's mother, he was also very uneasy. Leave the undead battlefield to the legends of the television, the ancient capital, and Bureau 11 to deal with. Next, you stay in school obediently and prepare for the exam. Don't go anywhere, do you hear me? As for the undying Dark Phoenix, it doesn't have much to do with the current you. Whether it's the mystic realm it's talking about, or saving its mother, don't have unrealistic thoughts. Principal Feng still thought very highly of Shi Yu. Shi Yu was also an orphan. He directly regarded Shi Yu as his junior and still didn't want Shi Yu to court death. Understand? Without enough strength, I definitely won't mess around. Principal Feng? So he was still thinking about it? After obtaining the information from Shi Yu, Principal Feng quickly rushed to the undead battlefield. The big shots of the Beast Tamer troops also obtained some information from the Gem Cat. As Principal Feng left, only Shi Yu, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, Kai Tong, and the others were left in the room. Well. At this moment, the few of them looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? There shouldn't be any problems over there, right? Shi Yu looked in the direction of the undead battlefield. There wasn't even an overlord level in the undead battlefield. Even if a new undead overlord was born because of this mutation, it couldn't stir up any waves. As long as there was a legend, everything would be settled. Ancient Capital City was a first-level city after all. There were several legends presiding inside, and countless forbidden weapons that could attack totems were hidden. Unless the undying Dark Phoenix came out itself, it wouldn't be a threat to the city. The ones who were really threatening Dong Huang were creatures from abroad. The reason why Dong Huang didn't completely destroy these ferocious beasts and ferocious spirits in the country was purely to protect the ecology. Their existence had always been within control. With this in mind, Shi Yu no longer cared about the undead battlefield. As a high-level beast tamer, it was useless to care. After all, he might not necessarily be able to defeat a monarch-level undead alone. By the way, how much have you absorbed from the Undying Pond? Shi Yu asked Baby Ginseng, concerned about his own problem. He was in a hurry just now and didn't notice at all. now, the Undying Pond would probably be gone. Yi! Baby Ginseng stretched out its finger. Green light flashed, and a 9 condensed on the wooden strip. Fortunately. When the Undying Dark Phoenix was telling a story, it listened and didn't stop condensing the mutated fruit. It speculated that 90% of the Undying Pond's power had already been absorbed by it. It wasn't a loss. Wutilda at this moment, Buggy also pulled open the space and threw out the Death Spirit fruit condensed by Baby Ginseng. There were about 13 black fruits lying flat on the table. 132 so many. When Shiyu saw so many mutated fruits, he was slightly stunned and had a happy expression. This time the Ginseng baby wasn't far from evolution. Time Soil plus Death Spirit Fruit plus Time Mystic Realm plus Moon Gem. Oh, invincible! Wait. Since max-level mutants could condense the power of mutation out of their bodies, at that time, was it possible to condense the Time Fruit in the Time Mystic Realm of Imperial Capital University? This was much more valuable than the Death Fruit. Shiyu had a bold idea. Yi! At this moment, Baby Ginseng's expression was especially smug. After evolution, it was really a towering emperor. Although the process was a little complicated, it had to learn the power of death. Even so. Soon, Baby Ginseng saw little Kai Tong and couldn't help but have a bitter expression. Evolution was evolution, but it was ultimately wood element. There was a sword spirit with the bloodline of the sun god Phoenix here, and it was a high-level overlord race. In the absence of a skill proficiency that exceeded expert level, its energy value was almost close to Buggy, who had a pile of almost full-level skills. When Shiyu started to nurture Kai Tong, Baby Ginseng felt that even if it evolved, it wouldn't be able to get the throne in the team. Buggy's skills were so abnormal, it was unknown if it could defeat it. Baby Ginseng looked at 11 and looked at it eagerly. It seemed that after evolution, the only thing that could be surpassed was the leader? At least the skills of a leader were traceable. 11? Who? 11 pointed at itself. Baby Ginseng shook its head repeatedly. 11 was angry. Damn it, it wasn't like it couldn't evolve anymore. Wutilda? At the side, Buggy narrowed its eyes in exhaustion. It was too much, almost rolling the leader to the bottom. Mill. Little Kai Tong flew away aloof from worldly affairs. It took out a cup of ice water and drank it with a straw. Shiyu was still sitting on the sofa and sighing. He had yet to recover from the undead battlefield. Undying Dark Phoenix. Forget it, he should listen to Principal Foam and stop thinking about it. It was impossible for him to go to this undead battlefield again. In the future, he would prepare to increase Little Kai Tong's spirit release with additional points. As for the Mystic Realm that the other party mentioned, Shiyu was helpless. That Mystic Realm was on the 7 islands. Before he had legendary strength, even with the big boss Gem Cat leading him, it would probably be very difficult for him to cross the national border. Even if there was a chance to enter, this Mystic Realm might not necessarily be a good place. As long as the Undying Dark Phoenix was lying, this place might be a trap. Let's pretend that we don't have this mother first. Let's wait for the big shots of Bureau 11 to investigate carefully. Shiyu said to Little Kai Tong. This time, the Undying Dark Phoenix had revealed so much information. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the other archaeological big shots of Bureau 11 would probably have a certain amount of gains. It was better to wait for the results. Kai Tong, who had melted an ice cube, was very speechless. It had yet to call Shiyu Mom, so why was Shiyu calling that thing Mom? Could he be a little more stable? Next, Shiyu began to revise quietly and prepare for the final exam. Regarding the fact that I acknowledged a top-notch totem as my mother and caused the undead to attack the city but still have to prepare for the final exam was no longer something worth Shiyu's time. What a sin! As Shiyu sighed, he paid attention to the news of the undead battlefield. In the blink of an eye, a week later. Fortunately, there were indeed no major problems. All the signs of undead attacking the city seemed to have been directly killed by the big shots in the ancient capital. No new undead overlord was born this time. Only more than 10 irrational undead monarchs were born, but they were all killed by Legend Yin. However, a large number of plagues and curses continue to cover the core area of the undead battlefield. New high-level undead might appear in the short term, so there's still a need to continue paying attention to the undead battlefield. Not long after, Principal Feng brought back news, but his greatest concern was, how did you do? He was concerned about Shiyu's learning problems. Shiyu smiled in embarrassment and said, the useful subjects will definitely get full marks. Principal Feng? What do you mean useless subjects? Well, it's just some architecture stuff, fashion, food history, and so on. There's also thought classes, various archaeological related laws. Shiyu also had limited energy. It was impossible for him to learn every subject. These were all prepared for ordinary archaeologists. He just needed to cause trouble. Principal Feng's expression darkened. I called Qingyi back. You're not allowed to run around during this holiday. Be good and learn from Qingyi. Bureau 11 will help you deal with the undying Dark Phoenix. Don't cause any more trouble next. Now, I don't even want you to go to Dragon Palace City. If you cause trouble there, it's even more troublesome than releasing the undying Dark Phoenix. Then, Shiyu was just about to say what to do about the martial arts conference, but seeing Principal Feng like this, he immediately stopped talking. Well, let the beast-eared girl have a headache about it. However, the results of this exam would probably give the principal a headache. Although it was said that he was preparing for the exam, it was more like preparing for the martial arts conference. Shiyu placed more energy on little Kai Tong. He started to add points to it. He ignored the other skills and maxed out the possession. Skill, possession, Dao proficiency. After this skill reached the maximum level, little Kai Tong didn't change much, but after it possessed Shiyu, the power Shiyu could display was even stronger. Until it reached the perfect level, the strength of the possession state continued to increase. After reaching the transcendent level, the possession effect changed slightly, from strength to skill. At this moment, after Shiyu entered the possession state, the burden on his body was smaller. In addition, under the possession state, Shiyu could even transform into the form of a sword spirit, the form of a bird spirit, and the form of a phoenix spirit body. This was very magical. It didn't seem like it had possessed him. Using reverse possession to describe it was more suitable. In this state, the battle power of the two parties was the same as ordinary possession. There were no changes, but at this moment, Shiyu's human aura would completely disappear. Shiyu thought for a long time and only thought of this move that could be used to disguise himself as an undead and infiltrate the non-human area. There were other uses for it. As for the Dao proficiency level possession, the effect was still relatively strong. Shiyu felt that in this state, little Kai Tong, who had possessed him, could use its power to subtly strengthen his physique. At the same time, under the possession state, Shiyu would temporarily obtain the Phoenix bloodline. Now, after Shiyu broke through, as he added points to Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong, his physique had already reached the upper limit. If he wanted to obtain a new upper limit, according to the previous situation, he probably had to break through to the master level. However, the max level possession had managed to slowly increase Shiyu's physique, which had reached the upper limit. Shiyu was shocked and pleasantly surprised by this change. He was happy that his physique was getting stronger and stronger. This was naturally a good thing. The shocking thing was that Shiyu might really obtain the Phoenix bloodline and become a hybrid one day. If that was the case, he might really have to call the Dark Phoenix Mommy. Perhaps even that Bureau 12, which was specially set up for hybrids, had to invite him in. In short, don't cause too much trouble next. Principal Feng looked at Shiyu tiredly. He originally thought that Lu Qingyi was already quite noisy, but he didn't expect Shiyu to be even more noisy. Don't worry, Shiyu said rather seriously, I swear that nothing will happen next. The martial arts conference and the ruins of Emperor Wu didn't look like a place where something could happen. Even if there was, it would definitely be a good thing. Chapter 235, Wu Ling City. Chapter 235, Wu Ling City. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was already snowing heavily in the ancient capital in June. Some of the students from ancient capital university went home and went out to train. Some also chose to stay in school to study. Shiyu yawned and returned to the room to eat porridge after playing a Taikai fan on the snow outside the dormitory. After transmigrating for so long, he was already used to the weather in this world. It was completely changeable. The ancient capital was still all right. There were even some places where it was permanently hot and cold. It's delicious, Shiyu said in satisfaction as he held the white rice porridge. Tilda Yile. Baby Ginseng, who was wearing a napkin and eating dirt with a spoon, was full of confidence. Forget about Buggy's culinary skills, the quality of the raw materials it provided was definitely top-notch. It would definitely be delicious. Now, be it Shiyu, 11, Buggy, or Kai Tong's food materials, they were all provided by Baby Ginseng. Shiyu bought the corresponding ingredient seed. Baby Ginseng used the upgraded nutritional supplements, Lush, and Sweet Aura to modify and accelerate ripening. The nutritional value and taste of the plants it created were many times better than the food outside. Woo! Buggy felt that its culinary skills were still more important. In order to let Shiyu, who was going out to archaeology in the future, eat hot food, it took a lot of effort to materialize the entire automatic kitchen. Although it was an ancient non-machinery operation, it was precisely because of this that it was delicious. Labora Buggy was the most glorious. Little Kai Tong landed on the table and quietly ate the ice fire fried rice made of the combination of the ice rice and the fire rice. There were also a few soul crystals as embellishments, looking very much like the meat in the fried rice. This was specially customized for its taste by Shiyu and Baby Ginseng. Woo! I'm full. On the other side, 11 put down the basin and shouted thanks for the hospitality. Then, it eagerly prepared to run to charge itself. It was just for fun to eat. If it wanted to truly feel free, it still had to go to Ancient Capital University. In the past few months, the frequency and use of 11's charging even exceeded some teachers' Monarch-level Thunder Pets. Woo woo woo? However, just as 11 was about to go to the charging room, it bumped into two uninvited guests at the door. Two voices were communicating outside the door. From time to time, pleasant laughter that belonged to young women could be heard. 11 looked up and realized that it was two rich women. Lu Qingyi, who was wearing a black t-shirt and brown shorts, a white research suit, and black silk pants. As well as White Brook, who was wearing a white outdoor combat suit and black combat shorts. The two of them chatted as they walked to Shiyu's dormitory door. It's 11. At this moment, Whitebrook noticed the little iron-eating beast looking up at them around 0.3 meters from the dormitory door. Long time no see. Lu Qingyi also smiled and greeted 11. Woo! 11 waved its arms up and down to welcome them. Where's your Shiyu? Whitebrook asked. Woo woo woo. 11 pointed at the room. It was recuperating. Woo! Follow me. With that said, lightning shot out of its fingertip. An electric arc led to the door, helped the two of them open the door, and prepared to lead the way. In the room, Shiyu was filled with sleepiness. He had indeed not slept well these few days. Little Kai Tong was about to squeeze it dry. It was not easy for his physique to explode. Shiyu, who had not added any points to Little Kai Tong, finally placed his focus on it. Apart from the possession skill, the other three high-level skills, Light Flame Sword, Soul Slash, and Deterrence, were also raised to the standard of all proficiency and perfection first. This was to prepare for the approaching martial arts conference. As for the second one, it was Baby Ginseng. Its racial skills were still all right. Apart from the super skill Source of Life, they had already been maxed out. However, the taught skills still had the 4 skills of Strengthening, Energy Fruit, Multiplication, and Absolute Sleep at the perfect level. They had yet to be maxed out. Yu planned to wait until it was all maxed out before going to the time mystic realm of Imperial Capital University to give baby Ginseng the final mutation evolution. Of course, apart from these skills, baby Ginseng still didn't have the common skills in Yu's team, deterrence and super sight. Neither. Among them, Yu felt that the priority of the super sight skill should be raised to the highest. He had to prioritize baby Ginseng. Your house is? Yu asked. My parents are businessmen. They've also heard of you, White Brook said. They've long wanted to meet you. The entire White Brook family has the fusion talent, and it's also one of the organizers of the martial arts conference. It protects the Emperor Wu ruins. Beside him, Lu Qingyi added, have you heard of the Wu Lingbai family? Yu was silent. He really didn't know. Wu Lingbai family is a martial arts family with a very long history. The entire family is mainly composed of beast tamers themselves in battle. The family involves archaeology, business, medical care, education, nutritional supplements, and many other industries. It's a very large beast tamer family. Lu Qingyi smiled and introduced. Uncle and aunt operate a company that specializes in selling beast tamers' body tools and nutritional supplements. The body forging facilities of Ancient Capital University are all provided by Uncle and Aunt's company. In addition, White Brook's second grandfather is a retired legendary beast tamer. Senior, so White Brook is considered the little princess of the Bai family. It's far inferior to senior. White Brook pounced on the food like a hungry tiger and pounced on Lu Qingyi. She wanted to hug her, but she was directly pushed away by a hand. Yu? They really didn't treat him as an outsider. However, this was the first time Yu had learned of the situation in White Brook's family. As expected, she was another rich woman. A family that involved many domains sounded very rich. So when are we leaving? Yu asked. Lu Qingyi, White Brook, and Yu looked at each other. There's no time to lose, White Brook suggested. Let's go today? Principal Feng doesn't seem to be around today. Wu Ling City. Ina second-level city. This was considered a very developed second-level city. It was a second-level city at the top. Its development was much better than Icefield City. Martial arts were popular in Wu Ling City. Compared to the beast tamers elsewhere, the local beast tamers paid more attention to training their bodies. Even if it wasn't their battle-type beast taming talent, they had to train their bodies well. The reason was also very simple. It was related to history. According to historical records, Emperor Wu was from Wu Ling City and rose up from here. Therefore, in the subsequent dynasties, this area advocated the style of martial arts. Wu Ling Airport. The two girls with extraordinary auras and a handsome young man wearing sunglasses beside them attracted everyone's attention. Even if handsome men and beautiful women were very common on this blue planet where most people were transcendent life forms, the three of them were still very conspicuous. Especially White Brook, she attracted the gaze of many people that far exceeded Lu Qingyi and Yu. Many people swallowed their saliva when they saw White Brook's figure. It wasn't that she was very voluptuous, but that she was very coordinated. She clearly looked quite strong, and it was obvious that she was a combat expert, but her physique was surprisingly perfect, perfectly balanced at the optimal point. This was the figure most people in Wu Ling City envied. In comparison, the older sister like Lu Qingyi was clearly not a battle-type beast tamer. As for the fiery red Yu, although he was handsome, he didn't look very strong. He looked weak, like a freeloader. Fortunately, Yu didn't know what the other party was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely protest seriously. He was the one with the strongest physique among the few of them. It was completely no problem for him to punch a transcendent-level beast. As for his figure, although it didn't have any muscles and might be very ordinary, it definitely revealed valiance in ordinariness. Training a body of muscles could only attract men. Let's go to my house directly. After coming out of the airport, White Brook directly suggested. It's still early. Why don't we go shopping? Lu Qingyi said. White Brook immediately agreed and said, all right, all right. I know a new perfume store. The owner is a master-level botanist who specializes in flower-type pets. The products are all specially made by her. Do you want to take a look? All right. Xiaoyu? Perfume? Xiaoyu had plenty of that to offer. He could have as many as he wanted, and they were all top-notch quality. Was there a need to buy them? Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that after Baby Ginseng's sweet aura rose to the maximum, it had never been given to Senior Lu and the others. Girls should like this thing, right? It was a sin to let Baby Ginseng serve the gem cat. In a while, he would let Baby Ginseng create an exclusive perfume and send a bunch to Senior Lu and Senior Panda. Xiaoyu, what about you? Lu Qingyi looked at Xiaoyu. 2. Xiaoyu took a look at White Brook's expectant gaze and decided not to be a third wheel. He said, you guys shop. I just checked with my cell phone. There seems to be an antique street nearby. I'll go take a look over there. White Brook said, all right, then go quickly. But don't buy random things. There are so many con men over there. They specialize in deceiving foreign tourists who don't know anything. How can there be so many treasures to sell? Lu Qingyi said, don't worry, he's a veteran of that world. Xiaoyu? Chapter 236, Listening to History Again. Chapter 236, Listening to History Again. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wuling City was prosperous, so naturally there was a pile of antique swords and armor. In ancient times, zither, chess, calligraphy, paintings, and antique swords could nurture spirits and transform into pets. As for now, perhaps only ruins preserved from ancient times like the heroic spirit ruins could be able to find similar spirit bodies. Perhaps there were no antique sword-type pets sold in Wuling City, but there were many broken swords, broken armor, or antiques that had once had spirits here. Apart from these, there were also some modern equipment that imitated ancient weapons, similar to Xiaoyu's Ice Dragon Blade. These equipment were surprisingly popular here. After all, in Wuling City, beast tamers without much equipment to add to their bodies, they would be completely embarrassed to go out and fight others. In order to not disturb Senior Lu and the beast-eared girl's happy shopping time, Xiaoyu chose to shop alone. He directly followed the navigation and arrived at the popular antique street in Wuling City. Little brother, little brother. Just as Xiaoyu entered the street, he was stopped by an uncle who was setting up a stall. Look at my jar. None of them are empty. Xiaoyu? The last time someone said that, it was an owl. Xiaoyu looked over and saw that the middle-aged man in a brown coat was smiling as he pointed at the dozens of jars of various sizes placed on the stall. The big ones were the size of a water tank, and the small ones were the size of a can. If you draw, you'll definitely get an antique. 10,000 for one draw, 90,000 8 10 draws. It's one free extra draw. 90,000, 80 draws? Xiaoyu asked. You mean 98,000 for 10 draws? Xiaoyu said, do you think I'm stupid? The middle-aged man said, Sigh, from what you're saying, you're not a local, right? You go and ask other stalls about our jars. There was once a customer who opened an antique chessboard from our jars. He originally wanted to just collect some items. Guess what? There's actually a chess soul sleeping in this chessboard. You have to know that these antiques can no longer give birth to spirits in the modern era, so those are ancient spirits that buyers earned with their lives. If these ancient spirits are in a slumber stage, these antiques will be like ordinary items, so who can guarantee that 10,000 yuan won't get you? An overlord race ancient spirit? The uncle patted his leg in excitement. Chess soul? Xiaoyu said, really? It's true, the middle-aged man said. Under the guidance of the chess soul, that person has already become the #1 expert chess player in Wuling City. Everyone knows that it's the chess soul that opened the jar. Xiaoyu, sorry to disturb you. Xiaoyu cheered and left. Although 10,000 yuan was nothing, he wouldn't be so bored as to buy an antique jar. Most importantly, through the jar, he couldn't judge the era of antiques with special meditation techniques at all. This liar was very sinister. The beast-eared girl was right. There were indeed no good people on this antique street. Then, Shiyu slowly strolled around the antique street. There were no especially big shops here. They were all stalls or small shops. They looked very unreliable. However, it was too absolute. As the data in front of Shiyu's eyes jumped, he also discovered a big black dog lying on the ground in a certain store. It was a commander-level pet. The store owner looked like a friendly old man. A beast tamer who could raise a commander-level pet shouldn't be a liar. Right? Shiyu entered the store. A moment later, Shiyu left the store. Liar. Shiyu entered the store and walked around before coming out directly. Alright, he understood why the other party could afford to raise a commander-level pet. Black, his heart was really black. He stood on the spot and closed his eyes to meditate for a round. He actually didn't sense anything that had a history of more than 100 years, they were all young items. So dogs were used to chase away people who knew how to sense these things. It's boring. After strolling for more than 10 minutes, Shiyu suddenly understood before he reached a tenth of the street's length. As expected, he didn't have the legendary protagonist plot armor. He couldn't even shop on the street and find treasures. Shiyu turned around and focused on the stone mirror. At this moment, Shiyu's vision kept shrinking, and his gaze seemed to fall into the world of the stone mirror. History appeared vaguely. In Shiyu's vision, he saw a child who might not be more than 10 years old with a goatee. She held the stone mirror and aimed at the rocks and trees by the roadside, shining it randomly. Under the illumination of the stone mirror, a surprising scene occurred. Anything reflected in the mirror changed. The stone evolved into an elemental life form and turned into a fist floating in the air. The tree opened its eyes, obtained its feet, and became a tree spirit tree demon. The scene was extremely unbelievable. Upon seeing this scene, Shiyu cursed in his heart. Then, the scene stopped. Shiyu's vision was pulled back to reality. At this moment, Shiyu was slightly shocked. He looked at the stone mirror solemnly. Wait, wait! This stone mirror. This stone mirror could allow ordinary objects and ordinary life forms to evolve and awaken as transcendent life forms. An ability similar to Awakening Talent? Awakening Talent, a very abnormal beast-taming talent. It could allow ordinary rocks, lakes, and mountains on the roadside to evolve into transcendent life forms and evolve into life. Although this talent didn't have strong battle power, it could create pets in batches. From the Emperor dynasty to the modern era, the rulers of every era would promote this talent as a beast tamer. There was no other reason, because as they developed the beast-taming talent, they could steadily produce high-quality pets. Although it might be very difficult for overlord races, monarch races could still be done at a certain price. An undeveloped awakening talent might only be able to awaken a stone into a fist stone of a low-level transcendent race, but the developed awakening talent could even awaken a mountain peak into a rock giant of a monarch race. They were the creators of pets. As long as the awakened target met the aptitude, they could accelerate the process of the other party evolving into a transcendent life form and increase their potential. The beginning of this talent was the modern era. A beast tamer from the Divine Wind Nation Shenfeng used his awakening talent to open up the mechanical life era. A beast tamer from Dong Huang followed closely behind. The concept of mechanics quickly became popular in the world. In the last Totem War, mechanics played a crucial role in the war. According to what Shiyu knew, Jiao Xian from Imperial Capital University seemed to have an awakening talent. His mechanical pet was created according to his own ideas with the help of the big shots in the 4th Bureau. And now, Shiyu rubbed his eyes. He had seen something. This was an item with the effect of awakening talent. At this moment, another group of people had already surrounded this stall. However, these people took a look at the price and directly shook their heads and left. Behind the stall, the young man sitting on the wooden stool pinched his pants. His legs were already numb from sitting, but he still stared straight at the stone mirror. He didn't believe that the treasures passed down from generation to generation in his family were only ordinary items. As long as he waited, someone who knew the value would definitely appear. You? Just as the young man's heart was in a mess, a black shadow appeared in his vision. He looked up and saw a tall young man wearing a dark red trench coat and cloak. He wasn't much older than him. "What's your name?" Shi Yu asked. "And Chang," he said directly in the face of Shi Yu's question. "Is it true?" And Chang nodded heavily. "TL by this stone mirror," Shi Yu said directly and said the main point. At this moment, Shi Yu was also very nervous. Although he knew that this stone mirror was a treasure in the past, it was still uncertain what the current situation was. If this thing had already lost its function, Shi Yu would suffer a huge loss. However, on the other hand, if he found the method to use it, he would make a killing. Chapter 237, It's Time to Do Gundam. Chapter 237, It's Time to Do Gundam. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. You're saying, you want to buy it? As Shi Yu appeared, the young man, and Chang, was stunned. Then, he was instantly pleasantly surprised. Really? He was suddenly a little excited. This money was not a small amount. Not only was Chang stunned, but the other passers-by were also stunned. Someone really bought this thing? With this money, why couldn't he buy a house and a luxury car? What family was he from? Yeah, can I transfer the money? Shi Yu had already taken out his cell phone. The young man opposite him hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Well, can we go to the bank to transact? I don't have a cell phone." Shi Yu? It was troublesome. Then let's go, Shi Yu said after a moment of silence. Forget it, he couldn't let Buggy materialize a box of cash for him, right? That would be too much. All right. And Chang, seeing that Shi Yu indeed wanted to buy it, couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately got up and wanted to clean up the stall, but he seemed to have forgotten that his legs were about to go numb. When he got up, he fell and fell forward. And Chang, 5° A*. Shi Yu. It's not a big problem. He quickly supported him with his hand and patted his clothes. A moment later, under the stunned gazes of passers-by, the young man setting up the stall left with Shi Yu. For a moment, passers-by couldn't tell if the young man setting up the stall was a liar or if Shi Yu was a liar. Shi Yu and Chang left Antique Street. As the two of them walked to Wuling Bank, Chang observed Shi Yu carefully from behind. After his joy, he suddenly felt a little nervous. He was afraid that Shi Yu was a liar. It was mainly because Shi Yu was too young. Could 5 million be taken out so easily? Do you know the origin of that stone mirror? Shi Yu walked in front and asked without looking back. I don't know. But according to my family, it's a very precious treasure, but the usage was lost in the flames of war. He asked Shi Yu, do you know what it is? No, but I don't know, Shi Yu said. And Chang. It's indeed a treasure, but I'm not sure if it can be used or how. Then are you still buying? He asked nervously. He only wanted to know if the stone mirror could be sold. TLL buy, Shi Yu said, 5 million wasn't a lot. Buggy, baby ginseng, they could easily earn it. What really made Shi Yu feel that it might be a loss was that he knew the use of this stone mirror in advance. At that time, if he bought it and couldn't use it, would he lose 5 million yuan? No. He would lose a divine weapon. He would lose billions. He was an old capitalist. If he couldn't earn, he would lose. Thank you, and Chang hurriedly said. Excuse me, what's wrong with your mother? After chatting with the other party for a while, Shi Yu sensed the other party's mental fluctuations. In addition to the value of this stone mirror, he already believed that what was written on the other party's wooden board was real. Life force loss, and Chang said after a moment of silence. Your mother is a beast tamer? Shi Yu stopped and looked at him. That made sense. With such a family heirloom, it would be strange if there were no beast tamers at home. Life loss was a very common disease among beast tamers. It wasn't accurate to say that it was a disease, but it was more like an injury. This phenomenon usually occurred after many beast tamers died. If the beast tamer was in perfect condition when the pet died, it would be basically not a big problem. But if the beast tamer's state was extremely poor at that time, and the pet died, the contract would backfire on the beast tamer himself, causing the beast tamer to lose his life force. Which refined genius created this mirror? Seeing the caterpillar in front of him complete its awakening and become a level 1 transcendent life form, Shiyu instantly stared at it. The green worm was shocked. Change! Change! Shiyu raised the stone mirror again and aimed at the green silkworm. Under the light, the green worm was shocked. However, this time, the green silkworm didn't change at all, and the stone mirror didn't take Shiyu's physical fitness anymore. As expected, the stone mirror was the same as the awakening talent. It could only awaken things that weren't transcendent life forms to evolve into transcendent life forms, but it couldn't let them transform again. Sigh. This thing. After being played by Shiyu consecutively, the green silkworm was so scared that it hurriedly crawled into the flower and ran away without a trace, leaving Shiyu silent on the spot. Shiyu stared at the stone mirror. He felt that this thing should have been made by a big boss who had awakened his talent during a totem period. Just like General Mu Huiyin, he extracted his beast-taming power. The creator of the stone mirror was also a legend. This is not a loss. Soon, Shiyu confirmed that he would make a big earning. Although this thing couldn't directly increase strength, its value was ridiculous. If that and Cheng knew the use and sold it to the association and the financial group, the other party would buy it for tens of billions, not to mention treating the loss of life. The entire hospital could even be gifted to him. Let's go take a look at him later. A stable tool to create cubs of monarch species. With this, he could be like a beast tamer with awakened talent, wholesale high-level pets. Of course, it wasn't a zero price. When activated, it would consume the physical strength of the beast tamer. It would probably be the same as the awakening talent. The greater the potential of the awakened target, the greater the consumption of the body. Helping a caterpillar evolve into a green worm had consumed some of Shiyu's physical strength. If he awakened a mountain, Shiyu estimated that the physical strength consumed would not be small. In addition, not everything could evolve through awakening talent. Awakening evolution also required a certain aptitude. In the historical records, there were also beast tamers with awakened talent who wanted to evolve their snot into transcendent life forms. They wanted to evolve their shit into a shit monster to fight against enemies and disgust them, but they directly ended in failure. This was considered very crude. There were also records that beast tamers with awakened talent wanted to evolve the meteorites falling from the sky into life forms, wanted to evolve high-level resources into life forms, wanted to evolve the ferocious beasts from the ancient era into transcendent life forms, and let the ancient creatures revive, but they all ended in failure. Perhaps it wasn't that these things didn't have the aptitude for evolution, but that the ability to awaken talent was limited. It could only evolve specific batches of beasts, plants, and elements. It was precisely because of the limitation of the awakening talent that the awakening talent only became a powerful talent in the top 10, when someone in the modem era discovered a mechanic that could awaken steadily. I wonder if this awakening mirror can be effective against ancient biological fossils. What about the phantom illusion that uses the ancient biological fossil as the core? Can it reverse the phantom and awaken it into life? If it can, this is considered cloning, right? Wait, don't be happy too early. After all, this is an inanimate object. It can't grow as a beast tamer grows like an awakened talent. What if there's an upper limit that's just a toy and can only awaken transcendent races? Shiyu calmed down. At that time, forget about the fossil life forms, the commander race would be inaccessible. However, even if it can only awaken transcendent races, it's not useless. At this moment, with history as an example, Shiyu held the stone mirror and suddenly felt that the best use of this thing might be to use it in the mechanical domain. The greatest characteristic of mechanics was that they could fuse and arm themselves to evolve. They could rely on upgrading the mechanical beast's parts to make their mechanical pets stronger. They didn't have to do it in one go, so it wouldn't consume too much physical strength for beast tamers at once. It wasn't impossible to upgrade and assemble a Monarch race machine with 10,000 Transcendent race parts. Up until now, there had been no record of beast tamers who had awakened their Overlord race pets directly. However, mechanics could awaken different parts through awakening their talent and upgrade and assemble Overlord race machinery. This was the most impressive thing about mechanics. Shiyu could not sit still anymore and imagined it. With the ancient fossil and phantom illusion as the core energy source, what about equipping it with a mechanical life shell? Mechanical tyrant dragon beast? Mechanic class, ancient species? Is this considered opening a new mechanical beast faction? Now, does this mean that he even has the capital to join the 4th Bureau? Shiyu slapped his thigh. He would fight anyone who said that the archaeology department had no future. Who else could join the Mechanical Bureau with archaeology? No matter what the upper limit of this stone mirror was, awakening a transcendent race was definitely not a problem. For mechanics, this was enough. At that time, with additional points, it might not be impossible to create powerful mechanical lives. He had decided. Next, he would collect various mechanical materials and create a Gundam like creating the Ice Dragon blade. He wanted to change departments and study in the mechanic class. Change! Change! Mommy, look, there's a fool. Chapter 238, A Tragic End for the People of Wu Ling. Chapter 238, A Tragic End for the People of Wu Ling. Wu Ling City Hospital. In an office, Director Yao, who was in charge of the recovery of the beast tamer's major injuries, was handling the documents in his hand. On his office table, a white dandelion lay in the flower pot and yawned. This was a plant-type pet that was good at healing. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Director Yao looked up and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open. A teenager about 15 or 16 years old said at the door, "Director Yao. It's An Chang, come in quickly." Director Yao smiled and said, "Didn't you have class today? It's better for you to go to school in peace now. Don't keep coming here. The hospital plans to organize another donation. Don't worry about your mother's next treatment." "Well, Director Yao, I got the money." After An Chang entered, he said more excitedly, "It's exactly 5 million. I remember you previously said that the treatment chances of a medicine are above 90%, right?" "Ah." Director Yao was slightly stunned. "Where did you get the money?" They were all too clear about the conditions of the An Chang family. Although it was all right in the past, An Chang's parents, who had become vegetative because of an accident, couldn't afford much treatment now. "Don't tell me you sold the pet your father left you?" Director Yao was shocked and said. "No, I found an antique at home and successfully sold it," An Chang said. Director Yao, "With the medicine, my mom can recover, right?" Director Yao nodded in surprise. He was still a little stunned. What antique could be sold for 5 million yuan? Why didn't he hear An Chang mention it before? "Well, when can we start the treatment?" "I can pay the fee at any time," An Chang said anxiously. "Meow?" At this moment, the white dandelion that was napping at Director Yao's desk suddenly froze. It floated up from the flower pot and looked at An Chang in surprise. To be precise, it looked at his pocket. "Moo!" The dandelion suddenly shouted and flew in front of An Chang, scaring him. "Why, what's wrong?" "Ah!" At this moment, Director Yao was also a little confused by White Pu Ying's actions. But soon, White Pu Ying transferred her perception to Director Yao. "Moo!" The white dandelion was very serious. In his pocket, there was a very high-level resource. Very high. "Is there anything in your pocket?" Director Yao asked. As soon as he finished speaking, An Chang was stunned and quickly took out a white fruit. At this moment, when it saw this white fruit, the white dandelion directly exploded, and its saliva flowed out of its mouth. It even hallucinated in front of its eyes and saw a cute ginseng baby waving at it. "Love, love." Moo! It quickly turned around and told its beast tamer that it felt that this thing could increase its life level and let it complete its evolution. What? Director Yao was stunned and was directly shocked. This white dandelion was his new medical pet. He also knew the evolution conditions. It was definitely not something a random fruit could help evolve casually. However, the white dandelion was telling him now that it sensed that this fruit could allow it to complete its evolution. What quality resource could make the white dandelion have such a reaction? Yes, by the way, Dr. Yao, this fruit, and Chang said, the person who bought my antiques gave it to me. He said that it might treat life loss and wanted me to show it to you. He handed the nutritional fruit to Director Yao. At this moment, Director Yao took the nutritional fruit and white dandelion landed on his shoulder. Both parties sensed it and their expressions immediately became serious. Although this fruit is a level 4 resource, the purity of the life force is very high and very rare. It might be more suitable to treat life loss than that 5 million life potion. Its value is very high. He had been a doctor for so many years, but he had never seen this fruit. The rarest thing was that this fruit could actually help pets evolve? Really? And Chang was stunned. It was worth more than 5 million yuan? But after all, there's no precedent for using it. The hospital definitely won't use this fruit with unknown information as a medicine. This fruit? No, who was the person who gave you the fruit? Do you know his identity? Director Yao said, the value of this fruit is above 5 million yuan. Who exactly did you encounter? I don't know. But he's not much older than me. And Chang was extremely confused. He didn't expect Shiyu to casually give him such a precious thing. Director Yao's expression was serious. Was he a second-generation heir or a rich second-generation heir? Such a person liked to collect strange things. In addition, he was generous. Keep this fruit well. My suggestion is to still use the life potion to treat it. You can go to a professional feeding agency to appraise this fruit and give it to your pet to eat or sell to our hospital. Director Yao handed the fruit to An Chang. Beside him, White Dandelion's face was filled with tears. Could it eat it? If possible, I'll call the dean over later. At that time, please show us this fruit again. Also, can you still contact the person who gave you the fruit? Director Yao looked at the confused An Chang and said. He wanted to ask if there were any more of these fruits. If there were, Wu Ling Hospital would definitely be willing to buy a large amount of these fruits. I have his number, An Chang said. By the way, his name is? Shiyu. An Chang remembered Shiyu's name and phone very clearly along the way. Wu Ling City. Shiyu had already come out of the park. He had tested it with the tyrant dragon fossil just now. Unfortunately, this stone mirror was really not powerful. It couldn't give life at all. Forget about the tyrant dragon fossil, he couldn't even awaken a high-level energy crystal into an elemental life form. It really could only awaken transcendent races? Damn, no wonder in the historical scene, it was a child playing with it. Perhaps it was really a toy prepared by some big boss for a child. This way, if he wanted to use this stone mirror well, he had to choose the mechanic class. After all, only the mechanic class could rely on assembling and upgrading to create mechanical lives of high races. As Shiyu was mumbling, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Shiyu saw that it was an unknown number, he was conflicted between answering and ignoring the two options. A moment later. Who is it? Are you Mr. Shiyu? I'm the director of Wu Ling City Hospital, Yao Jie. Do you know a child named An Chang? Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Did you give him a special fruit? Our hospital wants to buy a large amount of this fruit. I wonder if you have the intention to talk about it. If it can be used in medical treatment, this fruit is definitely a top-notch divine medicine. Shiyu patted his chest, scaring him. He thought that something had happened to the patient after eating the nutritional fruit. If he could eat it as a candy, others might not necessarily be able to. It was precisely because of this that he got Chang to get a nutritional fruit for the doctor to see first. From the looks of it, the hospital had found him after discovering the value of the nutritional fruit. The max-level nutritional fruit was indeed extraordinary. Firstly, the nutritional fruit was condensed by the ginseng baby into its own nutrition. It had also been modified by skills such as the level 8 fruit of life, the source of life of a super skill, the Tao proficiency sweet aura, and slow healing. In addition to the nutritional multiplication of the Tao proficiency fruit, the fruit condensed could be said to heal someone to death. It's not the most amazing medicine, but it could indeed be considered a medical divine medicine. At least, no matter how serious the injuries caused by Buggy and Eleven's training were, a fruit could instantly recover to its original state. A hole in its body could slowly recover, and it could also subtly change its physique. It was dozens of times better than their own high-speed healing. Not interested. Shiyu rejected directly. Although the nutritional fruit of the ginseng baby could indeed save many people, how could the ginseng baby have the energy to create in large quantities? Moreover, after it flowed into the market, it would definitely be exclusive to high-level people. The injuries and illnesses of rich people could be cured no matter what. The reason why the illness of poor people couldn't be cured was purely because they didn't have money. It had nothing to do with medicine, and it wasn't very meaningful to cooperate with Wu Ling Hospital. When baby ginseng developed a commoner divine medicine with a high cost-effective ratio one day, it would be better to directly cooperate with the Medical Bureau of Division 13. At that time, he could join another bureau. Ginseng baby. When he heard Shiyu's rejection, Director Yao was stunned. Opposite him, an old man in a white coat stared. At this moment, Shiyu's voice sounded again. By the way, can that Chang's mother be cured? Does he have enough money? Shiyu recalled the most important thing. He felt a little apologetic to have obtained a divine weapon from the other party. Ignoring everything else, at least the money for treatment couldn't be insufficient. There shouldn't be a problem. Should? Shiyu asked. It means, not 100%? Is there a treatment plan for 100% recovery? Forget it, Wuling City Hospital, right? I'll go take a look now. Shiyu glanced at the time. It was still early, and the two seniors probably weren't done shopping. At the same time, after Shiyu hung up, in an office in Wuling City's hospital, Director Yao, the president of Wuling City's hospital, and the other doctors looked at the nutritional fruits in the container on the table and fell into deep thought. Is the other party really called Shiyu? Dean Bai confirmed with Director Yao again. Yeah, Dean, what's wrong? Director Yao asked. This name is a little familiar, a female chief doctor said. Shiyu, a student from Ancient Capital University, the top scholar of Ancient Capital University's vocation assessment this year. Of course, these titles are nothing. Dean Bai shook his head and said. Most importantly, Shiyu won first place in this year's Imperial Capital Feeding Conference. He brought the feeding team of Ancient Capital University, including the legend Hua Xiaojin and Dr. Sui Jiangyun, and researched the evolution plan of the green silkworm cocoon that affected the beast-taming domain. He himself is also the beast-tamer of the overlord species Butterfly of Imagination. He was evaluated by the media as an outstanding youth of the year. Could it be him? As Dean Bai finished speaking, the doctors in the room widened their eyes. Of course, I can't be sure if it's the real person, or maybe it's just a different name. A moment later, at Wuling City Hospital. Shiyu followed the agreed address and teleported over. In the room, Dean Bai, Director Yao, and some other doctors were communicating around the nutritional fruit on the table. At this moment, Shiyu arrived under the lead of a young nurse. After they knocked and entered, the young nurse said, Dean Bai, Mr. Shiyu is here. In the room, 6 doctors in white coats looked over. 5 of the doctors looked at Shiyu in surprise. Among the few of them, the older Dean Bai looked at Shiyu and compared it with his memories again. His expression changed in shock. Student Shiyu, so it's really you. Hello. He quickly walked forward, his expression turning surprised and pleasantly surprised. He ran over warmly to shake Shiyu's hand. Hello, hello. I'm the Dean of Wuling City's hospital, Bai He. Hello. Shiyu was slightly stunned. So enthusiastic? After seeing Shiyu, Dean Bai, who had been feeling that there was something wrong with the name Shiyu since just now, was completely certain. He introduced him to Director Yao and the others. Let me introduce you. This is student Shiyu, a top student from Ancient Capital University. His first in this year's Imperial Capital Feeding Conference. Dean Bai had a smile on his face. Under the shocked expressions of the chief physicians, he said, I didn't expect the owner of this fruit to be student Shiyu. I didn't expect. It was really Shiyu himself. Although Shiyu was still a student, to be able to let a legendary beast tamer and a famous professor act as his assistant. To be evaluated as having legendary talent, how could he be an ordinary person? Many doctors and even Dean Bai showed polite and respectful expressions. At this moment, Shiyu discovered the nutritional fruit on the table. Seeing this, Director Yao immediately said, Little Chang entrusted us to appraise it. Student Shiyu, you just said that you came for An Chang? At this moment, after confirming Shiyu's identity, everyone stopped mentioning the nutritional fruit. No matter where Shiyu obtained it, with Shiyu's identity, he wouldn't choose a city hospital in a second-level city even if he wanted to do a collaboration. They knew their position. Yes, can I understand his situation? The doctors looked at each other. Director Yao said, Let me explain. This child An Chang. His parents are both fishermen and beast tamers. His family conditions were originally not bad, but during a trip to catch fish, his parents encountered a mutated and evolved sea beast. That sea beast was very strong and fierce. The two of them were no match for it. In the end, although they barely escaped, in order to protect them, their pets basically died. In addition, they both had fusion talent and also fought. After escaping, their condition wasn't very good. After a wave of drowning and drifting, they finally became like this. That was a year ago. An Chang's father failed his treatment and passed away. His mother's condition is relatively better, but she needs continuous treatment. In the past year, the treatment fees for the two of them have almost spent all the savings in An Chang's family. This child is also miserable. He lost his parents when he was only in his teens, and he doesn't have any other family members, Dean Bai sighed. Shiyu? It was indeed very tragic. His father had fusion talent? It had the same talent as the beast-eared girl. However, although the beast-eared girl was powerful, it didn't mean that this talent was strong. In the eyes of some people, this talent was inferior to an ordinary strengthening talent. Unless there was a mine at home to ensure that the beast tamer's physique was too strong, the fusion talent was still very deceptive. Beast tamers with fusion talent couldn't avoid their own battles if they wanted to perfectly unleash their talent. And once it involved their own battles, the chances of their bodies having problems were too high. The pets could still barely rely on their outstanding racial advantages to withstand some serious injuries, but human beast tamers. The beast-eared girl's family was rich and it was a traditional martial arts family. She had trained her physique since she was young and far exceeded her peers. Only then could she let her be bold enough to tear apart a monarch-level pet with her bare hands. If it were other fusion talent beast tamers with trash physiques, their own battles would be purely suicidal. Even with the enhancement of the pet fusion, the chances of their bodies having problems were still very high. In addition, the fishermen were in a dangerous industry. An Chang's parents should have been mentally prepared for this situation long ago. In the end, it was still because the fusion talent was a scam. This was also why many beast tamers with the fusion talent went to do irregular jobs. At least, the danger was small and the money was high. Now, it was too difficult to be a proper beast tamer. Like I said on the phone, how much do you need to press the 100% cure? I'll pay, Shiyu said. He planned to help the other party pay all the treatment fees. Dean Bai, money? No need. This child, An Chang, is honest and filial. After his parents were hospitalized, it was really not easy for him to work and study alone. Now that it has come to this, our hospital has already planned to pay to treat his mother. 100% is good, Dean Bai said confidently. Shiyu? Why didn't Shiyu believe that the hospital was so kind? The doctor smiled in embarrassment. They weren't that kind in the first place. At most, everyone would donate and sponsor them. After all, the price of the medicine wasn't cheap. If it was like this for every injured patient, the hospital wouldn't be able to continue operating. When the time came, the problem would be even greater, but now Shiyu was here. They had to be good until the end. They couldn't really let Shiyu pay, right? Special people had to be treated specially. No, I have to pay, Shiyu said. Otherwise, he would burn his hands with guilt using this stone mirror. If it was the rich lady's thing, he would take it and treat himself as a freeloader. In any case, he had been living off the country since he was young in his previous life and was used to it. Unfortunately, it wasn't a rich lady this time, but a poor guy. He didn't feel at ease doing it and felt awkward. Chapter 239, Evolution Planner Shiyu. Chapter 239, Evolution Planner Shiyu. A moment later, after Shiyu negotiated with the courtyard, everyone went to find Anchang. Anchang, come out for a while. In a ward, Anchang was lying on the bed accompanying his unconscious mother. He had been running around for the whole day and was already exhausted and very tired. At this moment, when he heard someone call him, Anchang woke up in a daze and walked out of the ward. As soon as he came out, he saw Dean Bai, Director Yao, and Shiyu beside them. At that moment, when he saw Shiyu again, Anchang was extremely excited. He didn't know what to say. The help one received at the most desperate moment was the most direct to the heart. Shiyu's 5 million plus the nutritional fruit worth more than 5 million could directly allow his mother to undergo a treatment plan with a 100% healing rate. Anchang didn't know how to thank him, so he directly wanted to kneel down and thank Shiyu. What are you doing? Your legs are numb again? Shiyu was agile and grabbed him with one hand like he was picking up a chicken. Anchang. Well, Anchang, your mother's healing surgery can begin later. Mr. Shiyu is willing to bear the full cost, Dean Bai said with a smile. Anchang was even more at a loss. Don't be excited, it's only right. The antique you sold to me is a treasure. I've already found a way to use it. To be precise, I'm still the one benefiting the most, Shiyu said. Anchang shook his head and stubbornly wanted to kneel down to thank Shiyu. In the next moment, Shiyu picked him up along with his shirt. Anchang, he felt that his parents weren't as strong as Shiyu in their combined state. When he was young, Anchang, who was often educated by his parents in the state of being possessed by ferocious beasts, knew his parents' strength very well. Dean Bai and Director Yao, Little Chang, Mr. Shiyu definitely doesn't need thanks in this way. Your mother will definitely be fine, so next, the key is for you to go to school well. When the time comes, you can get into a good university so that you can repay Mr. Shiyu better, Director Yao said beside him. This is for you. Let your dragon carp eat this. It can increase your evolution potential. At that time, that dragon carp's potential will be even greater after it transforms into a dragon. The pet your father left for you is still very good. Director Yao returned the nutritional fruit to Anchang beside him. Shiyu said in surprise, Dragon carp. Your pet is a dragon carp. A dragon carp that can transform into a dragon. The classic leaping through the dragon gate? Shiyu put down the confused Anchang. Beside him, Anchang nodded in confusion. This dragon carp was also one of his family's heirlooms. He had been raising it since his grandfather's generation and had raised it for decades before it reached transcendent. It was an initial pet prepared for him by his family and had deep feelings for him. I see, Shiyu nodded. The dragon carp was the same as the green silkworm. The green silkworm could rely on the worm's silk cocoon to evolve, while the dragon carp could rely on the levelless water element skill to leap over the dragon gate and evolve into a high-class commander species pseudo-dragon fish dragon. The difference was that the evolution of the green silkworm cocoon didn't have a high requirement for the proficiency of the worm silk, but the dragon carp could only evolve after reaching transcendent. Moreover, Dragon Gate was also harder to train than the Worm Silk. One had to climb the waterfall and reverse the flow to increase proficiency. The only advantage of a dragon carp compared to a green silkworm was its lifespan. This thing could even live for decades in the sewage. It wasn't impossible to nurture it and live for 100 years. Under its long lifespan, some dragon carp with aptitude, willpower, and good luck still had the possibility of transforming into a dragon, but there were definitely not as many green silkworms that became butterflies. When do you plan to let the dragon carp evolve? Shiyu asked. This, and Chang said, I don't know. He originally planned to do it earlier, but because something like this happened to his family, he really didn't have the money to raise another high-class commander species dragon element tycoon. Therefore, he kept the dragon carp in its initial state. Are you planning to evolve into a fish dragon? Yes. You also have the fusion talent, right? Do you want me to help you? Shiyu chuckled. I know a special evolution method. The cultivation index in front of Shiyu opened. Dragon Carp's special evolution method. After the Dragon Carp's Dragon Leaping Gate reaches Transcendent, consume more than 100 G of Dragon Bone Powder and carry level 5 to 6 water and Dragon Dual Element resources to use for the Dragon Leaping Gate. There is a chance of special evolution. This was a special evolution plan for the Dragon Carp recorded in the 3rd Bureau's Cultivation Index. Dragon Bone Powder was a common medicinal ingredient. It wasn't expensive, and the hospital had it. As for level 5 water and Dragon Element props, Shiyu could now get Buggy to imitate the scales of a sea dragon to make one. It was as simple as crushing a clay figurine. At this moment, as Shiyu spoke, and Chang was stunned again. Dean Bai and the others beside him were also shocked. Holy shit! As expected of a big boss who could develop the green silkworm cocoon to become an overlord race. He gave the evolution plan just like that. Those evolution planners helped people plan an evolution. It was basically a sky-high price. How could Shiyu be so generous? No, this is too much, and Chang said nervously. I really don't know how to repay you this. Wei. You mean you want it, right? Shiyu could tell that the other party still wanted to. No, your skin is too thin. You should say yes. I can only become stronger with stronger pets. Then I can repay you better in the future. Shiyu sighed. As expected of himself. He actually said similar things to Senior Lu without blushing back then. And Chang, Dean Bai and Director Yao, Dean Bai, is there a relatively empty place here? Yes. Where's the medicinal ingredient, Dragon Bone Powder? Yes, we have it. That's enough. Shiyu clapped his hands and said, then let's prepare. If he helped this and Chang plan the evolution of his pet, Shiyu felt that he could go back and find Senior Lu. At this moment, and Chang felt like he was in a dream. He felt that his dark life had suddenly become bright. Shiyu was the guide who pulled him from darkness to light. At the hospital of Wuling City, in the backyard of a deserted recovery training ground. Dean Bai brought Shiyu and Chang here. Soon, Director Yao also rushed over with a bag of Dragon Bone Powder. Seeing that, Shiyu saw that the materials were all gathered and said to Chang, summon your pet. All right, and Chang nodded and summoned the formation. The next moment, a nearly 1 meter long dragon carp appeared in the colorless array. Judging from the physique, it wasn't young anymore. Kai. The red and yellow dragon carp fluttered on the ground. Li, water, Li, water, tilde the well, bubbles, please bear with it. This is part of evolution. Beside him, and Chang said carefully. Shiyu? Good thing he wasn't the only one who was bad at naming. However, this part was not part of evolution. At this moment, Dean Bai and Director Yao said, well, let's leave first. Usually, when evolution planners helped pets plan their evolution, they were unwilling to let others see it. It's all right, it'll be done soon. Shiyu said indifferently. After saying that, a shocking scene suddenly happened. In midair, a stream of water suddenly appeared. Then, the stream of water grew bigger and bigger. At first, there was a whoosh, and then the water curtain attacked them like a violent wind and huge waves, ringing through the sky and covering the blue sky. Only the waterfall was left chanting in the world. A huge waterfall and lake appeared out of thin air in front of the three of them, making Dien Bai and Director Yao's eyes widen. When An Chang, who was beside them, saw this miracle, he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Kai tilde. Only the dragon carp's excited water gradually leaped into the lake of imagination and looked up at the waterfall. At this moment, a small blue butterfly landed on Shi Yu's shoulder without anyone noticing. You can let it eat the dragon bone powder, Shi Yu said. Oh. At this moment, An Chang had already accepted everything and listened to Shi Yu's arrangements. He had already thought it through. Shi Yu was right. It was good to let the dragon carp evolve now. Only by becoming a very strong beast tamer could he repay Shi Yu's kindness better. He scattered the bag of dragon bone powder handed over by Director Yao in the water. Soon, the dragon carp swam over and swallowed it all. Throw that fruit in too, but don't let it eat it first, Shi Yu said. Upon hearing that, An Chang also threw the nutritional fruits in his pocket into the lake. The dragon carp was first stunned, then it looked at the nutritional fruit eagerly. In the next moment, the dragon carp's expression changed drastically as it sensed the suppression from its bloodline. Roar! Waves splashed, and a huge roar sounded, making everyone look at the waterfall. At this moment, in the waterfall, a faint dragon-shaped phantom condensed. A sea dragon king more than 10 meters long with a yellow belly and a blue back shuttled through the waterfall in an illusory manner. With a boom, this sea dragon showed its dragon might and directly crawled out, dragging its long body to circle the sky, looking at the dragon carp below with a dignified gaze. Sea Dragon King. Seeing this pet, An Chang was extremely shocked. Overlord race, Sea Dragon King. Beside him, Dien Bai and Director Yao opened their mouths wide as they watched this magical scene. Roar! Under their gaze, the Sea Dragon King glanced down indifferently. Its figure turned from corporeal to ethereal again and directly flew down. Its huge body entered the nutritional fruit with a bang, directly dyeing the white nutritional fruit's surface with rings of blue patterns. Baby Ginseng and Buggy jointly created the dragon transformation fruit. All right, you can eat now. After eating, let's do the dragon leaping gait. Shi Yu spoke calmly. After letting Buggy modify the nutritional fruit with the power of imagination, he watched with interest. At this moment, although he was extremely shocked, An Chang still quickly followed Shi Yu's instructions and let the dragon carp eat the nutritional fruits. At that moment, looking at the nutritional fruit that the Sea Dragon King had just crawled into, the dragon carp was extremely afraid. However, the tempting aura emitted by the nutritional fruit made it swim over again. The dragon carp's eyes widened. After pondering for a moment, it directly swallowed the fruit. In the next moment, with a boom, a divine dragon seemed to open its eyes in its body. Under this huge motivation, it quickly swam to the front of the waterfall and carefully observed that magnificent style. After its gaze gradually became determined, it directly leaped up with a leaping dragon gait skill. The huge waterfall that Buggy imagined was majestic and spectacular. Water splashed down rapidly, like 10,000 wild horses galloping and roaring. Under this pressure, the dragon carp's dragon leaping gait directly activated the evolution potential in its body, causing its entire body to bloom with dazzling white light. This? Dien Bai and Director Yao muttered. They couldn't understand it. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't understand it at all. The butterfly of imagination could be used like this? The two of them looked at the pet on Shi Yu's shoulder. In the next moment, they were attracted by the dragon carp again. Roar! During the process of climbing the waterfall in the opposite direction, An Chang's dragon carp's figure gradually changed under the white light. It gradually lengthened into a 5 to 6 meter long dragon-shaped body, and its roar became more and more deafening. It had red pupils and a fierce and domineering expression. After evolution, it directly broke through the waterfall and leaped into the sky. this was definitely not a low-level alternative dragon fish that looked like a fish. At this moment, as they looked at this strong dark blue dragon-shaped body, Dean Bai and Director Yao widened their eyes. This. At the side, after receiving the feedback from the dragon carp's evolution, and Chang was immediately stunned on the spot. Shiyu also looked at everything in surprise. The index in front of him displayed the information after the dragon carp evolved. It wasn't a new race, but an existing race. Name is Sea Dragon, attributes, Water, Dragon. Race level low-level Monarch. Level of growth, level 10 Awakening, race skill, Leaping Dragon Gate, Water Dragon Bullet, Dragon Tail, Madness, Water Dragon Scroll, Super Level, Roar. The sea dragon fell into the water and looked at its beast tamer quietly. It also looked at Shiyu and the butterfly on Shiyu's shoulder gratefully. A dragon carp was a creature in a pond. Now it turned into a dragon the moment it encountered Buggy. Wu tilde Buggy nodded calmly. Not bad, he had 30% of its handsomeness. You're a beast tamer in turn. Under the restriction of your level, it suppressed the opportunity to break through. It's still at the awakening level now, but its evolution this time can bring you quite a lot of benefits. For example, the increase in the beast taming space, the increase in physique, and your combination talent. Your physique is stronger than that of ordinary beast tamers. In addition, your bond is alright. Eat more supplements. It's not a big problem for you to bear the growth of a low-level monarch race. It's good to be a little weak. By the way, this is a sea dragon. You should know it, right? Shiyu asked the stunned Chang. I know, he was already stunned. Monarch race? It was born so easily? Moreover, it was a powerful dragon type. He looked at Shiyu. Who exactly was Shiyu? At this moment, Shiyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Shiyu took a look and saw that it was White Brook. He immediately understood that it was time to leave. He smiled and said, I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first. Call me if you have any questions. After Shiyu finished speaking, the waterfall and lake in the courtyard disappeared. The sea dragon fell to the ground. Under the shocked gazes of Dean Bai and the others, Shiyu teleported and disappeared. After Shiyu left, everyone, especially Chang, couldn't calm down for a long time. The most awesome evolution planner I've ever seen, Dean Bai muttered beside him. As expected of a fierce person who developed such results. I can't understand it at all, but it's so impressive. It feels as simple as drinking water, Director Yao said. Listening to Dean Bai and Director Yao's discussion, Chang swallowed his saliva and looked at them. He asked, Dean Bai, Director Yao. I know. You want to ask him who he is, right? Director Yao said. Chang nodded heavily. Apart from his name and phone number, he didn't know Shiyu's identity at all. He had no direction to repay Shiyu in the future. Although he didn't know what was going on, now that he had the sea dragon, he was confident of becoming a master-level beast tamer and repay these debts. His name is Shiyu. He's a top student from Ancient Capital University. He's the top scholar of the Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment this year and a genius archaeologist, Dean Bai sighed. A genius! When Chang heard that Shiyu was the top scholar of the Ancient Capital Vocation Assessment, he was immediately in admiration. The top scholar of the vocation in a first-level city was definitely worth a lot. However, why did these titles feel like they were nothing compared to the monarch species dragon-type creatures Shiyu casually planned just now? Apart from that, he also discovered the evolution method of the iron-eating beast's monarch race, the 9-Li battle beast. He also studied the green silkworm cocoon evolution system at the Imperial Capital Feeding Conference and established the unprecedented extremely cost-effective green silkworm evolution chain. The research results crushed the feeding team of the 5 major financial groups and the 8 major universities and easily led Ancient Capital University to win the championship of the feeding conference. During this period, even the legendary beast tamer Hua Xiaojin and the famous feeding professors Wu Jiangyun voluntarily became his assistants. The evolution chain of the green silkworm cocoon contains the unlimited evolution possibility of transcendent to overlord races. It's said by the Feeding Association to be the best feeding result in the past 10 years that can change the structure of Dong Huang's beast-taming domain. He even relied on this evolution chain to nurture the butterfly of imagination, the pet on his shoulder just now. This also made him known as the future legendary beast tamer. In short, he's a very impressive person. Dean Bai repeated Shiyu's honors and was very shocked himself. This was a person? At the side, listening to this ridiculous experience, and Chang was already completely stunned. Ha ha, perhaps all of this is indeed a piece of cake for him. There's no need for you to take it to heart. Even if he's a master beast tamer, perhaps it's nothing to his current achievements, Dean Bai said. Not everyone could repay Shiyu. It was too difficult. This, and Chang was stunned. If a master beast tamer can't, then a legendary beast tamer, he said firmly. Moreover, he still had a family heirloom in the warehouse at home that his father had told him not to lose, sell, or damage. Now that the situation was already like this, he felt that it was fine to find it and give it to Shiyu in the future. His home was almost gone, so why would he still want a family heirloom? As an archaeologist, Shiyu should like this kind of thing very much. In any case, he didn't know its use if he left it in their hands. It was better to give it to people who knew how to use it. Legendary, Dean Bai smiled and said, it's very good to have ambition. Speaking of which, little Chang, since you don't have to worry about your mother's illness now, you also contracted a dragon-type pet of a monarch race. You also want to become stronger. How about I recommend a place for you? You should have heard of the Bai Family Dojo. Beast tamers who specialize in accepting fusion talents can let you learn for free before you become a professional beast tamer. How about that? Otherwise, it won't be easy for you to take care of the sea dragon with your current self. Wu Ling's Bai family monopolized many industries such as dojos, medicine, banks, and food in Wu Ling City. What Shiyu didn't notice just now was that Dean Bai was also considered a relative of White Brook. At this moment, seeing a good seedling, Dean Bai suddenly gathered talents for his family. Although it was impossible to become a legend, it shouldn't be difficult for this and Chang to become a master. You're so fast. Outside the largest commercial street of Wu Ling. Just as she hung up with Shiyu, White Brook realized that Shiyu had appeared in front of her and Lu Qingyi in the blink of an eye. Instant transmission, low level, Shiyu said. Lu Qingyi and White Brook were speechless. They glanced at the haggard Buggy and mourned. Was Buggy lucky or unlucky to have a beast tamer like him? How was your trip? The beast-eared girl smiled and asked, did you find a treasure? You shouldn't have been cheated, right? Do you need Senior Lu to appraise it for you? Shiyu touched his nose and said, it's all right. The harvest was not small. Not only did it help a confused young man fulfill his dream, but I also used 5 million yuan to buy a legendary tool from the totem era. I reckon I can sell it for tens of billions. Lu Qingyi and White Brook. Chapter 240, The Identity of the Stone Mirror's Master. Chapter 240, The Identity of the Stone Mirror's Master. Using 5 million to conveniently get a tool from the totem era. He could sell it for tens of billions? The atmosphere became weird. Lu Qingyi and White Brook looked at Shiyu with question marks in their eyes. Human language? They suspected that Shiyu was bragging, but they felt that he wasn't. After all, Shiyu had also done many ridiculous things in the past. The two of them didn't find it strange anymore. There was silence. Let's go to my house first. After White Brook hesitated, she said, just now, my parents called me and said that dinner will be ready soon. All right. Shiyu nodded and said, it's not convenient to talk here either. Lu Qingyi and White Brook were silent again. This guy was serious. Then let Buggy bring us over. Senior, you'll guide us? Shiyu touched his head and laughed. Buggy? All right. White Brook agreed. Under White Brook's navigation, Buggy quickly brought the three of them to half the city area and arrived at Whitebrook's house. Although the Bai family was a large family, Whitebrook's family lived independently. The family of three lived in a large manor. So luxurious. Outside the manor, after Whitebrook confirmed that there was no problem with the destination Buggy had arrived at, Shiyu said in confusion. This area felt more than 10 times larger than the Pingcheng villa President Feng had given him. A family of three? Then, Shiyu saw a huge kennel nearly 100 square meters in front of the manor. It was probably prepared for a certain pet. Shiyu, then it was fine. His brain quickly analyzed. Senior Panda's family was the richest family in Pingcheng. Pingcheng was an ordinary suburb of Icefield City, a second-level city. As for Wuling City, it was ranked at the top of the development rankings in the second-level city. The Bai family was the richest family in Wuling. He understood. Super rich woman. After Whitebrook arrived at her door, she stretched. When she heard Shiyu's words, she smiled and said, "It's all right, Senior Lu's house is more luxurious." Shiyu? Lu Qingyi's expression was calm. Is that so? Shiyu muttered in his heart that it was quite possible. Although the title of the richest man in Wuling was already very impressive, Lu Qingyi's grandfather was the principal of Ancient Capital University. He worked in 3 top departments part-time and even had a relationship with the Guardian. He was once a legendary beast tamer. Lu Qingyi herself was also a genius of Bureau 11. Her family situation would probably be scarier. Compared to the beast-eared girl, Senior Lu was no longer a rich second-generation heir. Just her identity alone was already an absolute rich first-generation super-rich woman. Shiyu didn't want to work hard anymore. Can't always freeload. I'm the one who's richer now. However, after analyzing it, Shiyu quickly abandoned the thought of reaping benefits without sowing. He could already be self-sufficient, and he was no longer the poor guy who wanted to sell worm silk to become rich. Ignoring everything else, just the price of the stone mirror he had just obtained was difficult to estimate. Of course, Shiyu definitely wouldn't sell it. "Miss, you're back." After Shiyu and the others arrived at the entrance of the manor, a servant quickly appeared inside. Wu Tilda at this moment, Buggy lay weakly on Shiyu's shoulder and asked if it could go back and rest. "Go, go, go," Shiyu said. Buggy still couldn't do it. It had only done this little work today and it was already tired. And this was just running traffic in a city. In the future, if he needed to use teleportation to travel from the ancient capital to Pingcheng, wouldn't Buggy be even weaker? Or, he could teleport from Donghuang to other countries. Shiyu fell into deep thought. Well, this might be a little difficult for Buggy. Even if Buggy reached the Overlord level, it probably couldn't. If he wanted it to be more convenient, it looked like he still had to have his mechanical pet. The beast-eared girl had said that her parents walked the business path in the family. They were businessmen and were in charge of the family's business. However, when Shiyu saw the other party, he realized that he had imagined their image wrongly. They didn't look like an entrepreneur or businessman at all. Instead, they looked more like a fighter than Whitebrook. Father Bai was nearly 2 meters tall and had a tall and sturdy figure. The white suit he was wearing couldn't hide his muscles at all. Mother Bai was also 1.8 meters tall. She was tall and had a single ponytail that only battle workers had. This made Shiyu wonder what was wrong with Senior Whitebrook's petite figure. "Qingyi is here. Long time no see." After the few of them entered the manor, Father Bai and Mother Bai happened to come out to welcome them. When they saw the 3 of them, they immediately smiled. "This must be Shiyu. We often hear little Shi mention you. Welcome, welcome. Don't be too polite. Treat this place as your home. Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai." Lu Qingyi smiled. "Uncle, Auntie, hello, sorry to disturb you," Shiyu also greeted. After the 2 of them greeted each other, they handed the gifts they had prepared in advance to Father Bai and Mother Bai. It was rare for them to visit, so they couldn't come empty-handed. Next, under the hospitality of his parents, Shiyu and the others enjoyed a big meal. The servants kept taking out hot delicacies from the kitchen. Shiyu could tell that although it looked like a family of 3, there were many servants and chefs in the entire manor. There were also a lot of people who took care of the plants and ornamental pets in the manor. This made Shiyu sigh again how good it was to be rich. He even had the thought of raising some ornamental pets other than contracted pets to show off his love. Many beast tamers with a telepathy talent had a second pet that they didn't contract. This was very normal. This was the correct way to use the telepathy talent. I heard from Xiaoxi that the 3 of you are going to participate in the martial arts conference this time? At the dining table, Nanny Bai asked Shiyu and Lu Qingyi curiously. Who? Who? Shiyu, who had just finished drinking a mouthful of fruit juice, saw that the conversation had changed from Father Bai and Mother Bai praising his various archaeological and feeding achievements to talking about the martial arts conference. Just as he answered, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Senior Lu is also participating? Shiyu looked at Lu Qingyi in surprise. Of course. Beside him, White Brook snorted. Otherwise, how did Shiyu think she convinced Lu Qingyi? It was because Senior Lu wanted to participate. 2. I've also contracted an undead who has mastered the possession skill recently. Lu Qingyi smiled. Shiyu was stunned. She really contracted it? Back then, Lu Qingyi realized that Shiyu's possession state was pretty good. She said that she would try contracting a similar undead if she had the chance. Shiyu originally thought that it was a joke, but he didn't expect that after a few months, Senior Lu really contracted one. What undead? Shiyu asked. It's a secret. You'll know at the martial arts conference. Lu Qingyi's tone suddenly became a little nervous. After she contracted this undead. After possessing it, it looked good. But the style of change was a little special. She felt that she couldn't control it a little. Qingyi is much more reserved than when she was young. Father Bai couldn't help but say, she's completely different from when she was young. Yes. Mother Bai also smiled. The one who agreed the most was White Brook. When she was young, she and Senior Lu had played house. The 2 of them were originally lovey-dovey friends, but when they grew up, Lu Qingyi just drifted away. It was too much. At this moment, Shiyu fell into deep thought. It was fine if Senior White Brook participated, but there were probably many master-level beast tamers in the martial arts conference. Why was Senior Lu, a top-notch master, also participating? Oh shit, the competition ranking would be for number 2 now. After dinner, White Brook brought Shiyu and Lu Qingyi to the residence prepared for them. On the way, Shiyu also started to talk about what happened on Antique Street. When the 2 of them heard about selling an antique to save a mother, about how Shiyu successfully listened to the voice of history. They were confused. Lu Qingyi found it very difficult to accept. You heard the voice of history again? This was clearly something that depended on luck and opportunities. Why did it happen so frequently on Shiyu? What kind of luck is this? White Brook was also stunned. She had heard from her grandfather that entrusting something with a major historical process and extremely historical value might not necessarily produce a historical spirit, but an ancient item that produced a historical spirit would definitely have gone through a major historical process or have extreme historical value. Shiyu had heard history, which meant that he had indeed encountered a precious antique. What is it? What did you see? What's the origin of it? Lu Qingyi couldn't help but ask. I don't know its origin, but I saw its function. Shiyu smiled and casually took out a stone mirror. Then, he asked the beast-eared girl, can I use the plants here? He casually pointed at a beautiful flower by the roadside. Sure, they're just decorations, White Brook said. This was a level 1 resource, the heart-clearing flower. The fragrance of the flower could make one feel comfortable. Apart from that, it was beautiful. At this moment, Shiyu held the stone mirror and aimed at the blue heart-clearing flower. He muttered to himself. Change! Change! Previously, Shiyu had discovered that thinking of saying those words could also be used with stone mirrors. Out of consideration for his image, Shiyu chose mental spells. At this moment, under his experiment, the stone mirror directly released a white light that shone on the heart-clearing flower. Then, a scene that shocked Lu Qingyi and White Brook occurred. After the heart-clearing flower that was planted in the soil was enveloped by the light, its body gradually enlarged in the light, and its life aura multiplied. Then, from an unconscious spiritual plant to an awakening-level flower demon. Ning. The heart-clearing flower demon glanced at the three of them and pulled out its feet in confusion. It wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, it stuck itself back in and released a little sweetness. As if nothing had happened. Ning. Ning. Lu Qingyi and White Brook. The function of this stone mirror is similar to this awakening talent. I feel that it's a family heirloom left behind by a legendary big boss of the totem era who had an awakening talent. It might also be a toy? Although it wasn't very useful in ancient times, with the mechanic class now, this thing is worth tens of billions. It's not too much, right? Shiyu smiled and said. After a legendary beast tamer died, they could inherit the beast taming space. Some more powerful legendary beast tamers also had the ability to combine their beast taming talent and modify the beast taming space. For example, that was how the time ruins of the Imperial Capital University came about. Shiyu felt that this stone mirror was similar, but he didn't know why it didn't have spatial effects. Perhaps it was just a part of the ruined space? A tool that can awaken life? At this moment, as Shiyu finished showing it, White Brook's eyes widened completely. Her eyes gradually turned into two lemons. Just as Shiyu had said, today, with the modern mechanic class, this thing was definitely a top-notch divine weapon. White Brook, who had seen Jiao Xian's overlord race machinery, knew very well the value of this thing. Oh! She cried out in pain and said, why am I not a telepathy talent? Why can't I pick up treasures? You archaeologists are cheating. Shall you assemble a mechanical pet for me someday, all right? White Brook couldn't wait to hug Shiyu. It wasn't that her fusion talent couldn't fuse with machines. It was also possible to transform into a puppet. Don't come over, Shiyu hurriedly stopped White Brook. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. What she loved was the stone mirror, the overlord machinery. Not him. Beside White Brook, Lu Qingyi smiled bitterly. Could she not compare Shiyu with the other archaeologists? Even the other members of Bureau 11 didn't listen to the voice of history as often as Shiyu. Moreover, Shiyu's luck. Lu Qingyi's stomach hurt. However, she could still accept it. This thing was indeed very valuable, but in her eyes, what made her even more envious was actually the key to the mythical ruins left behind by Emperor Sha with huge risks. After that stimulation, this was nothing. After all, this one's upper limit was an overlord machinery and the other was a mythical creature. You just said that this stone mirror is an antique from the totem era 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. Lu Qingyi suddenly asked. Yes. When you used it just now, did you use telepathy to chant a strange spell? Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and looked at Senior Lu, suspecting that her telepathy could read minds. How did she know? Looking at your expression, it's a yes. Lu Qingyi was stunned. If it was in that period, then perhaps I know the origin of this thing. After Lu Qingyi pondered, her expression suddenly became serious. You know its origin? Shiyu was stunned. He only knew the use of the stone mirror by listening to history. He was confused about the origin of the stone mirror. How did Senior Lu know? As expected of Senior Lu. White Brook said. Shiyu, all right, Shiyu didn't deny Lu Qingyi's power. Lu Qingyi was also the one who helped him determine the origin and usage of the space-time key left behind by Emperor Sha. In terms of historical knowledge, Lu Qingyi was indeed stronger. Have you heard of the Ryu Maiden? Lu Qingyi asked. Who is that? White Brook was at a loss. A certain figure from the totem era? Shiyu asked. Yes, he's indeed a figure from the totem era. Lu Qingyi nodded. What about her? Shiyu said. The stone mirror is hers? Currently, the history textbooks of Donghuang only taught the history of the beast-taming era. Just the beast-taming era for more than 2,000 years had 10 important historical gaps. As for older years of the totem era hundreds of millions of years ago, the records were even fewer. Even through Bureau 11's channels, Shiyu didn't know much. In that era, humans still lived in the form of totem clans, and the beast-taming system had yet to be perfected. Although there might have been many legendary beast tamers, or even titled legendary beast tamers, in the absence of a great unification of language, ability system, and tribal factions, the current humans had almost no channels to understand that era. The reason why the later generations understood the few dynasties of the beast-taming era more clearly was that the language was unified by Emperor Shi, and the beast-taming system was organized and divided into 9 grades by the Emperor Shi dynasty. Of course, although the modern era didn't know much about the totem era, it was certain that a large number of humans were definitely active in the totem era. Moreover, humans were born very early and had existed for a very long time. When and who was the first to develop the beast-taming ability was still a mystery. I don't know much either. I only know her name and ability. This stone mirror might be the work of a Yu maiden. But if it is, it's definitely not formed by her beast-taming talent. Not only this stone mirror, but this Yu maiden has many other works that have been passed down. They played a big role in the beast-taming era. Shiyu and Whitebrook cast curious gazes. Lu Qingyi said, the Yu maiden is a human beast-tamer from the totem era. Her beast-taming talent is plunder. She can extract the ability of transcendent creatures and give it to undead, transforming it into a precious artifact. She can also extract the beast-taming talent of other human beast-tamers and give it to undead to form a precious artifact. It's an ability feared by both humans and transcendent creatures. Although it's been very long, a few works of the Yu maiden have still been passed down. They were obtained and used by ancient archaeologists. The precious artifacts she created have a unified characteristic, which is that they need to use some strange passwords to activate them. Although she should have created many precious artifacts, the passwords should be the most important reason why these works of hers have been lost. Lu Qingyi looked at Shiyu and said, so, you should have heard the command to use this stone mirror, right? Yes, Shiyu nodded undeniably, but he was shocked by something else. It can draw the beast-taming talent of other beast-tamers? Whitebrook was also shocked. There's such a talent? Whitebrook couldn't help but ask. This was too sick. It sounded creepy. Lu Qingyi said, probably, but in history, only the Yu maiden has this talent. And what's certain is that if this talent is exposed, no matter which era it is, it will probably be rejected. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Shiyu felt guilty. This talent was too much, too wicked. His replication talent was only replication, after all, and it was only targeted at transcendent creatures. It didn't snatch the ability. This plundering talent actually extracted the ability directly and was even effective on humans. Wasn't this just too much? After Shiyu heard that, he was instantly extremely afraid of this Yu maiden. He felt that the stone mirror in his hand was a little hot. However, considering that this Yu girl was an ancient from thousands of years ago and that imperial capital was thousands of years younger than her, Shiyu endured it. It was mainly because Shi Jing couldn't bear to lose it. At the moment, in Donghuang, there might not be more than 5 Yu maiden treasures preserved until now, including yours, Lu Qingyi said. In short, we're still very lucky. This might be an important opportunity for you to explore the totem era in the future. Shiyu, I'm tired. There were a bunch of problems in the beast-taming era alone. The totem era was too difficult to deal with. Very few archaeologists in the archaeological world of Donghuang nowadays focused on the totem era. The exploration was basically the beast-taming era and the father mythical era. As for the totem era, it was too messy. The exploration was difficult and wasn't worth much. I'm tired too, but I'm not tired anymore. Lu Qingyi suddenly said, let's go to Shiyu's residence directly. I want to discuss with him. Whitebrook. What? Whitebrook was shocked. It was late at night. It wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone. We still have to go to the martial arts ruins registration meeting tomorrow. Everyone rest early, she suggested.